Hello everyone, welcome to part 5 of building the brokang e-market application. In this part, we are going to be building the search page, we're going to perform advanced filtering techniques, and we're going to be building the my store page and also batch editing. We're going to see how we can edit a bulk amount of products. We're going to perform pagination on the client side. We're going to be able to follow and unfollow users or sellers. We're going to subscribe to particular sellers so that the buyers can get notified when new products are being added. That is a section for notifications. We're going to be able to add and remove addresses from the user's account. Now, this section is packed with a lot of things, as you can see here. So, without wasting much time, let's go and see how we can build this section. But before we get there, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, you might pause the video now and hit the subscription button below and turn on your notification bell if you haven't done so yet. And you can also give a thumb up to this video, and you might even share this video to someone you think this video might be of help to. So let's see what we are going to be building in this part 5. So if you come here, here is our home page which we already built. Yes, you see our infinite scrolling there. Now, where we left off with, let me show you the section which we are talking about. We have the search page here. We can search for items here. Let's say shoes. Let's just say Nike here. And we click the search here. Yes, you see, we come to this search page here. All the products we have here are Nike products. Their brand are Nike, and yes, you see, they have Nike in their title. So you see, the category here is only shoes because we have only shoes here. If you come to brand here, you see we have all the categories here belonging to this application. So Nike is only 6. We can also initialize these filters here. We had search. So if you click on search, we're going to initialize the search filter here. And now everything, we have all our products in the application here. These are them here. Now we can also filter our application by brand. Let's just say we want only the no brands here. We're going to have all our no brand products here. We can also filter them by, you see, the category here. As I showed you, if you say children, we're going to have only one here. Great, you can initialize the filters here. We can also filter by a price. We can also filter by the price. Because if you come here, let's say we want only the products that are less than 50,000 here. Let's say we're going to click less than here. You see, all the products we have here are going to be less than 50,000 here. You see, now we can also filter by greater than here. Let's say greater than 100 here. You see, these are all the products that are greater than 100 too here. So this is how the filtering here is working in this application. So everything here is working fine. Now, the other thing is we can, if we go to my store here, this is the my store page which we are going to build. So we have filtering here also. We have search functionality here. We have filtering, and we can filter by the status of the product, whether it's under reservation or it's sales and all of that. So these are all the products which the user have here. 15 products. You have a pagination here. So batch editing, the user can select multiple products here to give different prices to this product. You will come to batch editing here. You can decide to give a discount to this product here by just clicking, and you can set the discount here. Let's say 10%. If you try to set another discount here, you're going to receive this error here. So you cannot use both discount rate and discount price. So you see, this section is really these are great things you can learn, and these are the kind of stuff you can put in your portfolio, and it will really improve your portfolio very well. So if you hit submit here, yes, our prices are going to be reduced by 10%. You see here, from 60 to 65 here, from 65 here to 450 here. So you see, our prices are reduced. If you click on the individual products, you can see that 10% was off from those products. You can also go to my store here, or to user store, to a particular seller. You see, you can follow and unfollow a user here. You see, you can follow and unfollow this user here, but this user happens to be the owner of this store. So we'll have to adjust this later within the application, because when we are viewing our own product, we don't want to show this here. We don't want to show this section here. So we're going to adjust this later inside the application. Now, the other thing is, if you go back to the user's profile here, you see these are all the user's followers. You can see this, the followers of this user. These are the followings here. So you can unfollow a user from here. Let's say you can unfollow Hans here. You see, it was unfollowed here. So you have unfollowed this user. Now, if you come to followings here, you do not have that user here as part of your followings. So you can follow back the user here. If you come back here, you see the user is part of your followings here. So this is how this following and follow section works. So let's click on the product here that we are not the owner of that product, like this product here. You can come here to see this Jane Store. You are following, if you see here, you see that you are following Jane Store here. If you click here on Jane Store, you see these are all the products of Jane Store. So we can do a lot of things here. You can unfollow back the user here. You can turn on the notification bell here for Jane Store, so that you see right now the notification bell is turned on. So if you turn it off, you see you have successfully unsubscribed from this seller. See, now you can turn it back on like this. Now on this case, now when this seller posts a new product, you're going to get notifications. So if you click on this notification bar here, you see notifications are loading. Yes, you see these are the notifications that are already read from this application. So see, this is what we are going to be building in this section. This section contains a lot of things, and these notifications are instantly, they come instantly. So we are just using the novu widget here, and we are just customizing it here. So this is all we are going to be building in this section. And also let me show you the address section here. With the address here, you can add a new address here. You can even delete another address here. Let's say if you add an address, let's just say USA like this. Let's choose this one here. You can choose the address type here as office, confirm. You see you have the address here. You can also delete it back. You see it's gone. So this is what we are going to be building here. This section is packed with a lot of things. So let's go and build this section. Hello everyone. In this section, we are going to be building the search product page. Let me show you. This is the search product page. User can search for items here. Let's first initialize this filter to get all our products here. Let's say user can search for, let's say the Nike. You see, it's going to give us all the Nike products here. And user can initialize the filters here by clicking on one of these buttons here. Click. Yes, initialize the filters. And you can even search, or you can filter the products by their categories. Let's say computers and laptops. So we're just going to have this one here. And we can also filter them by the brands. Let's say we want only, let's check Apple. Here we're going to have no products here because we don't have a product that matches Apple, and the category here is laptops and computer. So if we remove the category filter here, you see we don't have also a product which is registered, because it seems as if the user who registered this product, these two Apple products, is the currently user searching for product here. That's why we don't see any product match your filters here. So if we can filter by another category, let's say Microsoft, Surface One, no, Nike. Yes, you see Nike here. You can say Sony. Yes, you see Sony products here. So this is it. This is what we are going to be building in this section. So without wasting much time, let's go and begin implementing this section. Now, before we go and start implementing this section, our application at the moment has a little bug. I'm going to show you what that bug is. If you go to sell your item here, let's try to add some tags here, and you'll see what I mean. Let's add some random text here. You see, we are not getting any tags down here because when we were implementing the edit product section, we broke our application with some settings. Now we are going to fix that in this section before we continue. So let's go back to our application here. Here I'm in the cell wrapper. You need to come to the cell wrapper here. Now the problem is coming from where is our tags? We need to go to our tags here. Okay, this handle at tag. When we are adding a tag here, go to auto. Okay, here you see we are set tags to this, but we are not mapping over the tags array again anymore. We are not mapping over this tag array anymore. What we're doing is we are mapping over this watch tags array. This is it. Let me show you. If in case you don't remember, you see this is watch tag. So what we need to do is we need to get rid of this tag array here completely. We need to get rid of this tag So the set tags array here completely. So what we can do here is, instead of set tag here, let's just delete the set tag. We don't need it at the moment. Here we say, let's say set value. That's going to be set value. And what is going to be the value? Tags. It's going to be tags, yes. And here we can, what is going to be the value here? We're going to just spread the watched tags and pass whatever tag is coming into this method, this add tag method. Now we need to do the same thing here. We are setting the value here to filter tags, but look here, we are mapping but over the tags array here. So if we are deleting this tag, we're going to be deleting all this tag array here. It's the same thing that happened with our images. So what we need to do here is, we need to just say washed tags, yes. And now I think everything here is good. We're good to go. Now here we can now come here and we can remove this. We don't need this. Let me see. Let's set tag here. We don't need this here too. We can remove it. Yes, remove it. Let's come to condition too, because we are doing a similar thing in conditions. Where is conditions? We are setting conditions here. We don't need to set conditions here. We can remove it because we're already setting the values here. So we put those values there so that we wanted to make our lives easy. So here now we can safely delete this. Let me see where we are using the set tag again. Control-T, set tag. Okay. Yes, we don't need this here. We can remove it. Here I deleted something here. Filter tags we want to set here, but the value is going to be tags, and this is going to be filter tags. Yes, like this. Now let's come up here. We can delete this two here. We don't need this two here. We can delete them, and this is good to go. Now, before I forgot, if you look here where we are editing our product, you see we are navigating to, we are reloading this page. A better experience here is, instead of reloading this page, let's use navigate. Let's navigate here. Come here as a const navigate. We want to navigate to the product details page. Let's say use navigate from react router DOM. Yes, and here instead of reloading this page, where is it? Yes, we want to say we just want to navigate to let's say slash product details, to the product details page, and we're going to take the product ID from underscore product.id. So I think this here is a better experience than refreshing the entire page, because we are building a single page application. So refreshing the entire page is not something very good we can do. So I will go with this navigate to just navigate to this page here using React router DOM. So let's see. Let's go now and see if this is going to actually work here. Let's see. Let's add some new tags here. Let's get this. Add. Yes. Just add here. Great. It's working. Let's delete. Yes, finally. Now we can add a new product entirely. Let's try. Let's try to add a new product. I'm just going to go with this. Let's get this dresses here. I'll just get these 3 dresses here. And okay, they're coming up. This, yes, I'll set this at the main image. Say white. Let's just say white t-shirts. White t-shirts. And the brand, let's just give no brand. Category, product category. This is going to be clothes. Size, I'll just say 110. New, yes. Product price, let's say 20. And tag, let's say white t-shirts. You see, our limit of 10 characters. So let's just say t-shirts. Let's add, and here we just say white. Let's add. Now product description here. Let's just give a product description here. I copy this. Yes, okay. And shipping fee is 0. Let's register. Yes, product registered successfully. If we go now to our application here, we're going to see this product here. This is it. Yes, no problem. Let's try to edit to see the functionality I was talking about. Instead of setting this as the main product, let's set this as the main image here. Let's drop it here. Let's go and complete. Yes, you see, we are navigated to the product details page here with the edited product, and this product here is actually set as our first product. So this is a better experience than what we did before. So you can go and adjust that, please. And with this now, we can get to building our search product item page. So let's get right to that section now. There is one more thing which we need to take care of. Let me show you. If you come to our application here, let's go to profile. If you try to upload an image, let's try to upload an image. You see, the image is not coming. But if you go to Cloudinary, you'll see that this image was uploaded successfully. Let's see, let's go to profile. Because I'm storing my images in profile. Yes, you see, there's the image here. It's uploaded to Cloudinary, but I'm not saying it because if you come to our application here, let's go to profile content. Here, if you look here, when we upload our images, we're calling .url because our images contain the public URL and the image URL itself. But when we created the edit product page, we changed the way we are sending our images. So we are just sending our images as an array of strings. So we don't need this .url again. So I forgot to remove it from here. So we don't need this. Okay, now if you go and upload the images, they should work. It should work just fine. So let's try it. Let's go. Let me try this, or perhaps this. Upload. Data updated successfully. Yes, you see, these are the images here. Yes, it's now working. Now let's go and build our search page. That is what we are doing in this section. Let's build the search page. You go down to application here to create a new folder. If you go to our features folder here, we'll create a new folder and we call it search. In this search folder, I'm going to create a new file here and I'll call it search.jxs. And now I just have to bootstrap a new component here. I'm going to create another file and I'll call it search wrapper.jxs, and I bootstrap a new component. Okay, now what I have to do is I'll come to search here. By the way, let's give this so that I have enough room here. I'll just have to pin the search here and also pin the search wrapper here. Great. We'll need to get the header from here. Yes. Okay, no, that. And here we need the search wrapper, which we just created. And also, I will need the footer. Now, if you come to here, the header is expecting a user. The header here is expecting a user. And you know where we're going to get that user from? So const user is going to come from, oh no, this is not use selector. You're not using Redux. This is come from use user. So yes, use user. And now here we just passed our user here. Okay. Okay. Now if we go to our route here, we need to let's come here. Control-C, Control-V. Here we need to pass our search. Yes, and here I'll just say search. Okay. Now with this, let's go and check. So I'll go here, just slash search. Yes, we have it. This is our search wrapper. So everything we're going to be doing here is going to go into this search wrapper. Yes, it's going to go into this search wrapper. So the first thing I will do here is I need to first come and get my product. We can close this. Let's come to search here and get our product. There's a const. So use all products. So use all products. This is going to come from import. Use all from app hooks and no. I'm going to import this from /features /products and /use products, and here we're going to get used all products. Okay, so here what we need here is the data, and we have is fetching next product, next page params, and we have is loading and has, okay, we already have that, and fetching next product. We need to pass everything to this search wrapper here. So let's start with data. It's going to be data, but is fetching next page, is fetching next page, the has next page, the has next page, is loading, and the next here is going to be fetch next page, fetch next page. So we are passing everything to the search wrapper, down to the search wrapper here. And one thing here is, guys, this search wrapper, I already have the code written for this search wrapper, so I'm just going to copy and paste it. Yes, it's fairly simple. You can go over it and see how it's been implemented. That's the HTML and the CSS. So I have the HTML and the CSS already prepared, so let's go and check it out. So this is it. We just have the code here. We just have this cat array and this brand array, which are static for the moment, and we have this filter index that determines the button we are clicking at the moment. So that is what this is all about. So I'm just going to copy everything, and I'll come down to search wrapper here, and I'll replace everything we have here with it. So we have an error here. I think that error is coming from where? Okay, here we need to add another curly braces here. Okay, with this now everything is fine, but we also have, we need to make some adjustments here. You see the search wrapper here, we're going to get props. Yes, so, and here it's a const, get everything we pass there from props down here, and here we don't have kill here at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove this for the moment. So let's see how. Now with this data, now here we have our set filters buttons. Here this is the categories. You see, I've given everything with comments so that you know which part we are. So we have the filter initializers here. Yes, we have filter products here. This is where we have our grid. This is it. You see that we are passing products here, but we do not yet have a product here. But remember that our data here, it's coming. Let me lock our data here to the console so that you see the structure of our data. If you have forgotten, yes, it has pages. This pages is being returned to us by reactquery, which we used for our infinite scrolling. You see, each page here, it has this page. It's an array. It's an array. So inside this array, we have our actual products. So the pages here represent each page for infinite scrolling. So what we can do here is we need to get our products. So we need to go into this. We need to go into this page array here, and we can flat map that array. Yes. So okay, what's happening here? I need to remove this. I'll say const product is equals to data dot pages dot map, and we just flat map it. Yes, it's going to give us all our products. So Yes, this is going to give us all our products. So we already did this before. This is just a different way of doing it. We're just using a map here. We are using a map, and we are flattening everything we have in this product field here. This is just another way of doing it. If you don't want to use flat map, you can just map over the products and you flatten the array. So with this, let's check if everything. Yes, we have everything now. We have everything now. So what we need to do now is, we want that when users search for something here, let's say you can search for Nike, and they click on this button here, we're going to filter all the products depending on the search query they're passing in here. So let's go and do that. So for that to work, let's come to header. In the header here, we need to define, let's say const q, and say set q, and this is going to come from react.useState, and we also want to say navigate, use navigate. Okay, so if we come down to where we need this here in this search field, what we want to do here is we want to say on change. Whenever this change, let's get our e from here, and here we'll say e dot target dot value. Great. So here when we click on this button, on click here, we just want to navigate to this here. Yes, we want to navigate to the search page and append a query behind. The query is named cure. So with this, if we come to our search page now, we can get that query. Okay, let's get that query from up here. There's a const q is equals to, we can use the, yes, let's say new URL search param. So we get the windows.location.search. I will get the query there. But what I want to do here is, we can use this, but what I want to do is, I want to get from our search params. Search param, I will say set search params, which is going to come from use search params from React router. So here I'll just say q is equals to search params dot get what, want to get the q. So here now we have the q. If we lock it, you see we're going to get the query, but at the moment it's 0, so it's null at the moment. So we do not have anything. Now we just need to pass that q here. Q is equals to q. So now the weird thing, what we really need to do here is, we need to change the way we are using this use all product. So let me show you. Let's go to product API here. You see here we say product that append the limit. We want to change the limit. Now we'll start using this filter data here. We want to start using that filter data. Now instead of hard coding this, the limit here, we can say filter data dot, let's say limit. Let's call it limit. And if we've changed this like this, therefore, so let's say use product. We'll come to use product here. You see, with this query key, we are getting all the products, but we are not passing this filter data because we're not using it actually. But now that we are using this filter data here, we need to pass it into this query key. There's a filter data. So right now with this, now our application is going to be broken from the home page and this search page here. So let's just fix it in the search page. So the search page now is going to ask for us a limit. So we need to put the limit here. I'm just going to give the limit here of 12 at the moment. And let's go to the home page. Control P, I'll go to home page. This here is also going to be broken. Here, what is it? Yes. And now here I'll give a limit of 8. I'll give a limit of 8. Instead of 12 here, I'll put 8. Okay. Now, if you come now to our application, you see that we are having pages. It's not defined. Can read the property of undefined. Pages. Where is this error come from? Search wrapper. Let's go to the search wrapper. Where's pages? Okay, here. Let's see. Let's come here. Limit. Yes, we're passing the limit of 12 here. Let's just give this like this. Yes. Let's come to the home page instead of So let's see, limit filter data dot limit. Okay, let's go and check this once more. Yes, so you see we have all our products now. You see, these are the 12 products which we have. 1, 2, 3. Each product has each role has 4 products, so totally is 12 here. If you go to the home page and check, let's go to the home page here and check. Yes, we have 8 products here in the home page, so we can now set different number of products for different pages which we want. So okay, this is great. Now let's search for Nike. Yes, we are coming to this page here. We have Nike here, but it's not getting the queries. It's not being applied here. Let me see. Let me search for Nike again. Okay, it's not being applied here now. So let's go back to our header. Let's go to our header and see why that is happening. Okay, we need to say here that set query, and we wrap everything here. Great. Now let's close this. Let's go and try. If you say Nike, let's refresh. Let's say Nike. Click here. Yes, you see our query string Nike get appended to our query string here. Now we want to filter this product based on this search term here, based on the search term we passed into this text box here. Now, for us to do that, we need to come to this product API. What we need to do here is we need to say params, if params dot append. Now we need to first check if params, if filter data, sorry, if filter data dot let's just call this query dot cure. Let's call it, yes, let's call it query. If filter data dot query, then we want to say params dot append. Here we're going to be appending the title. It's going to be the filter data dot the query. So if we have this, we're going to append the title to this with this query. So what we have to do now is let's go to our, I'll remove the home page from here. Let's go to our search here. In our search here, we need to now pass query here, and we just pass it as queue here. So we are already passing queue here. So we need to come to search wrapper. If we come to search wrapper here in this H1, we can say queue and pass the queue here, and we need to get it from our props. So here is queue. Great. Now if we come down here where we have the filter initializers here, filter initializers, where the button, this is the button for price, and this is the button for search. What we can do here is we want that when we click on this button for filter initializers, we want to revert our changes. So here we're going to say remove query. So I'll just copy this. I'll come back here, come back up here. After this, as a const, Ctrl V, remove query. And with this remove query, I'm going to just set the search params to whatever query we have up there. We just want to set it to an empty string here. So let's see if this is going to work. Now this, we need to get this set search params. Yes, and we can send it through props. We can send it through props because we already have it here. Rather than creating a new one there, let's just send it this one here through props. So I'm going to copy this. Let's send it here. Set search params. So let's come here and we get it from here. Just set search params. Okay, with this now, with this, let's go and try. So you see our search filter is already working. This is it. It's already working. It's already working. Now, one thing I have to do here with this search is, instead of just putting false here, we want to check if only we have our query. That is when we want to disable this. So let's come and check. So it is on. Our filter is on now. If we click now on this, you see we have all our products back, because we do not have any search query there again anymore. So we have all our products back. But here we are having, yes, you see, it's okay like this now. So you can say, if we search for HP, let's say HP, we search for HP, click here. You see, we have only the HP product. You see the button now, it's activated. But if we want to initialize this filter, we'll just click on the search bar, so everything comes back so normal. So this is how we are filtering using this search box here. Next, what we're going to look at, the next is we're going to look at how we can filter by category and brand. Now, at the moment, we can use the reduced method of JavaScript in order to give us our categories and our brands. But to give us the number of categories and the brands, the way we are doing it is going to be quite difficult and really confusing. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the back end in order to get our all categories and our all brands here. See, now we're going to go to the back end in order to implement this. So let's go and see how we can do that. Because if you look now, what we are doing now is we're just getting all of those values from here. These are just like static and random values which I placed here. But now we want to get the fetch values, that is the accurate values from our backend. So let's go to our product controller and see how we can do this. And we already did this before. Yes, we did this before using the aggregation pipeline. So we're just going to do a similar thing, because we're going to be using the aggregation pipeline in order to perform that action. So we'll come here, let's say const cat array. We'll first start from the categories. Here we say product dot, instead this is going to be product await, going to await, so product dot aggregate. I'm going to use the aggregation pipeline in order to perform this. And with the aggregation pipeline, we know it's in stages. It has various stages which we need to follow. So the first stage I'm going to give here is the match stage. Is the match stage. Here we want to match if our query, the first stage we're matching here is our query object. Here, right out of putting this in object, let's just say query object. You know where this query object is coming from? This query object is coming from here. Where is it? Okay, query object. Okay, yes, this is coming from here. So our request.query. So we are spreading it here, and this is where the query object is coming from. So instead of passing the query object, what we can do is we can instead pass by this query string here. And we call JSON.parse on it. Yes. So I'll come here. Let's come down here. Instead of passing this query here, I'll say JSON.parse, and we'll pass this query string instead, because this query string already contains a lot of things which we can use. So we'll pass this query JSON.query string there. And here the next stage we can use here. Oh no, we can go to the next stage in this pipeline, which is going to be the group stage. Now in the group stage, we're just going to, now let's remove this. I'm not going to be sorting. I'm not going to give a limit, but we can sort it by the count. Yes. So now in the group stage, what we're doing in the group stage is we're just grouping it by the category, and we're storing it in this underscore ID value, and we are counting the number of categories. So it's going to go through each product and it counts. If it sees a category that matches the very category, it just increments it by 1. That is what this group stage is doing, and it groups it according to the category name. And here in this sorting, we just want to sort them according to the number of counts. That is according to yes, the number of counts. If we have 5, 2, 1, 8, so it's going to sort them from 8, 5, 2, and 1, just like that in descending order. So this is what we are doing with the sort here. So the next here is we already have the cat array. The next is going to be the brand array. So const brand array is going to be here also. In this brand array, we're not going to have the match stage. We're just going to have the group stage. Let's say group. We're just going to have the group stage here. Okay, so we're going to be grouping also by the brand. We'll group by the brand here, and I'm going to sort them too. So here we can say sort. Yes, we sort by count too. So this is the adjustment we had to do in the back end. So we just need now to send the cat array here and the brand array here. Great. Let's see if we can get this from the front end. Let's go to the front end now. Here in our product data, let's see if we can get this is search. Yes, let's go to search wrapper here where we already have this. Let's see if we can get also const let's say data dot pages. This is going to be an array, so we just need to take the first, and we get yes data.array dot pages. We take the first one and we try to destructure whatever we have here. Okay, let's rather let's log it to the console. So let's log this response here to this console. Let's just call it response here, and let's log this. The reason why I'm doing this is I want to check if we have our product, if we actually have our cat array and our brand array here. So let's go right down. Let's go down. One more. So okay, this is the last. Let's pin this here so we can see more clearly. Okay, that seems to not. So let me just try to refresh. Let me refresh this page here so that we get our real data. Let's just come here. We do not have any products here at the moment. No product matches your filter. So we are having some errors. I don't know, our product is not coming. Yes, so let's check this from the back end. We've come to the back end here. Let's see. Okay, the problem is this sort here. We need to remove this sort and put it in it because we are just grouping it in this same group here. So we need to remove it and put it in its own group. Here, just like up here, we need to remove it and put in its own group. I think yes, this like this is going to work. Great. Let's come back here. Yes, we have it here. Now let's go and check what we're locking to the con. Let's check here. Okay, voila. Now let me dock this here so that we see if we're going to get. Yes, you see this is our brand array here. This is our brand array here. You see we are sorting them in according to how in the brand count. You see. So this now we can come and remove our static brands here. Let's remove our static brands here. And now here we just need to destructure whatever we are getting from here. Instead of rest here, I'm going to get my brand array from here. This is going to be array here. I think this is what we are calling here. Brand array and cat array. It's going to be cat array. Great. I can remove this now. Let's come to where we are using this brand array. We are using this brand array right down here. Let's go. This product. This filter initializers. Where's brand? Okay. This here. Okay. This is the brand array. I just need to pass an A here and pass A here. Okay. With this now, we are getting our brands and our categories right from the back end. So let's check. Yes, so we have our shows. We have 7 shows, 6 clothes, 5 computers, gaming products 2, bags 2, others. So if you come to brand now here, no brand 8 products, Nike 5 products. So yes, HP 2 products, LG 2 products, and you see all of them here. What we want to do now is, if we click on one of these brands, we just filter the products based on the brand here. So let's go and do that. For us to do that, we need to come to this product API here. After this check here, we need to check also if product filter.category, we need to pass the category dot, we need to do this, we need to append category and the filter data dot category. We need to do the same thing for brand. We do the same thing for brand. So we need to pass the filter data dot brand and filter data dot category. So let's go back to let's go to product, the search wrapper here. Now, where are we getting our category and our brand? We need to create 2 states for that, to set our category and to set our brand. So we need to create the state here. So come here as a const. This is going to be category, category, yes, set category, and brand, set brand. So we need to come here, and here we just say category and the brand. Now down here we can set them as, we can send them down as props. So brand, and category equals to category. We come now to search wrapper here. We need to receive those values as props here. We need to say brand and category. Also, not only, let's go back in. We are not only receiving the brand and category. We need to also send the set brand and set category. We need to pass these two too. So let's come and receive them here as well. Set brand and set set category. Okay, so let's go to where we need to use this. So we are looping over the brands here. Let's start with the brand. So when we loop over the brands, when you click on a particular brand, we want to set the set brand. Want to say, let's say set brand to whatever brand we have here dot the ID. Remember that this underscore ID is it has the brand name. Yes, so we want to set the brand to whatever whatever we have in this ID here. So that is it. Let's do the same thing for the category. We've come to category here. So when we click here, we need to set category to cat dot underscore ID. So with this now, let's just go and deal with the filter initializers for category and brand. This is for category. We want that when we click on this button, we want to set back the category to null. So we want to say set category to an empty string, and here we want this to be true if only we have a category. If only we have category. So yes, we do the same thing for brand. We want to set brand here to initialize this filter. We just set brand to an empty string there, and we need to check if only there is a brand, then we want to disable that button. So I think with this now we are done with our brand and our category. So let's go and check. We have used state is not defined, and where is that coming from? Search. Okay, let's go to search. Oh, another brand cannot destructure property brand array of intermediate value search wrapper as is undefined. Okay, so the value was sending here, let me see, was it brand array? Okay, let's come here. Let's say we cannot destructure this brand array. Which is okay. What I'm going to have to do here is I'll just here, before we actually send this product, we want to check if actually there is data. Then this is when we yes. So let's go and try now. Okay, with this now, so we have here, we have everything here. So everything is grayed out now, apart from the price here, because we have not yet dealt with the prices. So let's start with our search. Let's say Nike. Let's search for Nike. We're going to have only Nike products. These are them. You can initialize back the filter using the search. So we have all the products back now. Let's come with, we want only shoes. Here now we want to filter by our category. We want only shoes. We click here. Yes, you see all the other filters, all the other categories are gone. Now we have only shoes. These are only shoes we have in our application. 7 of them. If you count here, that's 7. So we can initialize the category by clicking on this button. So all the other categories come back. So you see, let's go for brand. Let's click on no brand, which happens to be the highest here. Click on no brand. Voila, you see this, everything here is going to be no brand. See, no brand here, and we have all the no brands there. So okay, see, no brands happens to be 8. If you count here, we have 8 as well. Then if you come to the categories, you see no brands is spread across 4 categories. So if you come to computer, you see only 1. Yes, we can initialize the categories back. If you come to cloth, you see 5. Yes, so our filtering is actually working now. Let's initialize back all the fields. Now what we need to do is we need to concentrate now on our price, this price section here. So we need to work on how we can filter our products based on their prices. Let's go and work on that. Okay, we are here. What I'll first begin by doing here is I'll create another state here. Let me give some gap here so we differentiate our state and our hooks here. Okay, and now here was const price set price, and here I'll not yet pass the price here because we're going to do some manipulations on the price. So this search wrapper is getting a lot of props. Well, it's not bad because it's just one level down. So here we can say price, and we say set price. Great. Now if we come to, let's come to our wrapper here. We need to get the price and set price as well. Okay, but here we need to create also another state here for we're going to call this original price. And we say set original price. Great, and the default is going to be 0. So we'll come to where we are working with our price. Here we have category. We are done with that. Brand, we are finished with brand. Okay, let's come to price here. Okay, instead of value here, I'm going to give you the default value. Default value is going to be original price, while on change, instead of setting the price here, I'm going to set original price as to event dot target dot value. I will not pass int. Okay. Okay, let me say this. Yes, now what we need to do here is when we click on this button, this is where we are going to be setting our price. When we click on this button here, we say set price. Set price is going to be an object. Set price is going to be an object. So the first here is we're going to set here we have less than, what is it? We'll first give here, I'll say original price. Original price here is going to be this, and the operator here is going to be, I'll just say LT, which stands for less than. Yes, so this is how we are setting the price. We are just giving the original price and an operator here, and the operator here is this less than value here. So on click, I'll copy this and I'll do the same for when it is greater than. When it is greater than, here, instead of the operator here to be less than, I'll say GT, which stands for greater than, and here for equal to, here I will do the same thing, but the operator here is going to be equal to. So these are MongoDB operators. Yeah, see, this greater than GT is MongoDB operator. LT is for less than, is MongoDB operator. So that's what we are doing here. So if we come now here, let's go to our product API here. What we're going to do here is we're going to first check if we have our filter data dot price. Yes, if we have filter data dot price, if we have filter data.price, first I want to open this curly braces like this, and what we'll do is I'll first have to destructure whatever we have in this price field here. So const destructure whatever we have in price here. So filter data.price, and here we have the original price, and we also had the operator. Yes, so let's log these two values to the console to continue from there. So the CLJ, no, we have the operator and original price. So we are locking these two values to the console now. Let's check. Let's come back here. We need to pass the price now to this method here. So let's pass price, and price here we are setting this as an empty string, which actually is supposed to be an object, but okay, it's better. Let's just leave it like that. So let's go and see if we're going to receive the original price and the various operators before we can continue working on this method. Now let's go to our application. Here everything is here now. Let's go to price section. Let's type a price, maybe let's say 50 less than. Let's click. Let's go to application, and let's see. Yes, you see we have the original price is 50 and the operator here is less than. Okay, what I want to do now here is I'll just say or switch over the operator, or switch over the operator here. The first case is going to be the case where operator is less than. If operator is less than, so what we want to do is, if operator is less than, not less than, equal to, just remove this equal to here. We want to append original price to less than. Want to append this original price and this less than operator here, mongodb operator, to the original price here. So yes, and we break from this case. The next case is going to be for let's say it's going to be for, instead of less than here, we'll have greater than. What should be? It's going to be greater than here. Yes, and the default case is going to be for equal to. This is going to be default here. The default one, just want to set the original price to the original price. So with this is how we are going to be using our prices. This is how we're going to work with the prices. So default original price. Yes, this is the default case. Is just going to be the original price equals to whatever original price we're passing here. So let's go and see if this is going to work now, because I believe by now this is going to work. So let's go. Remember, we already filter all of this from our back end, so this should work without any problem. So let's go here. Okay guys, look, we already having our products filtered by their prices. See every price here is less than 500, is less than $50. You see 20, 30, 20, 40, 30, 20. So if we just change the condition now, instead of 50, let's put greater than 100. Let's, all the prices greater than 100. Let's say greater than. Okay, you see all the prices here are greater than 100. You have 120, 600, 600, 120, 150, 120. You see, so we are filtering by, yes, but there is one problem with this. We have a problem, and I'm sure you've noticed it. Our categories, we are not getting our categories here, but for our brands, we're getting our brands, but we're not getting the categories here. The reason we're not getting the category here is we need to do some changes, some few changes in our back end. Yes, because the way the aggregation pipeline works is the way it's filtering is not the same way in which our filters are working. So we need to go and do a little bit of adjustment in order to get our various categories here. So let's go to the back end and see what we can adjust there. So let's go to products controller here. So guys, the problem here is, let me explain the problem to you, why we need to do some changes here. The thing is, whatever we're getting from this request.query here, yes, from this request, this query string here is going to be a string, but our prices are not actually strings, right? Our prices are numbers. But here, MongoDB can accurately here, when we are doing our normal searching here, when we are using this find method, MongoDB is going to know how it can cast that string into a number. But with the aggregation pipeline down here, You don't know how to do that with the aggregation pipeline here. What it's expecting in this method here, in this match method, is not going to be a string. It's expecting a number. It must be a number. That's why we are not getting the categories here. It has to be a number. So one way we can do that is we can manipulate what is coming to this request query here before we actually send it to our either to this find method here or to our aggregation pipeline here. So let's go and do that. Let's see how we can manipulate the queries here before we send them to our aggregation pipeline. So now here, instead of just sending JSON.parse here, I'm going to create another file here. I'll select query. This is going to be parsed. I'll just call it parsed query. Yes, and see, this is going to be JSON.parse the query string here. Okay, here I'll check if parse query dot original price. If we have the parse query dot original price, this is where we're going to be doing the work here. So let's log this parse query dot original price to the console and let's see. So parse query dot original price here. Let's log it to the console and see. Okay, let me fetch. Let me see. Come back here. Let's go back. Yes, you see, this is a result of this. You see, this is it here. And from what it looks like, you see, what we are receiving here, this 100, is a string. So what we need to do is want to convert this into a number. Want to convert this to a number. So with this, I think it's really clear now what we are doing, what we're going to be doing here. So if this, so what I'll do here is I'll check again. I'll give another if statement here. If pass, oh my god, I'll check if the past query dot original price dot it's greater than, yes, check this like this, and what we have to do is we just have to pass this price here. You say pass query dot original price dot greater than, you say it's equal to pass int. Want to pass whatever we have in this original price into an integer. This is what is happening here. We are passing whatever we have in the original price here into an integer here. So if we lock now this passed query here into, let's lock it to the console. Now you see that instead of this, let's lock now this to the console. So it's clg. Let's lock the pass query to the console. You see now that we're going to be receiving a number instead of a string. Yes, you see, now the original price is, we are getting a number. This is no longer a string, it's a number. So we need to do the same thing here for our less than and for equal to here. If this is greater than, let me see. Yes, this is less than now. If this is less than, then we just need to replace this with less than. Okay. So yes, and now for this, if we just have original price here, now the last one is if we just have if we just have the original price. So we're just going to set the pass. Let's say pass query dot original price is going to be, let's say pass int, and here we just say pass query dot original price here. Okay, this is for when the original price is just equal to the price there. So if we come now here, instead of passing this to this, instead of passing JSON.parse here to this find method here, I'm just going to pass our past query here. Here we're going to have the past query. Oh, what am I doing here? We'll come down here. Instead of this JSON.parse query here, we just put our past query, and we come down to where we are using the aggregation pipeline. Here, this match, we just need to pass our, copy this. This is going to be our past query here. Now, I hope this works now. Let's go and check. Okay, let's go back here. Original price is not a number. Okay, we are having some errors here. Invalid parameter. Original price. Let's refresh. Now let's check back the price. Let's say 100 greater than. Okay, invalid parameter, original price. Okay, let me go and check. So if you look here, you see this error is coming from, we have invalid parameter, original price is number. This error is surely coming from here, this past query here, because here, no matter, if we are sending an original price that has this, whether greater than or less than, is going to try to convert it to a price, and obviously this greater than is not a price. It will show you, you give us that error that original price is not a number here. So what we can do here is we're going to use if else statements here. Instead of just using this if here, we're going to use if else statement here. So here I'm just going to pass if else if. So here is going to be else if this. Then at the end here we'll just pass else here, and we'll wrap all of this in this else statement here. Okay, with this now, let me see if this I think this now is going to work. Let's come here and check. Yes, we have the categories here, guys. These are the categories here. Yes, we have the categories here, we have the brand here, and we have all the prices here as greater than $100. So let's try another one. Let's try equal to 600. Let's try equals to 600. Equal to, yes, we have all of these two products equal to 600. Now everything is working. You see, the brand is here. Computer, let's try less than 100. Click less than 100. Yes, so we have less than 100. So everything here is less than 100. So yes, you can see. So we have the categories here, also we have the brands here, everything. Now we just need to, when we click on this button, we want to initialize this price filter here. So let's go and do that. We can close this product controller. Everything we're done with that product controller. So let's come here to the search wrapper. When we click on that button, we just want to set let's see, button for price. This is tag, this is search, this is price. Okay, we'll click on this. We want to set price to an empty string here, and we just check here if actually there is a price. Then we want to if there's no price, we want to disable that button. So let's come here. It's active now. If you click on it now, yes, it's deactivated, and we have all our items back here. So with this now, we are done implementing our search and filtering. It's finally done. We are done with search and filtering, everything concerning search and filtering. What is left for us is this tag. This tag, we're going to use this tag when we are like on the products page. When it comes to the product details page here, let's click on a particular product, and you see in this particular product here we have these tags here. If the user gets to click on a particular tag here, we'll navigate them to the search page with the tag. Yes, with the tag in the URL. So that's what we're going to do, and it will just automatically search our product tags for us. So that is how we're going to do that. That's what we're going to do with the tag also. Yes, but for now we'll leave that. Let's go and see how we can implement now our infinite scrolling. Actually, yes, let's go and see how. Let's go back here. Let's see how we can implement infinite scrolling. We're going to remove that button. We're not going to be putting that button here anymore. We're going to implement now the real infinite scrolling. Yes, so let's do that before we can complete other sections here. So to achieve infinite scrolling here, we're going to use intersection observers. This is another powerful API which JavaScript gives us and do a lot of things with it. So we're going to be using the intersection observers in order to implement our infinite scrolling. So here we'll come down here, we'll do it after this removed query here. So what we're going to do is let's define a variable here called, let's say, scroll const scroll ref scroll ref, and we call it, say use ref and pass null, and here we're going to say const last element ref. We use a callback here. So with this callback, we're going to pass in this callback now. We're going to pass a node. So you say we're going to have a node here. So in this node, we're going to first check if it's loading. If it's loading, we return. If it's fetching the next page params, we return. So if it doesn't has the next page, we're also going to return from this function. So if we are fetching, if it doesn't has the next page, we're going to return from this function. If it's fetching the next page, we're also going to return. Now, if scroll ref.current want to disconnect from this ref initially, yes, initially want to disconnect from here. So we have all this is all what we're going to be doing in this intersection observers here. Now the thing here is, what you need to understand here is this intersection observers, it receives this entry here, it will receive entry here. Entry is actually an array, then it's having this is intersecting, this is intersecting property here. This is intersecting property here. You just check if we are intersecting. If you are intersecting at the point which we want to display the next set of product, if we have reached the point of intersection, then we're just going to fetch the next batch of products. That's why we're just passing fetch next here. So that is it. This is how it's going to be. Then you say if not here, then we want to if there's actually the element, that's why we're just calling it not here, this element, this scroll ref here, if it's available, then we set scroll ref to current.observe. Then that's when we're going to be observing that particular element. So here now we just need to pass this element ref right down to where we're going to be needing it. So let's come right down to the end of the page here. Let's come here, okay, where we are filtering our product here. So this is where we are filtering our product. So we need to pass here element ref, say element, last element ref, and we just pass it to last element ref. We need to go now to this cat. We need to go inside this cat here. Let's say of 12, and we need to get it from props. So this cat here is going to accept another property called last element ref. Now what we need to do with this last element ref, we need to just pass it as a reference here. So it's a ref equals to last element ref. Okay, so right now we are just passing everything to the cat element here. That means every cat is going to have this last element ref, which is not ideal, which is not actually what we want. In doing it like this, we're not going to scroll to anywhere. So what we have to do is, let's come back here. Yes, we're going to pass another property here. Let's call this index here. Now we'll check if no, we cannot write if here. I'm going to say if index here, index is equal to product.length plus 1. If index here is equal to product, yes, dot length plus 1, yes, oh, not 1, 2, then that we want to do something, want to wrap whatever thing we have here, want to wrap this, else we still want to do the same thing, want to call this cat here, we still want to call this very cat here, but the difference now is we are not going to be passing, okay, we have an error, we are not going to be passing this last element to this other cat. So here, yes, we're not going to be passing this last element, this, let me see, yes, we're not going to be passing this last element to this other cat, because this cat here is going to be the last cat when the index is equal to the product.length. Yes, that means we are at the last item. No, this is actually if index plus 1 is equals to the length, yes, like this. Okay, like this, if index, because this index is 0 base, it starts from 0 to whatever amount, but if you add 1 to it, it's actually going to give us now the length of the product is going to start now from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If the length is 5 now, it's going to be equal to the product length, which is the last element of this array. So with this now, I think if we go, let's go and try the infinite scrolling if it's going to work. Here ref is undefined. Okay, let's go back to the application. Where do we have ref here? Ref, yes. So let's go back. Use callback to, oh my god, I didn't import all of this. Okay, now let's see. If we scroll right down, you see all the products are coming here because the internet connection now is actually really fast. So I'm going to throttle this connection. Let me go to, let's throttle this connection. I'll go to DevTools here. The following error occurred during refuse. Okay, let's come to, well, first refresh this page. Let's go to our DevTools. Let's go to network. We throttled this to, let's put this to fast 5G. Let's refresh the page once more. Okay, the thing here is now is we cannot actually see anything going on now here because we have not set our loaders. We need to set a skeleton so that represents like this our cart here. That represents our cart here. So we need to set a skeleton that represents our cart so that when we load right to the last element, we display those. We display the various items. So let's do that one. Let's do that one before we come and test our work here. So what I have to do is let's go back to application. Let's go to application and just let's be done with that section first before we come and test. So what I'll do is I'll come here. Let's go to our components folder here. I'll create a new file here. I'll code loading skeleton .jxs. Loading skeleton. So RFCE. Now this loading skeleton, we can get it from, I already have a code snippet for that loading skeleton we are seeing down there. So let me go and copy that snippet. So this is it. It's fairly simple. It's really simple. What you can do, let me just copy this and I'll paste it here. So here we just have this tailwind CSS class here. We have daisy class here. We have this animate pulse. Animate pulse is going to like, it will give it a pulsating effect. Yes. So we are just setting the spaces between them to be here. Yes, we're setting the space up and down here to 4. Yeah. So it's not something very big. We just do this. So the class is, we're giving a height of 16 pixels to each of the items. I'm just setting the background to gray. Yes, and the width, we're giving the width here depending on the various items which we have in that cart. Now we just need to come back to search wrapper here. What we're going to do here is we're just going to create here, let's say this is going to be our loading skeleton down here. Yes, so we're going to create the loading skeleton here, and here we're going to check, the first thing we're going to check here is if it's fetching. We just create an array. Yes, we'll create an array of items. See, let's check here if no is fetching next page. If it's fetching next page, what we need to do here is we just need to say array. You see, let's say array dot, this is not coming here because array dot from, we just need to give the length and we map over all of the arrays here, and here we just need to call our loading spinner here, our loading skeleton. So loading skeleton here, and we pass in the key here, and the key here is just going to be the index position here. So with this, okay, with this I think we're going to have the loading skeleton being applied. So array.form, yes, we're just giving the length to be 12, which is equals to the total number of items which we are receiving here. So okay, let's try this now. Let's refresh. It's going to take a long time because we are throttling our connection. Okay, the products are here. Let's try to scroll now. You see that loading spinner there before the rest of our items came in. So I don't know if you saw it, but the loading is actually working. So we can even set our connection to even much slower network for you to see clearly. Okay, let's scroll. You see, this is our loading spinner here. Yes, the other items have come. So now we are successfully implementing our infinite scrolling. Now what I have to do before we leave this search page here is to take care of this tag. That's the only thing left here. So for us to do that, we need to go to our product details page. Let's go to product details page. P is a product details page here. So let's go to, oh no, this is product details here. Okay, we need to go to the right. This is the left side. Let's go to the right side. Yes, right down where we have our tags. Okay, this is where we have our tags. Yes, so here I'm just going to turn these tags into a link. This is going to be a link. And where are we going to be navigating to here? This is going to be to /search and /search. Instead of query here, I'm going to give another thing here. This is going to be tag. Actually, this is going to be tag. Okay, what is wrong here? It's going to be //search and here instead of query here I'm going to put tag. Yes, instead of query I'm going to put tag, and I just pass the tag here. Okay, now if we come to search page here, we need to also get that tag. We need to get the tag. It's a const. No, we need to get it from here. It's a const tag is equals to search.get tag. Let's log this tag to the console and see if we're going to get it. Right now it's going to be undefined, but let's go to our application. Let's go to the home page here. Let's get a product, or let's fix our network back to no throttling, and let's click on this product here, and we go right down to tag here. To tag here, let's search for, let's say, air marks. Let's go here. Yes, we see tag here, air marks. Let's go to our application. Yes, we have the air marks here. Great. We just need to send it down. Let's say tag. It's going to be tag, and we receive it here. Let's go up. So you see, these things are just repetitive work. Yes, we're just repeating the same thing over and over again. So get the tag here. Let's come to where we need to use this tag. Let's come to where we need to use that tag. Okay, now before we use that tag, we need to check here if. So here we say if there's query, if there's queue, then we want to just get the queue. Else, if there's a tag here, then we want to get that tag else we just want to give it an empty string. Yes, you see, we have air max here. Okay, we have air max here. We just need now to pass it down to, so let's see, where do we have our tags? Okay, let's close the loading skeleton here, close stack here. Okay, let's come here. We need to pass it here. We need to check if comma filter data, if filter data dot, we'll just say tag. Did we call this tag? Yes, let's just, it's filter data dot tags. Then what we want to say is, we'll just say params dot append tag here. Instead of this, we'll just say in here. Remember, if tags is in, yes, filter data dot tags. So with this, let me check if this is actually what we defined. So let's go to product controller here. Let's check for, we have in here. That's great. We have in, and let's go to insomnia. We're getting all the products here. Let's check. Tax value. Okay, we're using tax. Great. So with this, so we can come back to image wrapper here. Yes. Oh, let's come back to search here, and here we just need to pass this tags here. Where are we calling? Yes. Here we just need to say tags. This is tags, and we pass the tag there. So with this, yes, let's go here and let's reset back the field where we click on the tag button. Where's the button? This for brand, this for price, this here is for search, and this here is tag. I'll just say remove tags. Yeah, let's come up here and write the methods to remove that tag. Let's just copy this. This is going to be remove tags, and we just set tag here to an empty string. Remove tags. Yes. So okay, this is it. Let's try this, if this is going to work. Yes, you see all the tag here. What did we give here as tag? Air max. You see all the products here as for air max. So you see we have our tag is working. So we just need to activate this field if we have a tag there. So let's come back. I was down here and I didn't check to, let's say tags. Oh, this is just going to be one tag. So let's go back. Yes, you see this tag here is activated. If you click now on it, okay, we have all of our products here. So let's go back and see. Let's check another. Let's click, for example, this dress here. Let's check its tags here. Let's say women. Let's just click here. Oh, we have only one here, so we can check for some more tags. Let's go to the next page. So we are going to implement infinite scrolling also for this page. Yes, also for this page. So let's go for this. The tag here is, we have Nike. If you check Nike, yes, we're going to have all the Nike products here. So okay, so we are done now finally with our filtering and sorting. Now let's go and perform infinite scrolling for the home page before we wrap up with this section. So if we go to the home page, let's say let's go to the home page. Control K W. I'll just search for home page here. Now for the home page here, what we're going to do, we're going to be passing everything into this filter. This feature product. Yes. So what I'll do now here is I'll just remove this button. We don't need this button here anymore. So we're going to pass everything here. Everything we need from that button, we're going to pass it into feature products here. So even this handle next page, we don't need it. Remove it. So here I'm going to pass fetch next page. Also fetch next page, and here we'll pass also what we have is loading, is fetching next page. So is fetching next page. We also have what again? Has next page. Oh, has next page, and yes, I think this is the last. So let's go to feature products and we get all of that from there. Let's come here, say is loading, is fetching next page, fetch next page, is fetching next page, and has what next page here. Okay, now here when we map over these items, we need to get the index also. Say index, and now here we choose Z. Here we can do like this. If index comma plus if index plus 1 is equal to, if index dot 1 is equals to products, we are having our products here dot the length here, then we want to return, yes, want to return this, else we want to return this here too. But the difference here is we need to pass our our element ref here. We don't yet have it, so let's just copy it from our search wrapper here. Let's just copy everything we did with the search wrapper here. Let's copy this. I will come to feature products here. In feature products, I have to paste this. I'll paste this here, and our last element ref is what will be passing. The last element ref is what will be passing here. So here we get last element ref. I will pass last element ref here, and here is optional. Okay, with this now, after this, we need to pass our loading skeleton. And now if it's fetching, yes, we passed our loading skeleton here. 12 this. Great. Now what we need to do is let's just import use callback here. I will import use ref here. Now we are ready to cruise on. Let's check this. Okay, yes, everything's now fine. So let's refresh. Okay, if you scroll, you see they're coming, but the connection is fast, so the products are just coming, but the infinite scrolling is working. If you want to throttle the network again, you'll see that it's actually working. So let's go to F12. Let's throttle the network to fast G. Let's refresh the page. Let's just wait a moment for the page to load, because it's struggling to load these our images here too. So let's go. You see, yes, you saw it there. So infinite scrolling, it's completed now. Now with this, I think this section is now completed. We can move on to other sections. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we are going to be building my store page. Let me show you in the original application. if you come here, this is my store page here. As you can see here, these are the various products of the user. We have these cards here. The difference between this card with the cards in our home page and in our search page is that we can click on these checkboxes here to select the products which we want to edit. Click here, you see we have this fixed bar that displays here. It gives you the total number of products which you have selected. The maximum is 50. We have this other icons here. We can apply for discounts. We can change the states of the product, and we can even delete the products from the database. So we also have here the which products, which happens to be our like products. These are them here. So we can do a whole lot of things here. This section is going to be a little bit lengthy. So we have the categories here. We can filter by the accessories. You see, you can filter by categories. You can initialize back the filters here. And the status, we can also filter by the status. If you want to get only the products that are under reservation, you can click under reservation. We have one. If you want to get only the products that are sold out, you can click here and you have one. So you can initialize back the filters here. This is what we're going to be building in this section for now. So let us get to work and see how we can bring this section here to life. Okay, if we come to our application here, this is our agent file. What we're going to do is we're going to head right over to our feature products. We'll create a new folder here and I'll call it store. This is going to be the user store. In this store, I'm going to create a new file and I'll call the file my store.jxs. So RFCE. Yes, I'm going to create another file here and I'll call it store wrapper. Let's just call it store wrapper.js6. Yes, I'll create yet another file. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate this store wrapper here. I'll just copy and I'll paste it back here. And now I'm just going to rename it. I'll call this sale products. I'll say sale products. And here we'll just say sale products. Sale products. Okay, I'll do the same for our like products. So I'm going to paste back here and I'll just rename this to like products. And here we'll say like products. Great. Now with these files, these are just the starter files we're going to need for this my store page. What we can do here now is let's go to our router. Let's go to our router. So router.jx will come. Yes, this my store page, guys. There is one thing with this my store page. This has to go under the protected route. We don't want any user apart from the owner of this store to be able to see this section here. So what we're going to do is we'll just duplicate this down here, and here I'll just say my store, and the message we're going to have here is my store. Great. Now with this, let's see if we can navigate to this my store here. This is our application currently. Oh my god, let's go back. Let's go to my store, my dash store. Okay, we have it here. This is my store here. Now we just need to give the structure of our my store. Yes, so we're going to close this. I'll close this for now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pin all of this. I'll pin this. I'll also pin this here for the moment. We're going to remove back the pins when the file gets a little bit bigger. I'm just pinning this so that I know the location of each of my files. So yes, so okay, let's come to my store here. The first thing we're going to need here is our header. We're going to need our header. Okay, IntelliSense is not coming, so we need to import it manually. Header from, this is not going to be header, this is coming from this /component /header. Yes, I think so. And this header here is expecting a user, and we're going to get the user. Since this is a protected route, we're going to get it from our context. Let's say const user is going to come from use outlet context here. Great. And now we just pass our user here. This is what we've been doing. So, and now here I'm going to call the my store wrapper here. Say my store. There's a store wrapper here. Great. And now here I'll just pass the footer. Here. Okay, great. We have the my store here and our user. So let's check. Okay, we have the skeleton. Now we can begin working with this store wrapper. Let's go back to the application. Here we just get to pass our user here. Call this user. Now let's go to the wrapper here. Okay, in here now we can get the user from here in our store wrapper. Let's get the user from here. Okay, in here now we're going to write some styles. We're going to write some styles here, and the first thing is, let's give it class here. Let's give a class of normal flex. You remember this normal flex, right? This is going to be normal flex responsive, and this is going to be a section also. Oh no, this is not selection. This is going to be a section, not selection. Section. Great. Okay, here we need to give another div here, and in this div, let's give it class width of full, and on bigger devices we need to give the width have to be 3/4. This is going to be like 3/4 of the page. Yes, going to be 3/4 of the page, which let's say width is going to be 3/4 of the page. Yes, self, want to align self to start, and margin bottom is going to be 14. On bigger devices here we're going to give a margin right of, let's say, 12, and on bigger devices still we need to give a margin bottom of 0. And in here we can now paste our profile. Let's place our sidebar. How do we, yes, we call it profile sidebar. Yes, and let's see what we need to pass into this profile sidebar. We need to pass the user, so we just pass the user, which will get it from there. And down here too we need to create another div here, and we set the width to full. This div now is going to hold our content, so self also to start. And on bigger devices we just need to set the width of this to this is going to be 9/12. Great. And here, yes, it's down here now. We can begin to write some our styles. Yes, we can begin to write the styles for the content. But before we do that, let's see how this is actually coming. Let's check. Okay, so here we have everything here. Now on the right side here we're going to get our content there. We're going to put our content here, so let's go and do that. So the first thing I'm going to have here is we're going to have a div. Now in this div we're just going to wrap our image around this div, so I'm going to give it a height of, let's say, 52, and on bigger devices I'm going to give it a height of, this is width, I'm going to give it a height of, let's say, 64. Oh, 64, yes. And width, of course, is going to be full, because we're going to wrap our image inside this div here. So here we can just say img, and we give like this. Now here let's give a class name, and we'll just give rounded. Let's say rounded to md. Width is full, yes, and height is also full. Object cover, yes, and here we can give the source. The source is going to be our users, our banner picture. So it's going to be come from user dot banner. I think we called it banner image. Yes, banner image. Okay, that's not working. Okay, then our alt text here, we're just going to call it banner. Okay, let's check it. Yes, we have our banner here. Now below here we are going to give, let me show you. After this banner, we're going to give these two buttons here. Yeah, we're going to have these two buttons here. Then whatever thing we're going to have down here is going to be our dynamic content. It's going to be our dynamic content. So let's go and give those two buttons there. Bring this up like this. Yes, I have to minimize this. Let me just give a comment here so that we know this is banner image. Yes. So here I'll start by giving a banner or a break. Sorry, I'll give a break point here. And okay, here I'll start by giving a div here. Okay, in this div I'm going to have an h3. This is going to be h3. Yes, and in this h3 I'm just going to call this light. Let's start with our sales product. So I'm going to call this sales products here. So, and I'll give some styles to this class. I'll just say text is going to be x slash and cursor pointer. Cursor is going to be pointer. Padding left of, let's say 2. Okay, great. Now on this class I'll just give a width of full and flex, and I'll give a gap between them, let's say of probably 12. Now I'll just have to duplicate down this class here, and instead of sales product here I'm just going to give light, let's just call it light products. Okay, here now. So how are we going to decide whether we are clicking or getting the sales products or the light products? We are going to append a query string to our URL. We've done that before. So what we're going to be using is, let's say const, we're going to get our we're going to get all of this from our search URL search params. Yes, so let's say search params. This is going to come from not React, guys. This is going to come from React router DOM. So this is going to be the search params. Oh no, this is use search params. Okay, so here now when we click on one of these links here, we want to set this search params to a query string which we can read back from this class here. So let's give this a second click. When we click on this button, we just want to say set search params, and I'll just say tab is products. Yes, and I'll copy the same thing here. Instead of products, I'm just going to replace the product with tab, with likes. So products and likes. Okay, so let's try and see this. Great, you see we have products here and we have likes here. So if you click on products here, you see we have our URL now has this query string on it, tab products. If you click on likes, the same thing, it has this tab of likes. So let's go and continue. This here is h3, guys. This is h3, not h. Okay, so we need to give some styles to these classes depending on which tab we are on, whether we are on a sales product or we are on like products. So for that we need to just, let's give it template string here, and now here you can check if search, say if search params, or let's say search. Okay, before we use search params here, let's come and say const tab search.get tab here, and we are setting the default here to product. So if we don't set anything, we're going to get a product. So here we'll check if tab here is equals to products, then we want to give an underline to this. We'll do the same thing here. So I think I'm just going to have to copy the whole of this class here and we'll bring it here. Okay, or did it copy something? We have two classes here, so we need to remove this other one. And here, instead of products, here we'll just say likes. Okay, so we are on likes now. So you see this underline here, just to differentiate where we are at the moment. So we come to sales here, you see the underline, come to like here. Oh, it's not clicking. Okay, what is wrong? Okay, let's go back and see. Here, let's just get this. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we need to so here we need to pass an on click here. Yes, and we set the tab here to like because we are only setting the tab here to products. We deleted it by mistakenly, so that's why it was not working. So yeah, let's try again. Here we can, if we don't have a tab here, but there's no problem, we can leave it like this, there's no problem. Let's come back here, let's click on like. Yes, you see we are on like. Sales, we are on sales. Like, we are on like. So okay, now we are going to begin from sales product before we go to like products. So let's go and work on the sales products now. Before we go, we move down to the like products. So down here, I'm going to give another break down here. This break here is going to have our tab content. Yes, so here I'm going to say b break here, and here I'm going to give another div here, and this div I'll just give a class of width of full, and here I'm going to render our either my sales product or my like product. So yes, so if tab is equals to product, then only then I'm going to render my sales product. So here I need to pass in my sales product here. So sales products here, and here I need to pass in my liked products here. So like products. Okay, so now I'm just going to go into this sell product. Okay, here now we can begin working with this sell product. I'll start by giving the class name here. This is going to be width of full, and I'll just set it to relative because we need to position some items relative to this container here. So I'll just give a div here. Here I'll set the width also to full, width dash full, and flex. I'll give a gap x of say 8, just gap. Yes, and item is going to be center, item center, and flex wrap. Okay, and now here we need to place our category buttons, which is actually going to be a drop down. Yes, it's going to be a drop down. So I'll say category. Now what we have to do is, let me go to, I'll come here at daisyui and I'll search for drop down. I think this is it. Yes, this drop down here, and I'll go for this one here. This one here is using this details. Okay, let's see. Let me check this one. This here is using, okay, let's take this one that's using labels with tab index. Yes, so I'm going to copy this. I'll just copy this, come back to your application, I'll paste this under here. Okay, now here on this label, this is just a div with a drop down, and you have some styles here. Now I'm going to add some custom styles here just to make this button look better. So btn, I'll say btn outline, and on hover I want to say btn that's neutral. Yes, and instead of click here, we'll just say this has to be category. Great. Okay, in this UL we have these classes here, but I'm just going to add some more of these classes here. I'll give a gap because this is already this. We'll give a gap here. Yes, I'll give a gap of x, and it's going to be 10, and also a gap y of 4. Yes, and flex wrap so that the items, they should not move into a new line. Yes, so okay, and I'll give a width here of 98, 96. Then on bigger devices, I'll give a width of, let's say, 700 pixels. That's a 700 pixels. Okay. It seems as if we already have a width defined from. Okay, yeah, this is it. I'll just have to remove this other width from here. Okay, let's check. Okay, we have the button here. You see, if we click on this button, now it's like this. But if we click on this button, you see, we have the items here. But these items, we need to make them, they need to stand out on each other. So, but now they are lined out after each other, but we need to make them side by side. So, here we're going to put flex here because we're not having flex at the moment. Yes, and if you look at this UL element here, it's having this menu. I don't want this menu here, so I'm going to remove that menu from there. Yes, with this. Okay, let's check. Okay, yeah, this one is better now. This is better. Yes, this is a lot better now. Okay, we have a pattern of 2. Let's just give a pattern of 4 instead of 2. Let's give a pattern of 4. Yes. Okay, now we are done with this category. Now let's check the next. We're going to do the next thing here is going to be the status. Our products need to have a status. So what we'll do with the status is I'm just going to copy. It's the same thing like the category here, so I'm just copy everything we have from the category, and I'll bring it down here. And instead of category here, we'll just have what? Status. Status. And here, on bigger devices, what I want here, I'll just give a width of, instead of 700 pixels, I'll give like 600 pixels. Or even 500 is going to be fine. Okay, this is category, and yes, this is status. So yes, okay, it's okay like this. So okay, the next thing we're going to have here is we're going to have our search input. We're going to have a search input here. After the search input, we're going to have a button to initialize our filters, these filters here. So let's go and do that. So I'm going to get rid of all of this, and here the next thing, the comment I'll give here is this is going to be our search input here. This is going to be the search input. So no, this is, let's give a div here. I'll give a class of relative because we need to have a search icon there. I'll now say input. So we already have something here, and here instead of this, I'm going to give, let's say BS search. Yes, that is it. And I'll give a size of 23. And let's just give some stars to this. Position it to absolute. Okay, it's already positioned here. BTN primary. So let's see. Okay, let me see. Okay, this search input is too long here. We need to shorten it. So what I'm going to do is I'll just remove this width from here. Okay. Yes, and also from here. I don't want the width too. Okay, so let's check now. Okay, this is better. Yes, I think. Let's see. Okay, you can search all. Let's say width. Let's give a width of, let's say 80. Let's check this one. Okay, this width here is better. It's good. Now we can have a button here to initialize these filters here. We can have a button to initialize these filters here. So we're going to just drop a button down here to initialize the filters. So after this, I'm going to give here, this is going to be initializer, and here this is going to be a button, and say let's have a class name of btn neutral. Okay, we have these fields now. So what we need to do is, let's go and see how we can get our categories and our status. Yes, we can get our categories and our status so that we can display our products down here. Yeah, so that we can display our product down here. So let's go and do that. So if we come here, we're going to go to we are going to write some new endpoints here to get our, not really new endpoints, but we're just going to reuse the endpoint which we have. But you know, our home page is using infinite scrolling and our search page, so we do not want to use the same infinite scrolling on this store page here. We do not want to use infinite scrolling on this store page, so we want to use the normal pagination. So what we're going to have to do is, let's go to our store. We're going to create a new file here. So rather than doing this in the store, let's go to the product, because we already have the same thing in the product. The only thing we need to do is, we don't want to have infinite scrolling. Yes, that's the only thing. We don't want to have infinite scrolling. So I'll just come to, where's product? Yes, this is the product API. This is where we are getting all our products. Now here, instead of get all products, I'm just going to, I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Instead of get all products, I'll say get products. I'll just call this get products. Yes, so here we're not going to be passing the page number like this here. We'll just have the filter product here, and the page number here is just going to come from filter data dot page number. Yes, filter data dot page number. And here we're going to be checking, we need the brand. So here we are going to keep the query, we're going to keep category. We don't need price here. We can remove all of these price filters here. We don't need the price filters here, but here we're going to put the status, because we need the status filters here. Status here, and I'll just call the status. Great. And yes, we're also going to need the user filter. Let's say filter data dot, instead of seller ID here, I'm going to pass the user. I'll just say user, because that's what we are sending from the back end. So okay, then for the tags, we don't need tags for now. Okay, for now this is what we're going to have. Okay guys, there's one thing. Remember that we had an endpoint that gets users other products. Yes, we can also use that endpoint to get my products, because actually they are your products. But so we could also use that endpoint. The choice is yours. So we have two ways which we can get the product now. We can get the products that belong to the currently logged in user. So we have two ways of doing it. You can use the other seller endpoints, and you can use this, our general endpoint here. So but now I'm just going to use this here, because I already start working with this. So we're just going to do it like this. Okay, so here we can come back to this use product here. In use product, we're not going to be doing it like this. Instead, what we'll do is, I'll say const, I'll say use product, and we'll pass our filter data as usual. And here, I'll say const. This is used mutation. Oh, this is not, it's not a mutation. Use query. So use query. Here, okay. The query option. So we're going to have a query function, and yes. So here, our query function is going to be this get all products. No, not get all product, get products. It's going to be get products. Yes, I will pass the filter data. And here our query key is going to be get products. And we passed our filter data here in the query key here. And what will be left for us to do here is we're going to just get our data. the data here, I'm just going to call them products, and it's loading. I'll say yes, I'll just leave it as it's loading. And now here we just have to return the product and is loading. Now okay, you see, with when we are getting our product like this, we don't need all of this extra parameter, this get next page param. This only applies to when we are using infinite scrolling. So yes, so I'm just going to export this function. So export, I'm going to export this function here. Okay, and now let's go back to our products. Let's go back to where we have our, let's say, sales product here, and we are going to call as a const use product, and it's expecting our filter data. Now we need to pass the page number. Yeah, I'm just going to give 8. Oh, the page number here I'll give 1, sorry. Then for the limit I'm going to give 8. Yes, and we had another option. We have user. The user here is going to come from, let me just get the user from here. Let's say this is user. We're going to pass it to this sales method here, and here now we can just say const. Here user is going to come from user.id. Now you see this query now is dependent on this user. So you know what we can do. We have to load this product only when we have this user here. We need to load this use products only when we have user here. So don't forget this. We'll go back and change it. Well, before we say we'll go back and change this, let's just do it so that we don't forget after. So here we'll just say enabled. Here, if only filter data dot user. Here, filter data dot user. Yes, and here we just need to turn it into a boolean by giving this double quotation mark here to turn it into a boolean field. So let's come back to our sales product here. Okay, now concerning our categories, we need to pass the category here, but we are not yet getting our category. When we call this used product here, that's when we will be able to get our categories to loop over. So now what we can do is I'll just get our products from here, and is loading. Okay, let's log the product to the console if we're going to get something. Let's log products. Okay, we did get something indeed. So here we have total pages is 3, product count 23, and product length is 8. Now the reason why we are getting all our products, because the total products count is 23, all the products in our database. The reason why we are getting that is because this user here is not yet working. We are just passing the user to the sales product here, but we are not setting it from this store wrapper here. So here we need to pass in the user. We need to pass in this user here. So come here. This is going to be user, and we just passed here user. So let's go back to sales here. Now if you check now, you see the total product length is 4, and the product count is 4. Total pages is 1. So now we are getting our correct data. Now we're getting the correct data from here. Okay, what I'm interested in now is our, let me just pin this. Let me just pin this down here. Give P here so that I can easily scroll right down to the last page. Okay, what I'm interested in here is our categories array. See, our categories array now is an empty array. Look, it's an empty array. But if you see all our brands, you can get these are all, we have all our brands here, but we'll not be using the brand array here. So our category array is empty, which it's not supposed to be empty. So let's go and check what is going on with that category array. So we need to go back to the back end. I think we need to make some few changes there. So let's go to product, controller. So the reason we are not getting our category array is because if you look here, MongoDB is expecting the user here. Well, or is it the match method here is expecting to match a user with this match method here. It's expecting to match the user, which is actually a MongoDB object ID. But what we are getting from our query is a string. So this match method is finding difficulties to compare that string and that object ID. So what we have to do is we need to use a MongoDB query operator also to match it, not just relying on the equal to operator, because if we're relying on the equal to operator, we are not going to get our cat items. So the fix we can do for that is, let's just add another query operator here, and we call it equal. This is another MongoDB query operator which stands for equal to. So this stands for equal to. And now we can go back to our application. Let's go back to our app API here, and instead of just passing user here, we need to give our square brackets, and we pass that equal to operator here as well. So if we come now, let's go back to our product. If we come to our sales product here, let's click on it. Let's dock this here. Yes, let's check. Okay, now you see we have our cat array. We have only shoes and clothes. This user have only shoes and clothes as their categories. So you see, that was what we were lacking up there. Now, if you come to this controller method, we are not done yet. I want us to refactor this method here, because you see we are doing a lot of filtering here, and this is actually quite good because we can filter with a lot of things here. Now we can filter with a lot of things with these operators here. So what I want to do is I want us to refactor, to remove all of this filtering, our filtering functionality. We should put it in a middleware, just so that we make this get all products handler a little bit cleaner, so that if someone is looking at this code, because right now if someone comes here, oh, it's so messy. Yes, the filtering and all of that is really, really messy here. So what I want us to do is, let's do the similar thing which we did here, this get recommended product. I notice here that we are calling this get categories, which have to be get recommended product. So I'll just rename this back to recommended products. Okay, we'll go and change this back to in our route. Okay, we can just do that so that we don't forget. We'll come to our route here. Instead of get categories here, we'll just say get recommended products. Great. Let's come back to product controller here and do what we just said we want to do. So here I'm just going to create a new handler here, and I'll call this filtered. Let's say product filters, and here I'll just export dot filtered, or let's say product filters. Yes, it's just going to be, we'll not wrap this in catch async, because this is just a normal field. This is just a normal middleware like these other ones here. And what I'll have to do is, I'll come to where we are getting all our products. Let's minimize this, where we're getting all products here, and all the filters here. I'm going to copy all our filters from here, and I'll move them up. Yes, this is our filters here. This is sorting. We don't want to copy that sorting. We want only our filters here. Okay, I'll copy. I'll just cut them from here. I'll cut, Control X. Yes, and I'll paste them here. Where is, okay, here, our product filter here. I'll paste them here. And what I'll do is, here I'll just store this, our past query. I'll say request dot past query. I'll just store it in this past query. I'll just store the past query in a variable called past query in the request object. So that's what I'll do. And here now we just need to call next. Since this is a middleware, don't forget to call this next, like you're going to be stuck in this middleware here. So don't forget to call this next here. I've repeated that a lot of times, so don't forget that. And now here, what we can do is, I'll just say filtered products, yes, and here I'm just going to destructure. I'll just say const, and I'll destructure our past query from the request object here. Yes, and I'll destructure I'll destructure past query from the request object here, and everything now is going to work the same. So if you come back here, what I'll have to do is, here yes, this is where we are getting all our products. Since this is a middleware, after this is authenticated, I need to pass another middleware here. Here I'll just say this was product filters. Yes, that was product filters. And here we need to remove these get categories. We don't need it here. Let's save. I think if you go back to our application now, everything should be back the way it was and everything should be working. So I can safely close this. I close this, and let's go back to our sales product here. Let's fetch, let's check, let's pin this, let's come here. Okay, this is our category, so everything is back. So we have in our categories now. What we can do also is, since we are here, we need to write another another array to get our status, to get all our status. So I'll just come here and I'll say const status. I'll call this status. Yes, it's equals to, this is going to be all our status. So what are the status here? Where I'm going to copy this from, because we have this in our product model. So I'm going to copy it from our product model so that we don't make a mistake. So okay, this is it here. I'll copy it from here, and I'll come back to sales product here, and I'll just paste it from here. Okay, we have our status here now. So what we need to do is we need to come back here to this category here. Instead of this, I'll remove this, and I'll be looping over. I'll just loop over our products.category. First, I need to destructure. Yes. So I'll just say if it's loading, want to return our loading spinner. Want to return there. Spinner. Yes, and spinner is not coming up, so we need to import it manually. So I'll say import spinner from this component is, yes, we have the spinner here, and here we'll just call it spinner. Yes. Okay, now I need to destructure. There's a const. I need to get products. In products here, we need to get our cat array. We just have to get our cat array from here. Call it cat array. Yes, from products here. So great. Okay, now we can come here and we loop through the cat array. This is status. Here we check if we have cat array. If cat array, then we need to just map over the cat array here, and for each of them we need to let's just copy this li from here, and we paste it here, and we just need to give a key here too. So cat dot, this is underscore, we had, this was count, this was name, I think underscore name. Oh, let me check. Our categories underscore ID. Yes, this was underscore ID. Underscore ID. We don't need this here, and here I'll just pass the category here. Here I'll just say cat. We can now create two new states here to store the category and our status. So I'm going to create two new states here. So use state, and I'll call this category, and this is just going to be, yes, an empty string, and I'll call another state, a set status is going to be an empty string too. And I'll come down here for search also. We're going to do the same thing for search. Yes, so we need all of this. No, we don't need sorting here. And if we come here, what I'll do down here now is I'm going to right here and on click. If we click here, if we click on this method, I'm just going to set our category here. So set category to whatever we have in the cat dot underscore ID. And here we also need to I need to give the count here, or give the count, the number of categories which we have here. So I'll say this is going to be cat dot count. Okay, so I think I'll just have to put this in a strong here to make it stand out. Strong. Okay, great. So with this now we can give some styles to this this ally element. We can give some styles to this ally element here. So here I'm going to say class name, give it template string here. And what is this style going to look like? One that when we click on a button, we want to give some styles to show that this button is to show that this category is what we are currently filtering by. So we can say if category is equals to the current cat is equals to cat, comma, ID, then only then we want to give the styles we're talking about. So I'm just going to give a text of primary focused here. Okay, with this let's go and check how. Okay, use state is not defined. Okay, we need to just give a use state here. Let's go back. Objects are not valid as React child. Oh, that means I'm sending a full object here. Let's see. So here I just have to be cat dot underscore ID, because we're just passing the whole object here, and we cannot pass an object as a child to a React element. So here, okay, we can click here. Yes, we have our categories here. See, when we click on one of them, you see it gets highlighted. We click on this, it gets highlighted. So we can just give a cursor of pointer to each of those elements there. Here, we want to give a cursor of pointer here. So cursor pointer. Okay, and also when we hover over this, when we hover over, we want to give also a text of dash primary focused. Let's see. Okay, it's not getting applied. Okay, it's not getting applied because we are giving this in this condition. We are putting it in that condition, so we need to just remove it and put it outside here. Yes, and also with this cursor pointer, you need to remove it and put it outside here. Let's check now. Yes, so if you hover, you click, yes, it changes. Okay, this one is done. Now we need to work now on this status here. We need to work on the status now. Yes, with this status, we have this status here, but I thought of one thing. For us to look over the status here like this, we are not going to be able to get the number of our status, like the number of status, the number of products for each status. So what I'll do is I'll just get all of this from our backend. So let's go back. I'll say product. Guys, don't worry that we are going back and forth to the API. It's just doing development. Yes, you need to switch back and forth in order to get the desired result which you want. So product, let's go to product controller, and here we've got to scroll and come down where we have this category array. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to duplicate this. I'll duplicate the category array here, and here instead of cat array, I'm going to give status array, everything remains the same, and here instead of category we're going to look over the status here. Okay, and everything stays the same. Now we just need to pass the status down here too. So status array. Now if you come down here, if you come back to our application, let's go back to sales product here. Let's close this. We want to take back our, we want to take the status array. Status array. Let's lock the status array here. Status array. Okay guys, see, we have our status array here. You see, this is the array. We have only the ID here is sales, only sales. We all our products here are still on sales, so we have the sales and the count of 4. So we need to now loop over the status array here. So if you come here, what I'll do is I'll just copy everything we have here because it's almost the same thing. I'll copy and I'll come here where we have this li, and I'll just paste it here, and instead of cat array here we're going to have status array. And we need to first check if we have actually have a status array here. Okay, now we can just, wherever we have this, let's, instead of cat here we just say status, and here we say status, and I'll just replace this status. Great. And instead of set category here, I'll say set status. Okay, let's check this one. Okay, this is status. Yes. Okay, let's check this one if it's working. Oh, cat is not defined. We didn't change something. Yes, this is status. Let's go back. Click here. Okay, status, we have only one, which is sales for now. Okay, great. Now we need to work now on this search and the initialize filters here. Now with the search, you know what to do. We'll just let's come to the search input here. Here we'll say default value. Just give a default. Oh no. Default value is going to be search, and here we'll say unchanged. We're just going to set search to e.target.value, and here open click here. So we'll click on this value, we'll click on this button, then that is so when we click on this button we want to search for the product, but this button here will, in fact here we'll not be able to search for the product. We'll not even reach to the point of clicking on this button here. We'll not reach the point of even clicking on this button here, because when we begin to write our filters, our products will be searched automatically. Yes, so we have search here, and yes, so now we just need to write this button to initialize our filters. So on click here, I'll say initialize filters here, and I'll call this method here. Just call this method down here. So const initialize filters. This is going to be, we just want to set everything back to their default state here. Okay, with this we can now go and put our product page down here. We can go and hook our product page down here. So let's do it. After this initialize filters, now we need to write yes, we need to write our grid to display our product. We need to write our grid to display our products. So let me see, I need to get this. Okay, like this. With this, I'm just going to copy with the products here. I'm going to just copy it from the GitHub repository to save for some times. So yeah, so here it is just the normal. We have this is the product here. We're just giving a width of full, and here we are looping. This is going to be products. We have a field here called sales. this all sales. This is going to give all the products which we are currently selling. And here we are just getting the product length from here. See, this the product length is 4, so we're just putting the product length here. And here we have check products.length. If we're checking if the product.length is equals to 0, then we want to say please select at least one product, because we want a situation where a user should not be able to go and edit products where they have not selected a product. So that's why we're doing this check here. So here I need to import toast, and we need to create this here, this set batch, set open batch. So we'll come up here, so const open batch, or set open batch. By default is going to be false. And if you come here, we need to import this first too. Let's import this. And what again? Yes, we need to create this store cart. We are not going to be using our product cart. We're going to use a different cart for that, and we're going to call it the store cart. So if you come here, we'll create a new file, and I'll call it store card.jxs. Here I'll just say rfce. Yes, it will give us our store card. And now if we come to sales product here, now I just need to import this, yes, from store card. Okay, now we have this other products here. We have checked products and set check products. We don't need this for now. I'm just going to comment this. Yes, I'm just going to comment this. We'll come back to this later. And here we're just passing our products, which happen to be the items here. And we have our key, items.id, which is our product. And we are wrapping everything in this grid here. We are wrapping everything in the grid here. Okay, now let's go and finish with this store cart. Click off top here. Now what we'll do with this store cart is I'm just going to copy our card. I'm going to copy our card, which we have. Copy, I'll go to card here. I'll copy our card because we're going to be doing similar things, not the same, but at least it's going to be similar. And here I'm just going to paste here. We don't need this, we need the link, but we don't need the link up here, but I'm going to need this. We'll copy this, can get rid of this link here. Okay, now we need to place that link only on this image. Link here. Okay, and to, yes, we'll give the to property. So there are a lot of things which we don't need here. We don't need this like and this heart to like and unlike. We don't need it, so we're just going to remove it. And what other thing here? We have the brands here. We don't need the brand here, so we'll remove this too. Oh, not all of this. We're going to remove this card title. Yes, we don't need a brand. We need the price, discount. We need the title, shipping fee. No, we don't need shipping fee. Yes, we can get rid of shipping fee. Date created at, yes, we need the date created at. Okay, now we have this. So here, if we come down here, we need to give a checkbox here. We need to have a checkbox in here. Well, first I need to get our products which we are passing here. Product, yes. And here we need to have an input field which is going to be of type checkbox. Yes. So we have checkbox instead of primary here. I'm going to give ASIN. It's going to be an ASIN. Control P. So let's check if we are not making any mistakes. We're going to see products.map is not a function. Sales product. Okay, let's go and check. Let's come to our sales product, say products.map. Okay, the reason that is happening because here we are just looping over this product here, which is actually not product. So what I'm going to do is here I'm just going to rename this product here to all products, and here this is going to be all. You can just remove this lock here. Here we're going to display all products, and we can get now our products from here. Okay, let's check this now. Format is not defined. Okay, let's come to cart, store cart here. We need to import format from time ago. Let's check now. Okay, this is what we have at the moment. So this is it. We have this. These are all our sales, and we have this button here for batch editing. When we click this, we're going to display a fixed bar down here that we can use to edit our product. So what we need to do with this image is we just need to make this image to fill the whole of this container here. So here we're just going to set the width here to full, I think, and come back here. Oh, it's not getting set. We can give a class here. I also set the width here to full. Let's check. Okay, it's now fine. If we click on this, you see it gets selected. Yes, you see it's getting selected. Now what we want to do is when we click on this, we want to get the various products here. We want to get the various products from this list here, and we display them in our application. So let's go and do that. So we need to come to our sales product here. We need to define this checked product and set check product. This is where we're going to be using them. So here we need to come, let's say check products, yes, and let's come and comment this from here. And now we go to our product store. Let's get them from here. So checked products, and we set check products. So the first thing I'll need to do here is we need to first check. We need to check if check products.include product.id. Yes, then we want to set this check if only our check products include the currently the product.id here, the product which we are passing here. If it includes the ID here, then we want to set this checkbox here as checked. So that's the condition of this check. And here let's give an on click here. Yes, and here we just need to check if check product.include product.id here. If it includes product.id, then we want to set our check products accordingly. And we are setting our check products by looping over the check products, and we filter them if here I'm just going to replace this with if product. I'll just refer to prod. If prod, say prod dot underscore id is different from the product which you're getting from here dot underscore id, then we want to set the check products to that. So else we just set the check products. We spread out the check product here, and we just pass in the product here, not the product ID. So I want to pass in all the product, not only the ID. So with this now, let's see. Yes, with this, let's go back to our application. Let's go back to our sales product here. Let's lock our checked products here. Okay, it's showing us. Let's refresh this here. Okay, let's click. Okay, it's not working. Let's go back. You see, we are having our product here, but when we click, it's not showing us if it's checked or not. So let's go back to store cart here. What we can do here is we can just use find method here. So let's say check products.find here if product.id is equals to this. Now it will find if it gets the product, it's return true. It's going to return true, else it returns undefined. So let's see. Okay, you see it's now checked. If you click here, yes, it becomes checked. So okay, if you unclick, okay, it's not working when we unclick. The reason being that we need to do is a similar thing here. Where is it? Okay, this is it here. Instead of include here, we need to just say find. Yes, product yeah, we need to say port ID is equals to the product ID. We'll take it from there. So if you come now, let's click here. Yes, it goes. Yes. So let's click this, check this. Let's go to application. Let's come to sales product here. Okay, let's check our array here and see how many products we're going to have here. 1, 2. Okay, we're having only 2 here. So this is our check product. We're having only 2 of them here. So these are the 2 we are selecting here. If you unclick this one, let's come back to the application. You see, by now we're going to have only 1. See, this is it, 1 array here. So we are having our checked and our unchecked product. So let me close this. So what next can we do? Let me see. Okay, what we have to do is when we click now on this button, we want to display that bar over here. We want to display the bar over here. So let's do it. So for this, I'm going to create a new file. I'll create a new file in our store here. I'm going to call this file batch editing. I'll say batch editing.jxs. Now this batch editing, I already have the code for this, so I'm just going to copy and paste it here, the HTML and the CSS, so that we save enough time as usual. So let's go and copy what we have in that batch editing and bring it over here. So I'll go to my folder here. I think I have it here. Batch editing. Yes, this is it. I'll just copy everything from here. This is not some very difficult code. It's just simple code. We are just passing the check product here. I would suggest that you look at the code, the HTML and the CSS before we proceed. Yes, it's not difficult, but it's fairly good to understand. So now let's come back to sales product here. In bash product, let's look if we can import any that things which we can import here. Yes, we can get this, and also this here. And here we are passing this checked products here. Okay, yes, we're passing the checked products here. Let's see if we are relying on any other thing in this class. No. So yes, if that's not the case, let's come back here. And here now we need to go very down here, and we say batch editing. In this batch editing now, we just need to call our batch editing section. We just need to call the batch editing section. Let's say batch editing. Oh, check products, and here we just pass our checked product here. And we need to do this only when we have checked product.len is greater than 0. Yes, if check product.len is greater than 0. Yes, also great. Now we need to create another state here in order to open that bar there. So let's say const batch editing. So set batch editing here to false, and here we need to say if only batch editing, if check product.len is greater than 0 and batch editing is true, then we want to open this batch editing pop-up here. So let's go here. When we click on this button here, that's when we want to open that bar here. That's when we want to open that bar there. So when we click on this H2 here for batch editing, so we say on click here, we want to set batch editing here to whatever. So batched editing. So with this, let's see if this is going to work. Okay, let's click on it. Please select at least one product. You see the message I was talking about. Please select at least one product. If you don't select a product, we're not going to be able to open our bar here in order to edit the product. So let's just select this. Yes, you see, this is the bar here. So we have one product selected. The number of product count is here. So there are maximum of 50 products which we can edit. So if we select the next one here, we have 2, 3, and 4. If you remove them, you see, they're going off. Yes, and so we have this now. Okay, great. So what we can do now is we can take care of this discount. We can go and work now on this discount here. So let's come back to our application here. Now we need to create another file here too for that discount, and we'll just call it discount. Discount.jxs. It's RFCE discount. Now we just need to copy the cells here and we import it from here too. After batch editing here, we're going to have our, instead of batch editing here, I'll just call this discount. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Here I'll just call this discount. Sorry, discount. From here is, let's pass batch editing. It's going to take our checked. It's going to take check products here, so we can pass in the checked products here. Okay, and now I also have the code for this discount pop-up available, so I'm going to copy it and I'll paste it. Yes, so this is just to save. The reason why I'm copying and pasting this code here like this is just that we save time. So we've done most of the things. So when we reach a point which we have not touched, I'm just going to write the code normally, but the point which we have at least talked something on it, I'm going to have to copy and paste it. Yes, that's just the HTML and the CSS. You can follow the HTML and CSS up. So because the main thing for this tutorial is the functionality, not really about the styling of the application. It's just the functionality. So I have batch editing here. This is the discount model. I'll copy, Control A, and I'll copy. Come to discounts here, and I'll paste everything we have in this here. Okay, we have, oh no, Control Z, Control A. I'm going to paste everything now here. Okay, we have the discount here. If you see, we have this static field here called discount. I'm going to explain it to you, so you don't have to worry. And this function, you see, the discount here is expecting, is we're going to take, because we're passing our checked products. So yes, we're going to pass our checked products here, and we are using reacthookform here as usual. We're also using reacthookform here to handle the form inputs and everything here. So we are using reacthookform. This is the onSubmit handler. So we have the discount rate and the discount price. So it's based, this is just basic stuff here, guys. So here we've done most of this. We are setting the value here, and we are revalidating the value when we click on an individual discount amount. So, and here we are using the register, and we are just setting some constraints here. The maximum value which we can set for the discount rate is 90, and here we're just giving a custom validation here. This custom validation here, is just checking if our prices or the rates are divisible by 5, because we want to set rates that are only divisible by 5. If the user can set a rate which is not divisible by 5, we're going to throw an error. That's what we're doing here. And we have this other custom validation here called 0. What this does is, if it checks if the discount price is equals to 0 and the value we're receiving from here is also equals to 0, then we're going to throw a value that we're going to throw an error that you cannot use both the discount rate and the discount price at the same time. You need to use one. Either you are setting the discount price or you are setting the discount rate. This is what this condition here is checking. Now if you come down here, it's the same condition, but it's in the reverse order. If the discount rate is equals to 0 and the value is not equals to 0, or if the discount rate is not equals to 0 and the value is equals to 0, then we want to throw the same error here that you cannot use both discount rate and discount price. So, and here we are displaying the error, and this is our input. This is our button to submit this form. So if you go over the code, you see that it is really simple, very, very simple. So just go over the code and yeah, you try to figure it out. So let's come and click on this button now. You see, yes, we have the pop-up here. We have the discount. This is discount with discount rate and discount with discount prices here. This is what I was talking about. If you click here, you see this field here, it gets selected. If you click here, it gets selected. But now if you try to give a value here, you see, we already have the error here. You cannot use both discount rate and discount price. So you see, but if you remove this back here, everything works fine. You cannot submit this. You can now submit this form like this. So this is how this section is going to be. So we can set in the discount right here. So now we can just go and call our backend in order to edit this product. So yes, let's go. I'll come to the backend now. Let's say control B, we'll go to product controller. Okay, that is it. Now in product controller here we have this update many products. Update many products. It used to update a huge amount of products. So this is the update product handler here. But before that, you see, we need to make some adjustments here. We have this update here. We are just setting it to items here. But what we can do is we can use a mongodb operator here. Instead of just setting it to item here, we want to just say set here, and yes, we set it to items like this. Okay, this is better now. And also we didn't write the endpoint, like the router for this update many products. So let's go to product route. I'll go to product route. So if you come to product routes here, we have, this is where we are updating a single product. Let's just duplicate this line down here. Instead of here, here I'm going to have update. I'll just say many products. Okay. And now here, instead of update single products, say update many products. Update many products. Yes. Okay, we have, yes, with this now we can go to, yes, we're going to need to create some route handlers here. Let's just go to our agent here, and we need to write the handler for this. Yes, we need to write the handler for this. And here I'll just say update many products, data that request put. We have product update many products. Okay, I will pass the data there. Now we need to come back to our store here. We'll create a new file here. I will call it update many api.jxs. So here I say export const update many. I'm just going to say update many, and here we'll just give our try catch block here. Here we'll just throw our error, and here we're going to return agent dot product dot update many. Okay, let's see if this update many. Okay, I think we have a problem with our agent here. Instead of edit many products, okay, so we'll come back here. Guys, this is not a JXS file here. This update many here is not JXS, so we need to change this. This is not it. This is just JS, not JXS. Yes, like this. This is not this update many here. Update many API. It's just a JavaScript file. We're not going to put the .jxs extension on it. So here we say edit many products, and we pass our data. Pass the data there. Okay. And we just need to await it. And here, this is going to be an asynchronous method here. Okay, now we need to go. Let's come to here. We'll create another file here, and we call it update many. Let's just say update many products. Update many products .js, and say export const use update many products, and here now we can, whatever we're going to get from here, we're going to return it down there, and here we can say const used mutation is on success. We want to invalidate some queries, and the query we're going to invalidate in here is our products. Yes, it's going to be our products queries, because if you go to if you go to let's go to products, we have it here. Let's go to products API here. You see used products. In used products we are getting here this get products here. We need to invalidate these queries here, so I'm just going to copy it, get products, and I'll come to, and I'll come back here, and we're going to invalidate this here, Control V, get products. But this update menu, we're not going to be doing it like this, so instead I'll just, and here we have our mutation function here, and this mutation function, we call this here, this was update menu. Yes, this is it, update menu, and it's expecting us to pass a data here. It's a data, and this data is going to come from this function. So this is going to be data. Okay, so here on success we need to pass also data here. On success of this function, I just want to give a message, a toast success. So product updated successfully. Yeah, product updated successfully. Just remove this data there. Okay, here I just have to, let's get our mutation here. So mutation, and this is what import this mutation from tanstack query. And now here we say mutate, and is loading, and here we just return our mutate and is loading here. So if we come now to our discounts here, this discount method, we can now use this used update many products here in the discount page here. So before we do that, let's try to lock this value, say this discount rate and the discount price. So let's come here. This is where we are submitting this form. Yes, this is where we are submitting this form, and let me just uncomment this here, this modal closed, because here we are closing this that pop-up with this modal discount ref.close here. Okay, we have the data here. Let's try to submit this form to see what we have in that data before we can continue. So if you come here, you have select 20, let's submit. Yes, you see here we have the discount rate is 20 and the discount price is 0. So we're going to use this now to determine whether we are sending our discount rate or we are sending this discount price. So with this, the first thing I'll do here is I'll use this check product. I'm first going to destructure this check product here into a new array, and I'll call this I'm going to just call this clone. Let's call this clone products here, clone products. So, and here I'm just going to destructure this check product here. So in this submit handler, what I'm going to do in this submit handler is I'm going to call our clone products. Let's say clone products. I'll loop over each of these clone products here. Yes, and I'll just call this I product. And here, since we're looping over all of these clone products here, what I'm going to do is I'll say if we have the product, if we have data here, data dot discount rate, if we have data dot discount rate, yes, if we have data dot discount rate, then what we want to do is want to get our product, want to now get our product discount rate, want to set our product discount rate. So what I'll do is I'll set product the discount rate is going to be equal to the product dot original price. This original price now is coming from our database, our original price minus product dot original price times data dot discount rate divided by 100. So here we're just taking the original price, we times it by the discount rate, and we divide it by 100. Then we minus it by the original price here. Is going to give us the discount price here. So this is the case if data dot discount rate, if we have a discount rate. This is the case where we have a discount rate. Else, if we do not have a discount rate here, if we do not have a discount rate, we have to do something different. If we do not have a discount rate here, we're going to check again if data dot here instead discount price. If we have a discount price, but this time we want to check if the discount price option is greater than item, is greater than product dot original price. If discount, please understand what I'm doing here. The first is I'm first checking here. Give another close bracket here. I'm checking if data dot discount price is greater than or equal to product dot original price. So here we're checking if the discount price which we applied here, if it's greater than or equal to the original price in the database, then we do not want to set the discount price in the database, because we cannot set a discount price that is greater than the original price of our product. Yeah, so if we check if the discount price is greater than the original price, we just have to here we'll just have to skip the method here, or we'll just delete. I'll just delete the product dot discount price. I'm going to delete whatever we have in this product dot discount price. I'm not going to set it. Yes, I'm going to delete it. Else, we'll come to this else block here. Else, here now we can say here we can now set our product dot discount price to be equals to, we can set product dot discount price to equals to product. Here we'll say product dot original price, then minus product dot original price minus data dot discount price. This is going to give us our discount price. Now there is something here also. I want to give here, I'll give as a const. I want to give a state here. Use state here, and I'll just say high. I'll just set it to high discount, and here I'll set it to false. So now the reason I'm setting to false here is if we have here, if this is the case where our discount price is greater than the original price, I just want to set high. I'll just set high discount. Yes, set high discount to true. Set high discount to true here. Yes. So what we did, yes, we set the high discount here to true. Okay, and now okay, with this we can now call our method here to update this method here, because we can now call our method to update this method. We're going to be using this clone product in order to update this method here. So I'll come here and say use update many products. Yes, and this is going to be const. We're going to get our mutation from here. We're going to get mutate and is loading from here. Now guys, if we go to, we need to pass something here. Let's go to the back end. Let's go to product controller. You see in this method, it's expecting these updated items. So remember to pass these updated items as our data. So I'll just copy it. We'll come back here. Yes. We'll come back here. Now we need to write our mutation now down here. We need to write our mutation to update the product down here. Here I'll just say mutate. Instead of just giving it a clone product, we're going to call it like this, product. No. Yes. And here is going to be updated items. We say mutate updated items, and we call the clone products here. Now there's some few things we need to do here also. We need to check here on success, upon success of this method here. If this becomes successful, what do we want to do? Here, say on. Oh, actually, this is going to be an object here. It's going to be an object. Say on success. Here, on success of this method, we want to first check if high discount. If there is a high discount, we want to give a toast. We just want to give a toast notification here. want to give a toast notification here. And what the message we're going to give here is, if some, I'm going to delete all of this message because this is not the message we're going to be writing. We'll say some products could not be updated. Some products could not be updated because discount price is higher than the original price. So here, some products cannot be updated because discount price is higher than the original price there. Yes. So, and after this if check here, what we need to do is we just call this modal discount. We need to close our modal now. We can delete it now from here. We need to close our modal. We can delete this console log here. We need to close our modal and we need to set the index here to 0. This index is just going to change the order of our form, so we need to get the index also from here. Index, just set index here. Yes, okay. Now this is our discount. This is how this discount section is going to be. So guys, try to wrap your head around what we are doing here. So here we are just mutating the product, and we are calling also, after we have saved our changes, we want to display a toast notification if a user gave a discount rate that's greater than, that is too high. So we just want to tell the user that the products which the discount rate was too high could not be set. Yes, so they should change it. It could not be set. So that's why we are giving that message there. Now let's try this. Let's try to see if this is going to work. Yes. So the index which we are passing there, we need to send that index. Okay, update many. Let me just close this. I'll close this too. Auth3. I'll come here. Here I'm going to define that index there. I'm going to define the index here. Here I'll just say const index, and we set it to 0. And here I'm going to first, in this batch editing here, I'm going to send the index here. I'll say set index here. This is going to be set index, and here index. I'll pass also the index here because this is where we need the index. And here I'm just going to say set index, and I'll call set index. Okay, now let's come into this batch editing. Let's come to this batch editing here of 12, and we get set index here and the index itself. Yes. Now, how are we using this index? We want that if we are on discounts here, when we click on this to show the model, when we click on this to show this model, any of these models here, let me first show you visually so that you understand what I'm talking about. Use state. Okay, use state is not defined. I think this is this sales product here, because yes, where is discount? Yes, I think it's the discount here, because we are setting this high discount here. Let's get it. Okay, let's come back to batch editing. Let's go back here. Okay, now let's select these two products here, this one and this one here. Let's come to batch editing. If we click on discount here, what we are going to use that index for is, we want to set the item which we are currently viewing here. We want to change the color of this icons here. I want to change the color of these items here. So that's what we're going to be doing. And so here, I'm just going to do like this, and I'll copy. Let's copy all of this. Control X. Here we just have to paste it here. And now here we just set index to 1. This happens to be the first thing here. Set index to 1. And here I'll remove this gray line here. And what I'll be doing is I'll check here. I'm going to give a template string here. And now we'll just be checking if if index is equal to 1, then that is when we want to give our class of, if index is equal to 1, then we want to give our text dash accent. Oh, it's not given. I want to give text accent. This is going to be accent focused here, and here I'm just going to give a text of gray. Let's copy and paste here. Yes, so we're going to do the same thing here. Okay, and here if index is equals to 2, then I'm going to give a text of accent. Else we'll just copy this here, Ctrl X, Ctrl V, paste that text gray there. And lastly, for this delete buttons, we're going to do the same thing. Okay, if index is equals to 3, we're just hard coding these values here. Text accent. I think this is actually accent focused, right? Focused, and here is going to be focused. Okay, and here we just have to copy this gray text here, and we bring it here. Good. Now let's go and check. Let's go and try to see if we can actually change. Yes, you see it gets selected. Now let's apply a discount of 20% to see to our product and see if it's going to work. Okay, that didn't work. We have a problem. Let's go to our dev tools and check. You see, query client is not defined. Okay, query client is not defined, so we need to come back here. This is update me. Okay, yes, we don't have query client here, so also const query client is going to come from use query, and we need to import this use query. Okay, let's go back and try. Let's give 10%, submit. Okay, you see it gets set. This is it. See, 10% of 20 is 18, but here this form is not getting closed here. I don't know why. Let's check if we have another problem here. On success, toast is not defined. Okay, toast also is not defined here. Let's import toast. Okay, I think now it's going to go. Yes, product updated successfully. So guys, see, these two products now are being updated. So if we refresh the page, you see that they're going to persist. They were actually updated. Yes, so they were updated. So from $20 to $18, from $50 to $45. So let's try the other scenario. Let's use these two products still. Let's try the other scenario where the user have to set like a discount price here. Let's just give a discount price of 30 because 30 is greater than 20. So you'll see that this here is not going to be applied. It's just going to give us back 18. Yes, because this 30 is greater than 20, which happens to be our original product price. Yes, so here, okay, here if we try to submit this, you see only this is going to be applied because 30 is actually less than 50. So let's submit. Yes, you see only this was applied here. We are still left with 80 here, but what I'm interested in is the message. The message was not shown to us. The message was not shown to us. So let me check. Let's check where we are sending that message. This is toast here. We need to get also toast. Yes, so let's come and set it again. Set the discount. This time around I want to set it to 40. you see that this here is going to change to 10, but this here will remain the same. There. So let's give. Yes, so this is 10, and this is the message here. Some products could not be updated because the discount price is higher than the original price. So yes, so with that, we are good to white shirt. Yes. Okay, now we can leave this like this. Yes, let's just put a reasonable discount rate here. Here I'm just going to put like 10% here. I'll submit. So if we come down here we can, there's something here. Here we are setting the high discount to true here, else we can just set it to false. Set high discount rate here to false. Okay, with this, the thing is we are good now to go. With this, it's fine. And here we can set it to false also. Let's set this high discount here to false. Okay, now everything is fine. If we go here, let's set the discount here to 15% and check. Oh, some products could not be updated because it was updated, but we are still seeing this message here. Some products could not be updated because discount price is higher than the original price. So what I'll do is, if we are successful in all of this, we just want to set high discount here to false, and we can remove it from here, and we can remove it also. Yes, we can allow it here, but just remove it from up there. Let's remove it from here. There's no need having it here too. So okay, with this now it's going to work. It's going to be okay. Now we are complete with editing our product. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to see how we can change the state of our product. Before changing the status of the product, there is one thing we are not doing here. You see this is loading here. We are not using it. So what we're going to do is we'll come right down to where we are having our button to submit. Here, if it's not valid and it's dirty, we also want to give another condition. If is loading, then we want to disable the button. Now we can now go and create our component in order to change the state of the product. So let's create a new file here, and I'm going to call this this is product. Let's say status change. I'll just create a little component here for that. So what is, I already have the code for that component, so the HTML and the CSS, just as usual. It's not something that is too complicated. So you have changed state here instead of status. You just copy it. Let's copy everything. Come back to application. I'm just going to paste it here. Instead of change state here, I'll just say status changed. I'll say status change. Yes, and we are getting the check status here. Okay, we need to call this now in our sales product. We need to call this in our sales product. So let's come to sales product here, and after that is going to be after the discounts here. After the discounts here, we're going to say this is change product status, and we're just going to call here change. This is status change. Yes, the status change, and we pass in our checked products here. It's going to be checked products. Great. Let's see how that is looking. Let's go to application. Okay, this is not it. Okay, so you see this is our status. This is our status change component here. You see, this is it here. But we need to be displaying this only when we have this batch editing here. Only when we have the batch editing here. So let's go. So for this, we're going to create another state here, and we'll create another state here. See, we have many states here. Let's const. We'll create another state here. We're going to call this. Let's just call this open status. Let's say open status. Here we set open status to false. So we can now come down here. We need to pass this open status to this batch editing here. Let's see. Set open status to set open status here. Okay, and now here we need to where is it? Okay, we need to pass here to this status change. We need to also pass the open status here. Yes, we'll pass open status. Okay, now we can also pass set index here. Set index here. Okay, so let's go into this method. Let's go to batch editing. Since we are setting set open status, we need to get it from batch editing here. We'll come to batch editing. Here we say set open what status. Set open status here. Where are we having our status? This is it. Where this is delayed, and this, yes, this is it. Here we are having our status here. So when we click on this here, let's say on click here, we want to set open. This is set open status to true. Okay, we just want to toggle this state. We want to toggle it instead of just setting it to true. We want to toggle it. So let's just set it to open status. Oh, to open status, and we'll get the open status from here. That means we'll go to send it back. Say open status. Yes. Let's give a comma here, and let's check again what we need to do here. Okay, open status. We need to set the index here. I think we're already setting the index here. Yes, because when we click on this, we need to set the index to 2. So let's go back to our I think to our sales product here, and let's come in now to this state change. Let's come into state change. There are a few things we need to do here. Since we are getting the check product. Okay, what is this? Since we are getting the check product, we need to get our set index also, to get set index, and we need to also get our open status here. Okay, now here we need to create a function. Let's say const change handle changed handle change status. So here we just need to give an on click here. Say on click here. This is where we need to call this handle change status, and here we need to pass in the status here. This is, we are calling it state here. Yes, but let me just change this. Change this to status here, and we need to pass in the status here. Status. Okay, this would be like this. Okay, good. Now in here we need to do a similar thing we did up there in our discount. Let's say const cloned products. Yes, we just spread that, and we come in here. Here we just need to loop over the clone product. We need to loop over the clone product and call our mutate function. So here what we're going to do is, let's get the status from here. Great. Now we're just looping over our clone products, and for each of them we want to set the product.status to the current status we are getting from here. So all the set to the current status we're getting from there, and here we're just calling our mutate function here, and we're passing the update items here. On success, we want to give this toast. Yes, I think we are already giving this toast up on success. Yes, we're giving that toast on success, and to model.status ref close, we don't need this. Here we just set the index to 0, and if we have an error, that just given toast.error something went wrong. But if we have an error, our application is going to, our error handling middleware is going to kick in, so we can just delete that line there. And so let's go and try this. By now I think this is going to be working, but if you check, if you look, we are using mutate here, but we are not yet getting our mutate function. So we need to get in the mutate function right here. So what we need to do is, let's say const mutate here is going to use to update many products. Yes, let's get it. So yes. Okay, now with this, I think we can now change the state of this product. We can change the state of this product. So instead of open status here, we're going to call this set. This is instead going to be set open status. This is going to be set open status. Yes, set open status. And here, if we are successful, we want to set open status here to false. Yes, after we set the index, we set the status open to false. Yes, and let's come back to, let's go to our sales product here. Instead of this, we're going to say set open status, and we'll call it set open status. Okay, now with these changes, let's go and see if we can change our status. So okay, let's go to application. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, we are still saying this here. Okay guys, we're still saying this here. What we need to do is, since we're calling this, we're just calling this here, but we need to call this only when open status is true. This is when we need to call this. Let's just copy this and bring it here. Okay, let's go back. So now it's gone. If we click, let's get these two products we are working with now. We want to change their status. So if you click here, if you come now to change status here, let's click on it. Okay, let's click. It's not opening. What is wrong? Let's go and check. Let's go to batch editing and check. We'll come to batched editing. Where is it? Okay, here. This is it. We have the on-click handler here. The thing is that we are not sending this open status to this batch editing here. We're just receiving it from here. We're receiving it from here, but we are not sending it from our sales product. So we need to come to batch editing, and we say open status. We set this open status. Let's go back and check. If we click now on this, oh, still nothing happening. That's weird. Let's go back. Batch editing. Let's check what is happening in this batch editing here. Okay, see, this is status, not status, status, and here we just need to correct it back to status. This is status. Let's check here if we are sending, but status. Okay, set status. Yes, so that was a mistake. Now let's check again. Let's click. Okay, this is it. We have it here. Yes, we have it here. So we have sales under reservation, sold out. So now we want to change these two products from sales to under reservation. Let's click on it. Products updated successfully. Okay, we received the message that the products were updated successfully. So how are we going to see now that if we now that we have this status set? Let's go to status here. Yes, now we have two products as under reservation. We have two products under reservation and two products under sales. So we can filter our products now by these products under reservation. If you put them to sold out, let's put to sold out, but these buttons are not getting they're not getting, this pop-up here is not being hidden when we click on these two buttons here. We'll go and fix that later, but for now let's just test this. Let's send to sale these two products. Let's give it back to sold out. Product updated successfully. If you come back here, yes, you see, sold out. We have two products sold out. So let's set them back to under reservation. Okay. Okay. Yes. So this is working as expected. So we just need to change that the small box which we have here. When we are successful, we need to hide this this pop-up here. So let's go and do that. If you come, that is happening in the status here. Okay. We are setting set open status to false here, and let's say set open status, yes, set index also to 0. Okay, let's check sales product, set open status. Okay, set index, we need to set index to set index. Okay. With these changes now, everything is going to be working fine. So we are able now to change our status. What we are left to do here is to just pass in our, this. Let's delete this. We don't need this again. It's just to pass our category, our status down to this use product here, so that we can filter them. So here I'm just going to say category here, status, and we are already passing the user. So those are the tools we're going to use. Also with search, yes, search here. Okay, we are not using this open batch editing, set batch edge to false. Okay, that's probably because maybe we defined this is the same as batch editing. Let me see. Maybe I defined that twice. Control Z. Oh, okay. Z. Okay, so the reason we have this set batch here, this set batch open, is because this is coming from the code which we imported, but we defined our own here. So what I'll do here is I'm just going to cut this out to remove this. We don't need this. What we need here is this here. I'll drop this here. Yes, and now I can delete this on click here. I'll delete this on click here. Okay, with this we can come now and remove all of this one here. We don't need this one here. So yes, so see, this method has a fair amount of code we had to write to remove this. We don't need to, we are importing all from ASUS there. We also need this state here. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, so this section is a little bit cleaner now. Yes. So the only thing we are left now to do is our delete. We need to use how to delete a product. So but before we do that, we have not checked if our filters are working. We have not checked if these filters are working. So let's go and check if these filters here are working. So I'll come to use product here, or to product API here. Status, let's see if there's something we can change here. We have the category. Here we are sending filter.query. Instead of query, we're going to say search. Because remember, we are sending but search. Or we can leave it as query, and we also change it. We can leave it as query here, and we change it in our sales product here. Instead of this, we just pass query here. Okay. Yes. Now let's go and check if our filtering is working. Let's check if our filtering is working. Let's start with category. We can filter by clothes. Yes, we see only clothes. We can filter by shoes status. Here we have status. Only one of these are on sales. So we can choose this. Yes, this is the only one which is on sales. Yes, it's the only one which is on sale. So we can initialize the filters here. Everything's come back. We can filter by the ones which are under reservation. Let's just choose the one that are under reservation. So we're going to see only two that are under reservation. These are the two products that are under reservation. Initialize the filters here. Let's try to search for products. I'll say Nike. Okay, you see, we are getting the products. Nike. Okay. 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 Well, the reason why we are seeing this flicker here is because we need to change something in this input here. This input here on change, we need to prevent the default action there when we are changing that input. So let's come back here. That is happening in, we have products here. It's inside here. Let's come to search inputs here. So okay, on the change here, I'm just going to Control Z. I'm just going to bring down this like this. I'll say e.prevent default first. Yes. Let's go now and try. Let's get back all of this. You see, it's now working. Nike. Yes, you see all the Nike products here. So we can also search for, let's say, original. See, we're going to be getting the original products here. So what you could also do in this situation is to create a debounce function here, so that like after every 1 second, that's when we're going to fetch the product when we type here. So we can create a debounce function here. Yeah, but we're not going to be doing that. We have a lot of things to do here. So let's finish up with that first. So you see that the filtering is working. You can just hook it up and you click on this button to search the product where you've typed everything you want. So now we need to come here. We need to finish with this delete. You see that message here? Please select at least one product. Let's select this. We need to finish here with this delete here. I see this styling here also has. This styling here is changed. Yes. So, but let's finish with this delete here. So, let's go back. And for that delete, I'm going to create another file here and I'll call it delete many.jxs here. And also with this, the functionality for this delete, I also have something for that already prepared. So we're going to copy it, this delete product. You come to delete product here, Control A, we'll just copy it, come back to application, I will paste it here. Here I'll just, instead of delete product, I'll say delete many. So what does this function need? It needs the check product and the set index. Now here I'm going to give you an assignment. Yes, you can take this as a challenge to implement this delete many handler. We have done everything and you've seen you can go to the back end and create, because we have not yet created the route handler for this. So this is going to be a good challenge for you to test yourself upon everything which we have done so far. You can use this as an opportunity to test yourself if you can implement this delete handler here. So yes, so a hint I'll give you is when you are creating the back end handler, use delete many. Yes, use remove many from the mongodb operator to delete the products, the selected products. Yes, so you can go and try that, and if you are facing problems, you can just post it as a comment in the comment section. I'll be able to see it, or use the Facebook group chat which we have to post your worries there. In that way I'll be able to see and reply to you ASAP. Okay, now let's continue. Let's just hook this up with our sales product here and come right down here. After change state here, I'm going to have here, we're going to have delete many, and here I'll just say delete many. Okay, and it's expecting our change status as a changed product, and also it's expecting our set index. I'll just call it set index here. Great. Now we need to come to batch editing here and do some changes. If you come right down to where we are having the delete product here. Okay, while we are here, let's give this gray. Let's just remove this mark here. That's what is causing this text gray to not be applying. Yes, I'll remove it. Okay, we can come here. Let's just say on click. On click here, we just want to set index to 3 here. Okay. So okay, I'm sure you must have noticed that I'm just putting my handlers right into the HTML here. Well, some people argue that this is not a best practice, but if you think this is going to disturb you a lot, you can define your handlers and you name them up here. You can define your handlers up here and you just pass them down here and you do everything. So I'm doing this like this so that yes, we can move a little bit faster rather than moving up and down, scrolling up and down. So let's go and check if this is now working. Let's check if this is now working. Let's go to delete. Okay, it's selected here, but our pop-up is not getting displayed. It's not getting displayed because we need to set a handler for it. We need to set an on-click event for it. So because all of these pop-ups are daisyui, that daisyui modal elements. Yes, that daisyui modal elements. So we need to hook them up with an on-click event handler. So if you come, so let's come here. Let's check what that on-click event handler is. First of all, here it's called delete ref. It's called delete ref here, and the ID here is modal delete. Modal delete. Yes. So I'm going to copy the ID. The ID is what we need. We'll come back to batch editing here. So here, after we've clicked, we need to say document.get element by ID, and we set model delete, and we just set this show model. This here is a convention of what is this? I'll cut this, and here we're going to do like this. Now I can pass this here, yes, and I'll pass this here. Okay, everything's now fine. Let's go and check. If you click on this, yes, we have you. Are you sure you want to delete this one product? Yeah, this one product. Though the English here is not correct, but it's no problem. We can cancel. We're not going to delete it. So if you select another one, you check. Yes, are you sure you want to delete these two products? You can cancel or you can delete. So as I told you, you can do this delete as, you can take this as a challenge to implement this delete endpoint here. So with this now, we are actually done with this section here. Let me just get rid of this. We are done with this section. What we can do is we can now go and proceed with the like product. We want to work now on this like product section here. Yes, so if we click on this, let me see. Yes, we come here. Yeah. Okay, what we can do is here we can now calculate here before we go and see how we can work with the like product. Here we can calculate our discount rate. Here we can calculate our discount rate, and we display the percentage which we are taking off as discount here. So let's do it. So we can come back. Let's go to application here. Let's say product details. Oh, this is not it. P product details. Okay, this is it down here. Let's come right down here. We say const. Let's const, and we say this is the percentage of So what's the percentage of here? The way we're going to calculate the percentage of here, we'll first check if we're going to do all of this here. If product, say product dot discount price, product dot discount price divided by product dot original price times 100. This will give us the percentage of. This is going to give us the percentage of. So here we need to get if, let's just say if product here. Oh, this is supposed to be dot if product dot discount price. Only then we want to do this, else we just want to have an empty string here. Yes, see. Oh, let's just pass the 0 here, and now we come down here. Where is it? Okay, we are setting the discount price here. What we need to do here is, instead of just putting this discount price here, you check here is if percentage of const percentage of, yes, we're checking if percentage of is different, if percentage of is different from 0, then only then we are going to put, only then we can say why is this giving us this weird syntax here? Because we have double brackets here. Okay, this is okay now. Only then we can say percentage of here, and we just pass the percentage symbol here. You see, off. You can set this off into capital letters. Going to be off. Okay, let's see if this is working. Let's check if this is working. So off is not defined. Yes, that has to be a string. All of this here have to be a string. So I'm just going to put it after like this. Okay. Objects are not valid as React child. Okay. Let's remove this. Let's remove this. Okay. Now I think this one is going to work. Okay, here we have 85% off. this 85% off here is not correct, because our original price was, I think, 20. Let's go back here and check it. Our original price was 20, yes, and so we are just calculating the percentage off on this discount, which is not correct. So let's go and change that. Let's go back and change it, because here correct, this here is totally not correct. Here is not correct. What we need to do here is, instead of doing this, we'll say product dot original price, then you subtract it from the discount price, then you divide it now by the original price. Here it's going to be like this. Yes, now we see our correct percentage here, 15% off. 15% off. So great. So we can come here. Yeah, it's now working fine. Let's see. Okay, 15% off. We need to just give some styling here so that it looks different from this. Let's just try to style it a bit. Here, instead of gap of 4 here, I'm just going to give a gap of like 10. And the text here, text gray, it's going to be gray off. Let's say around 500. Let's check. Okay, here is going to probably, let's give it a gap here of like I think even 16 will be good. Okay, so yeah, 15% off. Okay, this is looking good. What we can do also is, since this number can be a decimal number, so we need to be able to round this. We need to be able to round this down to like 2 decimal places, or we should just round it up. So let's come back. I'm just going to say here that mat.round, let's say mat.round. So mat.round. Here I've just passed this percentage off here. Okay, let's see. Now we cannot check that one now. What I want to do is, let's go and check for a number. We have one of our image here is broken from Unsplash. You can replace it. I'm going to replace it after. I want to get a product. Also in our cart, we need to put this. We need to put off here. We need to put, like, since this is the original price here. Okay, this is okay. Let's get on this product here. Yes, you see, we do not see anything here because this here, we do not have a discount on this product. So everything remains the same. Okay, let's go back to our. So let's go back to, this is not going to be logged in. This is going to be my store product. Okay, now we need to mark some of this. We need to mark this cart here, this sales cart here, to indicate that this product here is actually under reservation. Yes, we need to give like something to indicate that these products are under reservation. So let's go and do it. Here I'm going to check. Here I'm going to check if we have product. No, okay, we'll not be doing the check here. We'll do the check in here. Yes, if we have product dot status is equal to under reservation, or product dot status is equal to sold out, or there is one product dot status is equals to hide. Then if we have these 3 situations, what I'll do is you just have to wrap all of this here in brackets like this, and we say if only we have this here, we're going to give a style here. We'll say filter, and here I'm just going to give a brightness. I'll give a brightness of like 23. I mean 0.23 here. That's the brightness I'm going to give. So we can now come and check here if this is applied. Yes, we have the brightness applied for these 2 products. So okay, we can come down here. Where is our image here? We'll give let's give a paragraph here. and here I'll just say product dot status. Product dot status. Now we are giving this product the status if only product dot status. Now we want to do all of this. Oh, where is this coming from? We want to give this paragraph here if product dot status is different from sales. Yes, this is when we want to give this paragraph here. If product dot status is different from sales, then we want to put this paragraph here. Okay, now we can now give a class name to this paragraph, and the class name here, we're going to make this an absolute. Remember that if we make this an absolute, this is going to, because here the figure here is relative, so it's going to be aligned with this figure here. So we can just make it absolute, and we'll give a top. Let's give top of 1.5, and we'll give a bottom of 1.5 to of 1.5, and we just want to translate this to, oh, this is tracking right. We want to translate this to, let's say a half to translate x to a half, and so let's give a width of probably 3/4. Let's give a width of 3/5. Yes, and we're just going to give a text here of red. Let's give a text of red 500. Okay, I hope this is going to be centered. Let's check. Okay, we're having it, but it's getting right into this. It's shifting right down the other way. So what we can do is, instead of bottom here, we have top, bottom, and instead of bottom here, we're going to give right. Let's give it to the right. Okay, let's check. Let's go back and give this is actually left. Let's give left here. I think with this now is going to work. And another thing we can do here is we can increase the text. Right, to text, this is going to be X large here. Okay, let's check now. Okay, under reservation, this is looking better. But if we have a smaller text, let's try to change these two products now. Let's put them to sold out. Yes, we have sold out here, but our gray background is gone, our dark background is gone. And if you look at this text, it seems as if it's not centered, but it's actually centered. It's because we gave the width of this here too. We gave a width of 3/5. Yes, so that's why it's shifted to the right like this. But so we can just give the width to be the content of this. Let's give the width to be the content of this here. Let's try to solve the problem of that background first before. So what we can do here is we can just remove all of this. We can remove all of this like this, and here we can just give if product is different from sales. So the same thing we did down there, we can do the same thing here. If product is different from sales, and then here we can just remove this width. Let's go back and check. Yes, you see it's in the middle now, sold. And if you change it to under reservation, sold out. Let's change to under reservation. Why? Okay, let's change to sale. Okay, something is wrong. Okay, we have it now. Product updated successfully. So I think we had a connection problem. That's why it had to update multiple times. So this is under reservation now. Yes, so you see when we have a product, we see under reservation, we can change the state to sold out, and you see it will get updated here. And I think we have network issues here. Let me just refresh. Yes, I'm having network issues, so that's why it's taking a very long time to connect with the server. So So now we are connected. Let's click back on this. Let's come to batch editing. Let's change the state back to sale. Product updated successfully. That means these two products are on sales. So okay, we have that now. We can come and now work. I think everything is done now here. We can come and work on this liked product here. Yes, we can work on the liked products. So let's go back to application. We already have a controller for, we already have a file for that, and that's happens to be this liked product here. Okay. So with the liked products here, what I'm going to do is I'll just give the HTML to you, and you see we're going to work on the functionality. Yes, just like we've been doing before. It's the same thing here. Here we have the category. We have category drop down. It's the same thing there. We have category drop down, and we have sort drop down. Here we are going to be sorting now. Yes, and this is our filter initializer also. Then here we are using but our product cart. We are using our product cart. Yes, so we are looping over the sorted likes here, and we're passing our product into the cart. We are using the cart which we are using in our home page and the other parts of our application here. Now here we are going to be filtering here using the JavaScript function. We're going to be filtering here using JavaScript functions, like we're going to use reduce method in order to get our the number of our categories, the number of product categories which we have in our database. Yes, and we're going to be filtering also our products, and we're going to be sorting them also using the sort JavaScript method. Yeah, so here we'll not go into the database in order to dig for items. We'll just do everything here using JavaScript. So in that way, you can see, you understand how we can filter with both JavaScript in the front end and in the back end. So let's go and see how this section is going to work. Now the first thing here is we need to remember that we have our like products already. Yes, we have our like products already, which are stored in the local state. We can either use the like products which are stored in the local state, or we can get it from our use like hook. So those are the two instances. Those are the two options we have. We can either get our likes from local storage, or we get it from the use like hook which we created before. So here I'm just going to get it from our use hook. So I'm going to say const like. I'll say like. This is going to come from use like. That is it there. And down here I'm going to create also. I'm going to create some states. I'll say like. This state I'm going to start with the sort, and I'll say set sort. Yes. Let's just bring down the state here, and this is going to be likes, not like. Say use likes, it's not even use like, use likes. This is use likes, and here we're going to have likes. Yes, good. Down here we are going to have category. Yes, that's it, category. Now we're going to check here if we do not have any likes. If we do not have any likes, what we want to do is we just want to return our loading spinner. We want to return our spinner. Okay, now the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to get our filtered likes. So const filtered likes. This is going to come from likes, if at all we have the likes there. Dot filter, okay, like this. Here we just have to open a parenthesis and check if category is equals to an empty, like this, then we return like. If our category is just an empty string, we just want to return the likes. Else return like dot product dot category is equals to the category. Yes, so this is how we are filtering our likes. This is how we're going to filter our likes here. So now let's just comment all of this to see if we're going to be getting our like. Let's comment all of this, because if we allow this like this, we're going to have a lot of errors. Okay, we are still having errors here. So how are we going to comment this? Okay, we still have errors. Okay, what I'll have to do is I'm just going to have to delete all of this. I'll just delete this and give an H1 here as usual. Yes, like products. Let's leave it like this. And now I want to lock this filtered likes to the console. So let's say filtered likes. Let's see what's going to return to us. Yes, so these are the likes here. So you see that our like, we have the ID, user, and product. But look at the product field which we are interested in here is this. See, we have only 2 likes here. But the product field which we are interested in is this. But look at this here. It's instead it's giving us but a string which is the ID of the product. But what we want here actually is the product itself, not this ID. We want the product itself, not this ID. So for us to do, or for us to make this work, we need to go back to the back end and change the way we are sending these like products. Yes, we need to go and change the way we are sending these like products. So, and I think you can remember what we're going to do in the back end. Let's go to, I think this was like controller, and we go to where we get users likes here. Okay, what we're going to do here is we're just going to populate. We want to populate this product field here. We'll populate this product field here, and that will be all. Now, if you come back to our application, you'll see that our application is now broken because our likes cannot, will not be reading our likes appropriately. Let's go to product details. Let me show you. Control P, product details. Oh, this is not the product's details I want. So product details. This is the one. Yes. So if you come to, let's see, where are we getting our like products? Let's come up here. Yes, this is it. We are checking is like, if is product like, we'll go into the likes, we say sum. If like dot product, here we are just calling dot product. Now this dot product is going to be an object, not more an ID. So what we need to do is we just need to say dot underscore ID here. Now this condition is going to be satisfied. Yes, and we need to do the same in our cart. Control P, let's go to our cart. We need to do the same here. If you come, where are we taking the likes? Here. Yes, we have also is liked here. You see here, instead of this, we just give product underscore ID here. Oh, Control Z, product underscore ID. Yes. Okay, let's go now. If we go now to our application, everything is going to still be working. Let's go to the home page and see. Let's refresh. Actually, let's refresh. Let's go. You see, we still have our likes despite the fact that we are sending all the products. Yes. So if we go into this here, you see, we still have the likes. This product have 2 likes. Yes. Okay, let's go back to where we were. This is going to be slash my store tap like. Okay, this is where we are. Now if we log, let's log this to the console. Let's go to like product details. Okay, yes, if you look now, our like has changed. You see, we have the ID, the user, and now our product is now an object with this product ID. This is what I was talking about. This is the product which we need to display in here. Yes, so what we need to do now is we need to find a way to count the number of products by their category here. We need to find a way to count all the products here by their categories. So what we can do in that situation is we can use the JavaScript reduce method to look over this array, and whenever we see a product with the same category, we want to store it in a variable called count. Yes, just like that. That's what we're going to be doing next after we have this filtered likes. After we filtered our likes. So for us to really visualize this, guys, what I would suggest is that let's go and like some more products so that we have enough products to work with. So I'm going to like here. I think this user, the currently locked user is a person who have this product, so they cannot even like themselves. At the end of all of this, we're going to adjust this. We don't want the user who is currently logged into be able to like the products which they created. So I'm going to first unlike this here. Yes, what I'll do is I'll just like these products down here are not associated to this user up here. So you like this, you like this, and let's like this, and let's also like this. Let's come and we like this too, and let's like this one too. Okay, we have this amount of like products. Let's go back to our application. Okay, now what we can do is we can now get our like products with their count. So I'll say const like categories with the category count. I'll say like categories here is equals to, here we'll just say likes dot reduce. I said we're going to use the reduced function here, and you can just go with the suggestion from GitHub Copilot. So here we say const category is equals to, this is going to be like dot product dot category. Yes, this is correct. So the first thing is we want to create a variable called category, and this current here, this like here, this is the current like product which we are iterating over, while this ACC here, this ACC stands for the accumulator. So the reducer function, it takes an accumulator and it takes the actual product which we are looping over. So yes, now we are just getting our categories here, and we are storing it in this category field here. Rather than saying cat category here, I'll just say cat. I'll store it in this cat field here. Okay, now we can check if, let's check if here we want to check if this accumulator, if the accumulator does not have this cat here, if it does not have cat in the accumulator, then we want to create a new variable inside, here inside this accumulator here, and we call it cat, and we just assign this to equals to 1. So okay guys, you need to understand what is going on here. We are checking if this accumulator, okay, first by default, we need to, this accumulator by default is an empty object, but we are not just specifying it. We can specify it down here. We can say this has to be an empty object here, this accumulator. On the first iteration of this, categories product here, on this product here, this accumulator is going to be an empty object. Now we are checking, since in the first iteration is going to be an empty object, if this is actually an empty object, what we want to do is we want to create a new variable inside this accumulator, and that variable name is going to be whatever our category name is. So, and we are setting it to equal to 1. We are setting it to 1. So on the first iteration, if the category is not, if it's not available in here, we set it to 1. Else I hope that explanation really makes some sense, guys. So else here, we're going to say the accumulator here, and we just increment it here. Else we take the accumulator if it's already available, because here it was not available, that's why we're setting it to 1. But if the category name is available now, we just want to increment it by 1. That's why we're using the double sign here. If you don't want to do it like this here, you can also do it like this. You can say plus equal to 1. It's the same thing here. So now here, what we need to do is we just have to return this accumulator. Now I'm taking my time to really explain this to you so that you, when you're going over the codes, you should know what is actually happening. Yes, I'm not just going to copy and paste code so leave you hanging. So that's why I'm trying my best to explain to you what is going on here. So here we are going to be locking the like categories instead of the filter likes here. Let's lock the like categories here. Let's see what it's going to give us. Okay, let's come here. Okay, let's go back to our my store, the tab of likes. Yes, you see, now we have our like categories. We have the clothes is 2, shoes is 1, computer is 2, back is 1. So we have it here. This is it. Back is 1. So what we need to do now is we just need to make this an array. And JavaScript also has a function which we can use to spread an object as an array, to convert an object as an array. So that's what we'll be doing next. Here I'm going to say category array. Cat array is going to be object. We can use object.key.map. Yes, just like this. This is the structure which we want. We say object.entries, and we pass our like categories here, and we loop this object.entries is going to convert this like category, which is an object, into an array. And we are mapping over this array. This array, it has a key and a value. It's a key value pair array. So here, what we do is we are mapping all over this like category. And remember, our key is the ID, while our value is these numbers here. Our value is the numbers which we are incrementing, the number of here. Okay, these numbers here. And our key is the clothes, the shoes, and computer. While our values are 2, 1, 2, and 1 here. So what we are doing is we're just mapping over, and we are setting underscore ID. This is what we've been doing as a key, which happens to be our clothes here, and the count is our value here. So this is the best explanation which I can give here. So with this, now we have our like count. We have our like count here. Now what we can do is we can go now and hook up and paste back our code here, so that we have everything afresh here. But what I want to do is want to take this another step further. We want to also sort this product. We want to sort all the products here. Yes, we want to sort the products here based on some other criteria which we can define. So here I'm going to come up here and define. I'll say const sort options. Const sort options. Here, this is going to be an array like this. Yes, I'll just go with this here. We have value is newest, and the label here is going to be okay, instead of this, I'll just copy what I have here, so that we should be consistent with what I'm going to be pasting in the code here. Yes, we have the name here is, we have the price low to high, and the value is low. Price high to low, and the value is high. Here we have published date. The published date, we can sort from the oldest to the newest, or from the newest to the oldest. So by default, we are sorting from the newest to the oldest. That's why we just have the sort here to be an empty string here. Now what we can do is, let's try to sort this product here. Let's sort now the product. Now we have our cat array. Okay, this cat array here, this have to be const. That's a const cat array. Let's first log this cat array if it's going to give us our array of categories. Okay, it's giving us our arrays of categories with the ID as this, with the ID and the count value. So we have it here. So you see, there are two ways in which we can do these things. We can use that, send it from a database. But what we did with the search page is that when we're setting the value from the database, it makes it a little bit easier because we are sending a lot of filters. But with this one, we don't need a lot of filters. We just need like a few filters. So we can just go with the JavaScript. We can just go with the filter function here in JavaScript. Yes, and you do our filtering with it. So okay, now let's come and do the sorting, the actual sorting. Let's say const. I'll call this sorted likes. This is going to come for, this is going to be equals to, we have filter likes dot sort. Let me see what GitHub Copilot is suggesting here. Let's just go with it and we'll try to arrange it. So what we are doing here is the sorted. We have filtered likes dot sort. This sort function takes two parameters. It takes one parameter here which contains these two. It takes one option here that takes these two parameters. We have A and B. So here we're checking if sort is equals to low. This we have the sort options here. So if it's equals to low, then want to return A dot product the discount price minus B dot product dot discount price. This is going to sort our products here from lower products to the high products. Yes, and here the reverse, we are just doing the reverse here. We are returning B dot products the discount price minus A dot product the discount price here. This is now going to sort our products from the biggest to the smallest. So the highest number to the smallest number. Okay, here now with this one here, it is created at, we are sorting by created at date. Now here with this created at date, this one here, what did I call this here? Let's see, publish date oldest. Okay, oldest is created at. So here we are going to be sorting from the latest products which were from the latest products which were published to the last product. Yes, and the default is going to be here the default case here is going to be sorting from the newest product to the oldest product. Why this one is going to be sorting from the oldest product to the newest product. So here we are just passing return. Here we are returning the product that created at. We are subtracting A from B here. And because this here is a date object, so we need to convert this to a date. This is a date object here, so we need to just convert all of this into a date rather than just leaving it like this. We'll say this is going to be new date. This is going to be a new date here, and we just pass this here, pass this in, pass this in here, and we do the same here. This is going to be a new date. This is going to be a new date. We'll copy this and we'll paste it in here. So we're going to do the same thing for this default case here. We're going to do the same thing for the default case here. This is going to be a new date, because these dates here are just strings, so we need to pass them to, we need to pass these dates here to an actual JavaScript date object. Yes. So with this now, let's give the sorted likes here and see what they're going to return to us. Yes, it's returning us this array of liked products here. Yes. Okay, good. Okay, now what we can do, what's left for us to do now is, we're going to bring in everything. We're going to copy back everything from our code from GitHub and we'll put it in here. So I'm going to copy back everything here, and instead of this h1, I'll paste back everything here. So now we can just come and check for errors. We have the drop down here. Here we have cut likes, but we do not have cut likes here. Well, so we're going to be looping over, instead of cut likes, we're going to be looping over this cut array. So where's the categories? This sort cut. Okay, instead of cut likes here, we have cut array. Good. And we're setting the category there, and everything now remains the same here. If you come down here for sort, we have our sort option. This is okay. We don't need to do anything with this one. And here it's our filter initializer. So we need to create this filter initializer. Let's copy it and we'll come up here. Now let's just create, let's say const filter initializer. And here we're going to just set it like this. We're going to set back the category to an empty string. I'll set back the sort to an empty string. Okay. Let's come back and let's continue. This is the sort drop down, and we have the filters. We're initializing the filters here, and now here we just have this grid which we wrap our cut in. Yes, we just have this grid which we're wrapping our cut in. Now let's just bring in this cut. Okay, with this, I think we are ready to go now. So before that, let's try. Let's see if this is going to work. Okay, we do not have any products. We do not have any product, but let's check categories. Okay, our categories, we just have this, but we don't have the categories name. Let's check sort. Yes, we have the sort here. So let's check what we are doing wrong in the categories. Categories, this is sort. Okay, you have categories here. Remember here we have our categories have but IDs instead of name here. They have but what? IDs. So here I'm just going to give underscore ID here, and here is going to be the same underscore ID, and here underscore ID, and here is going to be the value. Was it value item dot count? Yes. No, this is going to be ID. Sorry, this is ID, and this is going to be the count. Item.count. Okay. Okay, now let's check our products. Let's check our sorted likes. We are mapping over sorted likes here. If only we have that sorted likes. So let's check if it is what we are actually calling it. Sorted likes. Yes. Sorted likes. Okay, and we are passing the product. Is the key, and we're passing like the product. Okay, but why is it not showing up? Let's check. Okay, we have our categories now here, but this, our cat is not showing. Our cat is not showing up. I wonder what the problem is. Let's go back. So our cat is not coming. Now let's check up here. You see our cat, we are getting this cat from material UI. We don't want to get this cat from material UI here. Yes, so we don't want to get the cat from material UI. Here we need, you see, these are the various options of where we just choose the first one, which is getting it from material UI. But our cat does not live in material UI. So let's go and import it manually. Let's import it. So go to say import cat. This is going to come from slash I think our cat was in products. I think so. Product slash cat. Yes. And now let's go and check. Okay, so this, we have our like page here. You see, these here are only our like products. So we are already sorting here by clothes. We're already filtering by clothes. We filtered by shoes. You see, we have one. We filter by computers. We have two. We filter by bags. We have one here. Yes, we have one. We have computers here. We have shoes. We have clothes. Okay, we can also sort them from high to low. Let's initialize the filters first. You see, these are all our products here. Let's try to sort them from prices low to high. Okay, this sort here is not working. Let's try this. This is from high to low. Okay, our sort here is not working. Let's figure out why that is happening. But yeah, look at here, from our date on is sorting. The published date on is sorting. That is from old. This is from old to new products, and now from new to old. Yes, you see, from new to old is working, but from high to low and from low to high is not working. So let's go and check. If you come to sort here, okay, we are sorting by the discount price here because we just go with the suggestion which GitHub Copilot gave us. Yes, that's why. Now I'm just going to set by the original price here. Okay, let's go back. Let's try to sort again from low to high. Yes, so you see it. We have 20, 85, 120. You see, they are in the order that's in this specific order here. From the lowest to the highest. We can also sort from high to low. You see, yes. So this is the reverse order now. So now we are done with this section. This is my store section here. Now we have a little problem here. So we just need to give a z index that is higher than the one of this cat here. So let's go and give it. Let's give a z index for our sort here. Let's first come to category. We'll first give the one for category. Here z is 50, yes. And let's give the same for z here is also 50. That means the one for cat is also 52. Let's go to cat. Let's check the z index for cat here. This is the heart. We apply that z index on the heart here. I'll just give here 40, probably 30 even, and we'll give the same for this one here, 30. Okay, let's come and check now. Okay, now it's fine. Good. Okay, with this now we are done with this my store section. This was a long section, but it was totally worth it because we learned a lot of new things here. So what we're going to be doing next is we're going to make this follow, and we're going to work with these followers and this following page here. And after that, we can see how we can, when a user creates a new notification, we can follow this user and turn on our notification bell so that if this user posts a new product, we can get notified. And that is going to be instantly. We'll get notified instantly. So that feature is going to use our novu. We're going to use our novu in the front end here. Hello guys. In this section, we are going to be creating the follow and to follow and unfollow user, and also to turn on the notification bell so that when new products are being posted, the user who is currently subscribed to another user is going to be able to receive notification when the user posts a new product. So that's what we're going to be doing in this section. But before we go there, we have some things which we need to do in our application. If we come to our home page now here, you'll see that in the home page here, we have this featured products here. These are our featured products here. And you see that the currently logged in user has this product, he's able to see his own product here. That means the currently locked in user is able to like his own product, is able to interact with his own product and make some changes which we do not want them to do. So we just want to hide this product. If from the home page here, if they are currently logged in user, they can only access these products from their store, here, from my store here. So this is the only place which they can access their own products. So, and do some modifications with it. In that way, they will not be able to like the product or make some changes to the product. So let's go and implement that functionality. So what I think that is fairly simple, because we have done a similar thing like that. So what we need to do here is, let's come to application. Let me show you. If we come to application here, let's go to, I think it was product. Let's go products. Yes, this is our store here. If we come to product API here, okay, we need to append another filter here. And this time around, we're going to check if here, instead of status, say this is going to be user. We're going to check if user is not here. We'll be appending not equal to, instead of just equal to, append not equal to here. And this is all we have to do. Okay, let's come to use product here. If we come to use product, since we are passing user there, and let me see, yes, we need to here, since this query now is going to be dependent on user, on the user, we need to run this infinite query here if only user is available, if only the user is available. So here we need to say enable here if only we have this filter data.user. So let's go to the home page and make the necessary modifications which we have to do using this infinite query. Let's go to our home page here. This is the home page here. This is the home page here. So what we need to do here is we just need to pass in our user here. Yes, user. If user, we have this user ID in here. Then we want to do all of this. Okay, what we can also do is, let's go to our search product and do the same, because we are using the infinite scrolling there. So search, it's going to be search wrapper, I think, yes. Oh, not really search wrapper. Let's go to search. It's going to be our search. Yes. So here we need to append another query here after the tag here. Let's say user. Okay. Now, if we go to application, we'll not be able to see that user. Let's go. Okay. You see, they're gone. See, the user's products here are gone. All of these users' products here are gone. So this is the minor change I wanted us to do. So if you come and search a product here, let's say probably Nike. Let's search. Yes, you see here all the products, the Nike product we're going to see here are going to belong. They're not going to belong to this currently logged-in user. They cannot see their own products here. Yes, so okay, that's good. Now we can go and work on another thing. Let's do pagination. We have infinite scrolling pagination here, but what we do not have here is what we do not have at the moment is pagination for my store here. Let's go to my store. We have my store here, but we do not have pagination for my store here. So we need to add pagination here, even though with this user do not have enough products at the moment. So the pagination here is not actually going to work. But if you come to like products here, see they have like 5 products. We're going to like more products so that we can see how pagination is going to work here. So I just want us to finish with the pagination. Let's just finish with this my store product before we can move to working with these buttons here, this follow and following buttons. So in that case, I'll go back to our application. I'll come to a component section here. I'll come to the component section here, and I'll create a new file here, and I'll call it pagination. Pagination dot, this is going to be, this is a component, so I'll just give it a capital letter, pagination dot jxs here. Okay, great. And here in this pagination, I'm going to give, let's just bootstrap a new application like this, and here I'll give a width of full. Just want us to give a width of full, and in here I'm going to give another div here, and here I'll say first let's give flex here. Let's give this a flex, and here I'll say flex h1, and for this div I'm giving flex 1 here so that we want to push this div right to the left side of the page. Yes, so here now I'll give flex here to 1. So I want to push this div to the right side. Why? Our pagination is going to go right here in this other div here. Yes. So here, let me hide this first, this bar here, okay, so that we have enough room to work with here. The first thing here, I'm going to give another div here. I'll give a class of flex. So flex item center, justify center, and space x2. Yes, and here I'll get some values here from props. I'm going to get some values here from props, and what I'll be getting is we have the current page, get the current page. We're going to get total pages, and set current page. Okay, instead of this set current page, I'll say here that this is going to be on page change. Okay, this on page change. We're having 2 quotation marks here. Okay, now here I'll just have to give a button here. This is going to be a button. Oh no, this will be a button here, and I'll give a class a width of, let's say, 8, and a height of 8. I need to give this a class. I'm just writing everything there. Give a width of 8 and a height of 8. Yes, flex item center, justified center. Yes, and rounded full. The background is going to be an accent. This is BG accent. Okay, and text of this button is going to be white. So yeah, this is what we're going to have in this button here, and we're going to have an on click also on this button. So on click here we'll just say unchanged page, and we pass the current page -1 here inside this button, and we can just give a sign here to show that this button is going left. Yes, because we need to give our left sign here. So what I'll do is I'll just give an ampersand here as a list, like this. Great. And after this button, immediately after this button, we're going to have our page numbers. We're going to have our page numbers here. So, and our page numbers also are actually buttons. So what I'll do is I'll just give an array. I'll write an array here. Let's say array dot from here, and also say array, and I'll give the total pages here, total pages dot key, and I'll map over the array just like this. So we've been doing this before, but before we're just putting just a random number here, but now we want to pass in the total number of pages here, and we are looping over this array here, or looping over the array here, and here now we just need to pass our buttons here. So button, this is going to be button here. Okay, and here we just give a class name. Want to start the buttons, and we're going to be styling these buttons here depending on the page numbers. So it's just the same codes which we have here. I'll just copy all of this, come here, I'll paste this here, I'll paste that one here, and we need to give the color of this button now depending on the page number which we are on. So here I'll just say if page number, we have to call it page number here. Here we're calling this item here. I'll just say page number. Yes, if page number plus 1 is equal to current page, then that is when we have to change. If page number plus 1 is equals to current page, that is when we are going to give a different styles to this button here. That means we are on the current page. So, and the styles we're going to be giving here is going to be we're going to give an accent background here. Let's say BG ascent, bg ascent, and the text of white, yes. Else we want to give a different set of styles here. I'm going to give a background of gray, and this is going to be gray 300, yes, and text of gray 700. I'll give a gray 700. And when we hover over this, buttons, we're going to give a background of ascent to them. So bg ascent, yes, and over, when we hover, also want to change the text to white. So text white. Okay, these are the styles which we'll give to this button here. And inside this button now, we can just give the page number plus 1. This to indicate, yeah, let's say page number plus 1. And here, when we click on this button, we want to change what to call the onChange method also. So on click here, on change, we just increment the page number to 1 also, yes, to give us the current page which we are on. Now we just need to pass this other button, the last button, which is the button to the right, because these are buttons that contain our pages, and up here we have the buttons that is going to take us to the left side. So I'll copy this and I'll bring it down here. Okay, yes, and here instead of left here, this is going to be greater than JT. Okay, yes, and here on page change, instead of minus, we'll go to increment it to 1. Yes, just like this. Now we have our pagination. Let's go to our sales product and implement the pagination here. If we come to sales product here, after this delete handler here, we can give the pagination. Yes, we can give the pagination there, or we can give the pagination here. Actually, we can give it here immediately after this grid here. Yes, after this grid, we're going to give it after this grid. Okay, we have the products here, and here I'm just going to say this is going to be our pagination. It's going to be pagination, and here I'll just call our pagination component here. This is not like this. Here we are passing the current page, total page, and the onChange prop here. Now the current page is here is going to be, we don't have the page number. Okay, let's just create something here for the current page. Here we'll say page number. I will set it to 1. Set page number to 1. And here let's just create a function to change our page number. So it's a const on page change. We just pass the page number here. I will set the page number to whatever we're getting from this page number here. So, and now we can pass onChanged here too. We can pass, let's come down, this pagination, and we are passing the page number here. Then on page change here, we're going to say on page change. We'll pass it here. What's left for us is this total pages. This total pages here, and where this total pages is going to come from. So let me first comment that out, and let me log to the console and show you where we'll get the total pages from. Let's log here. We have a limit. We're setting the limit to 8 here at the moment. Let's see. Let me see. Let me log all the products, our products to the console here. CLG products. If we log the products to the console here, let's see what's going to return us. Let's go to sales here. Okay, so cannot access products before initialization. Oh, all products. Yes, that is all products. This is going to be all products. Okay, we have success. Now we have the product length and the product count and total pages. The total pages, this is it here. We'll get it from our all product dot total pages. So here we can also destructure total pages from here. And if you come down here, we can just pass in the total pages to our pagination component here. Let's just uncomment this. I will pass the total pages here. With this now, it's not still going to work because here we are passing the page number. here, but we need to pass the page number based on this here, or based on the page, this page number here. We need to pass it based on the page number here. So I just have to remove this one here. Okay, and we'll give our comma. Yes, now it's going to work. Everything is going to work fine. Let's check. Pagination is not defined. Yes, we need to import it. Please don't take it from Material UI. You take it from here, from our application there. Let's check. Okay, you see, we have the pagination here. We are on the coin page. We cannot move back and forth at the moment because here, we cannot move back and forth because we have only one page. That's the page numbers here are not specified. So, but the pagination is working. You can log in as another user or create more products for yourself in order to see how this pagination is going to work. But it's actually working. Now, another thing is I'm going to log in as a different user. And so another thing is I want that if we are on the first page, we don't want to show this button here, so we cannot move backward. We can only move forward here. Yes. So that's another thing we can do with that pagination. Let's go. Let's check the pagination component here. We're going to set that logic here on this first button here. So here we can just check if we have our coin page. Let's check if coin page is greater than 1. If coin page is greater than 1, that's the situation. That's when we want to. That is when we want to show this button here. And we come down to this last button. We do a similar thing here. We want to check if you come to the last button. The check we're going to be doing to the last button is if the current page is less than the total number of pages. That's only when we want to show the other button here. That's the situation we want to show this other button here. Okay, great. If the current page is less than the total number of pages. So let's go. See, now we are showing only one page here. We have the buttons are gone. We are showing only one page here. So what I'm going to have to do is I will log in as a different user here, or log in as a different user and a user that have many products, and I'll reduce the product limit so that you can see how the pagination works here, rather than creating new products for this particular user. So I'm going to log out of the application and log in as a different user. So we'll log out here and I'll log in here as the email is going to be this email, and the password. Oh, forgotten the password. Let's try this one. Submit. Okay, we are looking at Queendev store here, and you see we are able to see those other products here. And if you look Queendev store here, he has the majority number of products, but he cannot browse his own products here. So he cannot browse his own products here. So what I'll do is let's go to Queendev store here, my store. Yes, you see, yes, this is what I was talking about. You have the paginations here, but I'm just going to reduce the limit here to I'll just reduce the limit here to, let's say, let's go to sales product here. I'll reduce the limit to, let's say 6 or probably 4 products. So just so that you see the pagination here. Okay. Or probably 6. Let's give 6. 6. Okay. Now we have, that means this user has like that 3 pages here. You see, we are on the first page now. We need to give a margin top here, because look at this, the pagination buttons are glued up here. So I need to give a margin top. Let's go to pagination here, and here I'll just say margin top of probably 6 here. Okay, this is better now. If we go to page 2 here, we're going to load the next set of products here. You see, go to page 3. You can either, you see, when we go to page 2, this button here, it appears here. Go to page 3, yes. And when we're on page 3, we cannot go any further. So the buttons there disappear. So that's how our pagination is working. So the next thing with this pagination working now, you can plug in this pagination in any other page which we are using our finite scrolling functionality. This is not infinite scrolling. We're just using our normal finite scrolling functionality here. With this done, we can go now and begin working with this follow and the follow. Now let's go and begin working on our followers and our following. Now we'll go to application. Let's go to application. I'm going to clean all of this up here. Control KW, and I'll unpin this and delete. Unpin this and delete. We're done with all these files here, so we can unpin them and delete them. So what we're interested here is in our features product here. Let's go to follow. We're going to create a new folder here. This is new folder, and we'll call this follow. Let's just say follow. Okay, and in this follow, I'm going to create a new file. I'll call it follow.jxs. I'll create another file. I'll call it follower.jxs. I'll create yet another, and I'll call it following.jxs. Yes, and in this follower file here, let's just if rfce, yes, and here this is the file which we are going to be hooking up in our router. So let's go to router, and to follow a user you need to be authenticated, so it's a protected route, so we are going to put it under the protected route section. I'll copy and I'll paste here. Instead of my store here, I'll call this follow. Yes, and here this is just going to be follow. Okay, let's go back to our application. Let's go back to follow. Let's go to follow route here. I'll shift this. Okay, we are here. So here we're just going to do what we've been doing normally. We're going to get our header, to pass our header here. Since this here is no, this is not headers, guys. This is header, and it's coming from component header, and we'll pass our user here. And now, you know, our user is coming from since this is a protected route, we need to get it from our outlet context. So user is coming from outlet context, used outlet context. Yes, just like that. And down here we need to have a div. After this div, we just hook up our footer. Yes. Now here I'm going to give our normal, I think we call this normal flex responsive. Yes, and this is actually going to be a section, so we'll just give a section here. Okay, inside here now we need to call something else also. We have the profile bar. We need to get our profile sidebar here. Yes, you know, our profile sidebar also expects a user, so we'll pass in the user we are getting from here. And yes, after that we have the profile content now, which is whether the user is following or is not following that particular user. Now the thing here is, here we are going to be using an outlet again. We're going to be using an outlet here. So I'll see this, I'll give a div here. I'll give width of full and self start, and on bigger devices I'm just going to give a width of, because remember that this our profile sidebar has a width of, I think was 3/12. So here we need to give a width of 9/12. Yes, and here like this. Okay, and on smaller devices the width is going to be full. Great. Now we can just pass in our outlet here. We're going to be using outlets from React router. So here we can pass the context here, and the context I'm going to be giving here is, we're going to pass in the follow and our set follow, but we do not have those two yet. So for this context we can just leave it as an empty object like this for now, because we're going to be passing a lot of things here, so that we can give this, we can fit these two components, this follower and following components, with whatever we are passing to this outlet, this context here. Yes, so let's go back to router here. We need to finish setting up our router, because if we go right now, we are not going to be able to will not be able to see this. If we go to this follow part here, we'll not be able to see our what is it? Yes, this follower and followings. We'll not be able to see our follower and our followings here. We need to do some adjustments to this router here. So before we do that, let me give RFC here, and here RFCE. Great. Now let's go to router here, and by the way, let's just go to our application here. Let me show you. Let's go to follow. We call this follow. If you go here now, you see we have our sidebar here, quite alright, but we have nothing showing here. We just come to the follow section here. Now we want that when we click on a button, when we click on a button here, or when we navigate to another URL like follow/following or follow/follower, we will be able to receive the content here, depending on whether we are looking for the follower or we are looking for the following. So what we're going to do here is we're going to pass in another. We'll be passing another option here, which is going to be our children. Here, this children now is going to take it will take elements and another path. You're going to take the element and path. So here you can just say the element here is going to be, let's start with the follower. It's going to be follower, yes, and here we just say follower, and the element, this is nesting route. You see that this route here is at the third level of our application. This is a nested route. This is at the third level of our application. It's nested right at the third level because we have children here. Under this protected route is a children, and this is our main route here, which is under this protected route children. So here, instead of follow, we'll say following here, and here I'll say following here. Great. Now if you come to our application back, let's come to our application. Let's navigate to /follower here. Okay, unexpected application error not found. There's something which we have been writing our application and we're forgetting. This not found page, we're going to be displaying a more friendly page for this not found page. Yes, I think after we finish the follow and unfollow, we're going to do that. Okay, it's not found. Let's check here. We need to remove these slashes here. Yes. Let's check if this one is going to work now. Okay, you see we have follower here. You see there's it, we have follower, and if we just change it to following here, you see here we have following. So now we just need to write our following and our follower section here. So let's go back to let's go to the application. So we're done with this follower. We can now start with the followings. Okay, we can start with the follower. We're done with this follow. We can start with the followers. I'll bring this here and I'll bring this other one here. So let's start with the follower here. I'm going to begin by here. I'll just remove this follow and I'll give a link here. This is going to be a link. Yes, and this link we're just going to be going to, we are just now getting this link from UI here, which is not where we're supposed to get this link from. React router done here, and here we'll not be going to /profile. This link you need to have a 2 here, and instead of this we're going to go to /follower. Yes, and here I'll give a class name like this, and okay, here the name here is going to be follower. Great. Now we need to get the path because we need to give some styles depending on the path, and this path we're going to use location hook. Use location hook. You can say split, and want to take the second. Want to take the second path. So now we can give some styles here. Let's say text is X large and font is bold, and here we can give some styles here depending on the path. If the path is equal to follower, then we want to give some styles. Else, let's say underline, else we want to give nothing there. And while we are here, I'll just give margin, let's say margin left of, oh, this should be right, margin right of 8 here. Okay, now up here I can say, let's give it class name. I will say margin top of 6. Okay, now I'm going to copy down this here. I'll paste this here and I'll remove this margin right here. So instead of follower here, I'm going to check for following, and here instead of going to follower, we'll go to following here, and here we'll just say following. Okay, this is great. Let's just copy down all of this. Let's copy these 2 links here, and we do the same thing in the following here. And here I'll just give it class name. I'll say margin top of 6. Great. Now let's check. Let's come and check if how it's going. Yes, so we have the link here. We are on follower, so we see it here. If you click on following, the link is not defined. Okay, that's because we just copy it here and paste. We need to bring in this link. Remember to take it from React router DOM. So also the path is not yet defined, so we need to also get the path here and use location too. It's going to come from React router DOM. So here I can just say use location. Okay, this is fine now. Okay, you see we can navigate back and forth. You see the URL here is changing. Okay, this is good. Now what we need to do here after this is we need to give our I think this space here is too big. I'll just adjust that space there. Now we need to give the users which we are following, the user which this currently logged in user are following, and their followers. Yes, and those who this currently logged in user is they're following him or her. So let's go. So if you come here now, this margin top here is too big, so I'm just going to give like 3 here, and same goes for this here. Great. Now what we have to do is here I'll come and give another div here, and this div I'll give another div here, and inside this div, this first div here, I'll make it to be flex, and I'll say flex is going to be column here, and I'm just going to give a gap of 4. Yes, here. Great. And now with this one too, I'll make it flex. The flex here is going to be roll, flex roll. Yes, I'll give align item to the center, so item center, and justified between. Yes. Okay, now this second one in here, now I need to give a div, and this div is going to contain our images and some styles. Yes, so here we're going to have this is a div. We're going to have this div here. We're aligning the item to center, just setting a gap of 4 in this div, and here we have the user's name, and down here we are going to have here the total number of products which this user has. Here I'll just going to say total products or number of products. Let's say number of products, and this I'll just give a strong here to make this text stand out. This is a strong, and okay, like this. Here I can just say 12. Okay, so with this button now, with this button, instead of blue here, I'm going to give a background of Asen BG. I'll remove all of these styles actually. Yes, this I'll remove all of this, and I'll say btn dash Asen and btn outline, and here I'll say follow to follow the user. Let's check how this is coming along. Okay, you see the button here, number of products 12. We have John Doe here as the username, but our image is not coming, and we need to give a margin top here of around 4 pixels here. So this is the button here. The button is fine. Yes, the button is good, but here we need to give some additional style in there. Also, we need to place this button here based on the condition. We need to place this button here based on the condition. So I'll just come and say here const is following, based on whether this user is actually is following one of these users here. So is following here. Now I'll come here, I'll check here if is following. Yes, we want to yes, if it's following, want to give this button here. No, put it here. Else want to give another set of buttons, but here instead of outline, this is just going to be Asen, and here this will be on follow. This will be on follow. Okay. Okay, and I'll just give on clicks here. On click, I'll say handle on follow, and here on click. I'll say handle follow. Okay, so let's come here now, and here I'll just give a margin top of probably 4 here. Okay, great. This is now coming also along. So this image is not available. We need to get this image. So let's just go to Cloudsnawi and see how we can get that image. Okay, we have not defined those methods, but first let's come and get an image here from Cloudsnawi. Copy image address. Let's come back here. We need to define those 2 methods. We'll paste this image here. Okay, and now let's come here. Let's define handled follow, and here handled unfollow, and here I'll just give E just to prevent our default actions. See, E that prevent default here, and we do the same here, E that prevent default. Great. Let's check. Let's come back here. Okay, this is what we have at the moment. We have John Doe, number of product is 12. You have the button to unfollow this user here. If we turn this from true to, let's say, false, here you see it will change to follow, the button to follow. So we are going to that part there is going to be dynamic, but for now we can just leave it like this because we do not yet have our functionality. We don't yet have our functionality. So what we need to do in order to get this to working is we need to come here to our agent file here. Let's say const follow. It's going to be like this, and here I'm just going to pass the follow here. Now the first thing we need to do here is we need to get the first thing is to follow a user, and to follow a user we need to go to this URL /follow here. Then here instead of user ID we're going to pass the follower here. Remember from our backend we are passing the follower here. Let me show you. Control P. Let's go to follower controller here. To follow a user here, you see the body is expecting a follower. This follower is an ID. It's not the user, the full user. It's an ID. But when we are querying for the follower, we are displaying it as the full user. We are virtually populating this field. Let me show you here. This is it. So when we are getting followers, we are virtually populating the followee field. And when we are getting the followee, we are virtually populating the follower field here. We are virtually populating the follower field here. So remember this, why we go and finish with our agent here. Also here I'm going to say this is follower here, and coming here this is correct, but I need to remove this, and here we'll pass an object here as a follower. Just have to remove this last one here. We'll pass another object here as a follower. Okay, here we are getting users followers, so we'll just go to strat /follow. Yes, /follow /followers. This is actually follower, not followers. Let me check. Let's go to follow route. Yes, so we have /follower and /followee. /follower and /followee. I have to, let me get rid of this two here so that we are seeing everything we are doing. Now I need to just copy down this, and we just change get user followers here to get user followees, and we also change it here to followee. Now we are done with this agent file here. What we can do here is we can come to our follow here. We'll create some new files here. I'll say follow api.js. I'll create another file. I'll say follow. This is going to be just follow.js to write our hooks. Now I'm going to hide this sidebar. Let's start here with the follow API. I'll say export const. I'll start with the create here. We're going to create a product. So create, not creating a product. We're going to create a follower here, and here we need to pass in our follower. Remember, this follower is an ID. So here I'll just say try catch, and we just throw this error here. Now moving up here, we just want to return from this function here, and we'll say agent dot follow follow a user, and we pass the user follower ID. Here we need to call the await keyword because this is asynchronous, and we also need to make this function here an asynchronous function. Now we just need to copy down everything from here. Okay, we'll paste it here. Instead of, we're going to be deleting a follower. we can call it unfollow here. Yes, and this is going to be follower.unfollow user here. Yes, and we throw this error here. We're going to be deleting the follower there, and the next thing here is going to be getting the user's follower. So getting the followers. We getting the followers is the same thing here. Try catch, and we just throw the error here, and we return await agent. This is await the agent dot follower dot get followers. Yes, and I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. Instead of get followers, I'll say get followees. Let's get followers, get followees, and here we just say get followees. Now with this, we are done with this follower ID here. We can now come to the follower here. Now here I'm going to export the const. I'll say use create follower. Here we need to get rid of one bracket here, and now here I'll say const. So use mutation. Use mutation. This is in fact not correct. Yes, use mutation. This mutation, we're going to get it from our tanstack query. So say import use mutation, not from Apollos, no. Add tanstack query, and here we can pass our query key. No, our mutation function here. We're going to say create follower. We need to remove this. We are not importing this from Material UI. We need to create the follower. Come from our API. Now open success. We're just going to write some invalidate this followers query, and here we need to give a toast success, and the message I'm going to be giving here is you successfully followed this user. And now here we do not have this query client, so we need to get our query client. Const query client is going to come from used query client, and I'm going to get it from tanstack query. So query client, yes. Here we don't need this brackets here. Okay, this is fine. Okay, now I need to get our, since this is a mutation, let's get our mutation here, and here I'll just say create, or let's say follow a user. Follow a user. Here I'll say is following is following, yeah, is following, yes, is loading. Okay, like this. Here I'll just want to return follow a user and is following there. Okay, let's double check if we have not made any mistakes here. Okay, this is good. Now I'll just have to copy this and do the same thing for to unfollow a user. So use unfollow. Yes, I'll just call it unfollow. Here instead of follow a user, I'll say unfollow a user, and instead of is following a user, I'll say unfollowing a user. So is on following It's unfollowing. Yes, let's just leave it like that. Okay, if you come here, instead of create here, we're going to say delete followers, the follower, and everything stays here. We're going to invalidate these queries here. We just have to change this message here. Say you have unfollowed this user. Here, you have unfollowed this user. Okay, now we just need to pass here unfollow a user and is unfollowing. Great. Now we need to write our this here was mutation. Now we need to write our queries. So export const, so use followers here with const, and so use query. This is going to come from tanstack query, of course, and here we have the query key. Let's start with the function, and with this function I'm just going to call get followers here, and the query key is going to be followers. So make sure you give the query key that matches what we have in this invalidate queries here. Now there is one. Okay, we are getting use query clan. Okay, yes. Okay, no, everything is fine. Okay, so what we have to do here is we need to say data. Here I'll say get followers here, and just say it's loading, is getting followers here. So it's getting followers. Okay, and now we just need to return get followers and it's getting followers. Okay, let's come. We do the same thing for use followees. Here instead of followers we pass followees, and here instead of get followers we want to say get followees here. Okay, this is fine. Now instead of get followers here we say get followees. Oh no, we have a problem here. You see, this get followers and this get and this query functions are the same, so we do not want to go, we do not want that. So here I'll just say followers instead of get followers. I'll say followers here. Okay, this is fine. Now I'll do the same thing here. I already noticed it, but here, so let's say followees here. Okay, this is fine. Here I'll say it's getting followees. It's getting followees. Now I can just return followees and it's getting followees. Okay, we can go to our application now and use these methods. We can come and use these methods here. Let's use them. Now originally as it stands, we cannot use the method in our application here. Where we need to call this method here is in this products details page here. I'm already at the page here. You see here, when we click on this button, this is where we want to follow this user and unfollow the user. Now before we do that, we need to write a method that is going to check if we are currently following this user. If not, we need to adjust. We need to display a different button to unfollow the user. If we are following the user, if we are not following the user, we need to give this button to follow the user. And also, I'm noticing one thing here, and I think this happened when we created our My Store, but I didn't notice it by then. I'm just noticing it now. If you look, our sellers here, other items are empty, and our recommended products here are empty. That means we broke something. So we are going to have to see what is going on here. But let's finish up with this quickly so that we can see what is going on here. Now, okay, here I'll go to products details. Here's a product details. This is it. Yes. Now this is the button. Let's go to user shop here. This is the button we click to follow the user. But before that, let's call our endpoints right up here after this like endpoints here. I'll say const, and here I was just going to say use, I think this was followees. Yes, use followees here, and it takes our followees. Yes, let's just log this followees to the console. Yes, it's giving us success, giving us undefined before it gives us success. Now if you check, you see that this our followee, we are following this currently logged in user Quentin Store is following Jendo. Here, this is the name here, Jendo. Quentin Store is following Jendo. So what we need to do is we need to write a function to check if Quentin Store is following this user. If not, if Quentin Store is following this user, then we want to display a button that they can unfollow the user. If Quentin Store is not following Jendo, then you have to display another button that can enable Quentin Store to follow Jendo here. So let's go and build, let's go and do what we just talked about now. So we need to create that function right into our utilities folder because we're going to need it in other places. Yes, so here I'm going to just call this function check if is following here .js, and here I'll export const to check if is following. Now this is not going to be an asynchronous method, so I need to remove it, and instead of passing the followers, I'm going to pass in the followees, and I'm going to pass in the ID. This is the ID of the user they want to follow. Now here I'm just going to return, because here we just want to return true or false, true or false. So I'll return followees if only we have followees, and also followees dot length is greater than 0. Then we want to say followees dot sum here. Yes, we're going to use sum. Else, yes, we'll return false. Okay, so let me give some more room here so that everything fits in. You can see them very well here. So what we are doing here, we'll just check if we have this followees here. If we have the followees there, then, and if the followees dot length is greater than 0, that is when we want to do this check. Else, we want to just return false. If we return false, we're going to show a warning to that. We're going to show that we are not following the user. Now, if any of this here returns false here, then we're still not going to be able to show that user. So this is what this sums method does here. So if any of this return true, we just this function is going to return true. Else is going to return false. Yes. So let's come back to product details here, and let's call that method which we're just from creating. This check if is following. I'll just say const is following is equals to check if is following. It expects our followees, so we need to pass in our followees dot, look here, it needs, we need to go inside the followees folder. We get the followees. Yes, we'll go inside the followees folder. We get the followees here, followees dot, yes, we just get the followees. We pass all the followees here, because you see this is an object here. Our followees here is an object, so it's an object that contains this message success to true and our followees. So we just want to get the followees here. Then we want to pass the ID. The ID of the user which we want to follow is going to come from product.user.i_id here. So let's check. Let's first check if this logic here is actually correct, because if we're getting the followees here, we need to come here and check, because I didn't really look at this method here. I just accepted with what GitHub pilot gave me. So we are checking if followee, inside this followee, want to check if this is going to be the followers, not followee.id. Okay, now it is correct. You are getting the followers, because if you come to product details here, you see here is the follower. Yes, so now it's correct. Instead of locking this, let's also lock this is following. Yes, this user is following this user, so it's giving us true here. That means this user is following this user. Now we can come now down to this button here. What we're going to do is we're going to check if is following. Then we want to do something else. We want to do another thing. If it's following, we want to display a button to unfollow. Else, we also want to display a button to follow. So that is the logic here. Instead of follow here, I'll say unfollow, and here this is going to be follow. Okay, great. Now let's see how this is coming along. Yes, you see, because we are following this user now, we have this unfollow here. We just need to wire up the click events on these methods here. You say on click, we say handle unfollow, and here on click here, we need to say handle follow here. Let's come and create the two methods up here. I prefer we just create them here. It's const handle follow and const handle unfollow. So with e.prevent default here. Now we need to call our methods to follow and unfollow. Let's remove all of this here, and here we need to say const use followees here. Let's import it, use followees, and here we're going to have followees, and no, we are already having followees here. This is going to be create use create followers, use create followers, and here we have follow a user and is following. We already have is following here, so I'll just say here that is creating. Yes. Now we need to do the same thing for unfollow. Instead of use create follower here, I'll say use unfollow a user, and here this is unfollowing, and here we say unfollow a user. Now we need to come to the various event here. To handle to follow a user, we need to just say follow a user, and we'll pass in the follower ID here. So this is it. Follow the user, we'll pass in the follower ID, and to unfollow the user here also say e.prevent, and here we'll pass in the user ID, and it's coming from our product.user.id. So this is how we unfollow and we follow a user here. Now we just need to come to the respective button here. Where do we have the buttons? Here. Now instead of displaying this here, I'm going to give an option like this. I'll say if it's unfollowing here, we want to display this, and I'll just remove this from here. No, I'll remove this. I want us to give a different text if we are unfollowing the user. Here we'll say if is unfollowing, then we want to give this text showing that it's unfollowing, and if it's following, we want to give this text that is unfollow. We'll do the same thing here. If it's creating, want to give this, want to say following, and if not, we just want to say follow. And also, while doing that, we can disable the buttons. Say disabled if is creating here, and also we want to disable if is following. If is unfollowing, sorry, if is unfollowing. Okay, now let's see if this is working according to the way we plan. Now, since Quentin's store here is following Jane's store here, let's click on this button to unfollow to see. Okay, that didn't work. That means we have an error. So let's check what that error might be. Let's go to our DevTools of 12. If we come here, let's go to console here. Follower is not defined. Okay. Follower is not defined. This coming from a mutation function. So let's go and check that mutation function over there. Let's go to follow here. Follower. Okay, Okay, guys, I see where this is coming from now. We are passing follower here, but we're not defining it here. We're not passing it here. So this is going to be follower here, and here we're going to pass the follower here. Okay, now this is going to work. I believe this is going to work now. Let's come back here. Let's unfollow this user. Yes, you saw that spinner. I say here, you have unfollowed this user, and look at the button. It shows now that we can follow back this user. If you go now here to, let's lock back our, let's come to product details here. We'll lock back our, let's lock this, our followings. Let's lock our followings. You see that is going to give us an empty array. You see. Now let's go and lock. Let's go and follow back the user. Yes. See, we show now this button unfollow. You have successfully followed this user. If you go back here, you see we have the user here which we are following. This is the user we are following here. So now we can return back to our page where we have our follow and unfollow functionality. So it is done there. Let's come back here. Before we continue, I noticed a problem. I'm not sure if you noticed it, but if you noticed it and you corrected it, good and fine. So let's go back. Let's go to our follow, where we are writing our hooks here. If you see here, this query client dot invalidate queries, where we are invalidating our queries, we need to pass by an array of our query key. So you can just wrap this in. You can wrap this inside an array, or you can say the query key and you pass it as an array here. It's a query key here, and followers. You're going to do the same thing here. I'm going to say object query key. Yes, like this. We'll come down here. We'll do the same thing here and here too. Okay. Now, if we come to where we are getting these queries here, where we're actually getting the queries, you see, we are just passing them also here as strings. This here is not, it's going to still give us the result here. That's why we're able to get the result at first. It's going to give us the result. But the thing is that if you want to add another query here, that's where the problem is going to come. You need to must wrap this in an array. You want to pass another query key here. So for consistency, let's just give it a query key. Let's just give it an array there. And let's come to this other one also. Let's just give it as an array. Now, this is done. Okay, let's go to our followers now. Now, what I want us to do is, let's open incognito window and try to log in. Okay, let's try to log in as another user here. It's a new incognito window. I'm going to log in as the local storage. I'm going to log in as this other user here. This is Jane. Because we are logging as Quentin store, I'm going to log it as Jane store this time around. Submit. Okay, this is Jane store here. Okay, we are logged in now. Okay, if you get an error while you're logging in for the first time in this incognito window, you're going to get, if you get an error, that means it's coming from either our cat or product details. Let me show you. If we go to product details here, I already corrected that error because I did this procedure before. When I was creating when I was following a user, when I was following the first user, so I went through this procedure. So I noticed that here in our, let's see, in this likes here, we are getting our likes here. So if you see an error that says this likes here is on, you cannot access the sum method here because the likes here is undefined. So you need to come here and change. You just need to come and give an optional chain in here. This question mark here. This to tell React that if we want to call this sum method, if only this like is available, because when you open in incognito window, our local storage is going to be empty with this like, so it's going to return us undefined, and you cannot call sum on undefined. So that's why they told us that error. And also you need to do the same thing in the cart here. You need to do the same thing in the cart here. Let me see. Yes. So you need to give this an optional chain in here. This optional chain in here, you need to do it here. So, and it's for the same reason I just discussed. So please guys, don't forget to do this. Yes, if you see that error, yes. Now I'll close back this. I'll go back to my incognito window here where we are logged in as Jane store. I want to look for a product that belongs to Queen store, which is actually this here, and I'll follow. Yes, you see, you have followed the user. You successfully followed this user. Now let's go back. I'll just minimize this window. or you can close it all together if you want. I don't see I'm going to have need of it again. Okay, let's come back to our application. Let's go to product details here. Let's copy everything we have done here, the followers, the followee. Let's copy and bring it to our followers here. I'll paste them here, and here we're having 2 followers here. So I'm just going to remove this for the moment, but let me bring in this first. Yes, I'll remove this, and here I'm going to bring in create follower, and here I'll bring in use on follow, and here I'll bring use followee, and also we are going to need const use follower, use followers. Yes, we're going to need use followers, and here this is going to be followers and is getting followers. Now we need all of this here now. So what we'll have to do is, instead of setting this true here, I'm going to remove it for the moment, and I just have to check if it's getting followers. We want to return our spinner, return the spinner here. Great. Now what we need to do is, let's try to get our followers, or just from following that user. So let's try to get the followers. I think this is followers here. Okay, it's what give us undefined, then it gives us now our success to true. Let's check. You see, these are our followers. We can loop over through these followers here. You see the followee here, it gives us a followee here, and yes, this is an array of this. We have an array of followers. It gives us an array of followers. So now here, what I'm going to do here is, I'll just come after this. I'm just going to say const. Here I need to destructure from, let's say, from followers here. I need to destructure all our followers. Yes, I think this is called followers here, and I'll rename it to let's say all followers here. Okay, yes, and now I'm going to loop over this container here, all of this. I'm going to loop over the followers. You see, all followers. If only we have all followers here, then we say all followers dot map. Yes, and here I'll just cut everything from here and I'll paste it here. Okay, and we have the follower here. Here now we can just remove this here, and instead we have follower dot followee dot photo. Yes, let's check. Yes, follower dot followee. Yes, and the photo here. We also need the name, and we also give a key, which is the ID. So we'll give here, we are having the ID here. Yes, this is the ID. So let me see. Okay, here we need to pass a key here, and we say follower dot followee. Oh, this is going to be follower dot ID. We don't need to call the followee on it again. Follower dot ID, and here where we are getting John Doe, we need to pass follower dot followee dot the name, and here this is going to be follower dot followee dot, here is going to be num products. You can always check up here if the variables are okay. The variables you are trying to pass here, you can always check them up here if everything is okay. Yes, it's working fine. Now we need to take care now of this is following. What we need to do here is, we don't need to call our is getting following. No, we called, I think we called this some check is following. Yes, this is going to be check is following. And remember, this check is following, it takes a followee, it takes followees. So we need to pass in our followees here, and dot followees. And we also need to pass here the ID of the user which you want to follow or unfollow, which is going to be our follower here, dot the followee here, dot their ID. Okay. Now we have the onClick methods here. Okay. Here we need to just check here if it's creating. How to check if it's creating? I want to say following, and want to disable this button. Disabled if it's creating. And here, in the case of unfollow here, if it's unfollowing, then we want to just say, I want to copy unfollow here and we'll paste it here, and want to disable this button if it's unfollowing. Okay, we've done this before, so we are just doing a repetitive work here. Now we need to come here and call follow a user. We can come here, and instead of just passing this handle unfollow like this, we're going to give e, and here now we're going to pass our follower ID. We're going to pass the follower ID here, and it's going to come from, let's say, it's going to come from the follower here, follower dot followee here, and we're going to get the ID. This ID will be passing because this is the user we want to unfollow. Here in this followee, look it through this the followers, and we're getting the followee ID here. And now here, what I need to, oh no, this doesn't have to be here, guys. Oh my god. This is the onClick function. So what I'll do is here, yes, we just have to put it like this. Instead of this, I'll cut this, and here I'm going to pass the E here, and I'll paste this here. Okay, it's like this, so that when we come here, we need to just get this unfollow from the body of our method. We'll do the same thing here. This is going to be E. That E stands for the event object here. Okay, the same thing here. Now we need to get all of this. So this is going to be follower ID, and here this is going to be follower ID. Follower ID, yes. And now here, where we are following this user, we can say follow a user. Now we pass the follower ID, and the same thing here. On follow a user, we pass the follower ID. So with this now, here these are the followers of this user 1. Now let's go and see if we can unfollow this user now. Let's check if we are not making any mistakes here. Okay, let's go. Let's refresh the page first. Yes. Now let's try to unfollow this user, Jane Doe here. Okay, you have unfollowed this user. You see, look at the button, it changed, it turns like this. Now we can now follow back this user. If we come here and check our followers and our followees, you see the list is going to be, the list of our followers is going to be empty. Here, let's see. Now if we lock our followees is going to be empty. Yes, our followees, let's look by our followees, is going to be empty. Remember that when I follow this user, so yes, you see the followees now are empty. So this here is actually working. This is working now. So okay, that is working. Now let's try to add, let's also, you can go and log in. Let's log in again and follow this user. Let's log in as a different user and also follow this Quentin store, so that we have two users who are following Quentin store here. So let's go and log in as the other user. I'm going to open a new incognito window again. Let's navigate to localhost this, and I'm going to log in here. This time around I'm going to use this. Let's say pass 1 2 3 4. Okay, yes. No, we are still looking at Quentin store here. Okay, I'll log out. Yes, I'll log in again. The other email, let me check from my database. And so the other email here is this one here, yes, and the password. Submit. Yes, we're looking at Hans now. What we can do is Hans can come and look for a product that was posted by Quentin. Here, let's see. Let's check one of this, yes. And okay, you can follow this user. See, you have successfully followed this user. You see the button changed to unfollow. Now, if we come back to our other application now, voila, look at this, guys. You see, this now have 2 followers. Quentin store now have 2 followers here. We have Hans and Jane Doe. Now, we are not following any of these users. So Hans have 5 products, while Jane have 5 products. We can now follow Hans back, or we can follow Jane Doe back here. So if we follow Jane Doe here, you see, you saw this button also was like it also shows a loading error, or it was also changing. But we want only this button to change. Yes, if you throttle a network, you're going to see what I'm talking about, because here, if we click on follow here, this button is going to be affected too. But we do not want that. We want that when we are working with this button, only this button should be active. We should get the loading indicator, and yes. So for that, we're going to adjust. What we are doing here in the application here. What I can do here is we can create a use state here to track our progress. Let's say const is use state. Here I'm going to just say this is going to be follow. I'll just say follow ID here, and I'll give it to an empty string here. I'll give the follow ID here to an empty string. Now, if we come here, let's see. When we click on this button here, we want to set the follow ID here to our follower ID, and here we need to set the follow ID here to the follower ID also. Now, if we come down to these buttons where we are having all of this, here we need to check here. If only, then we need to check if it's creating, and also if our follow ID is equal to follower dot followee yes dot followee dot underscore ID. Then we can place that option there. Now I'll just copy this. See, we need to do the same thing if we are disabling here. Here, okay, and here we need to do the same thing. Okay, we don't need this one here, and also we need to do the same thing here. Yes, so with this now, I think we are done. I think this is going to work. Let's check. If we come to the application now, let's refresh. Okay, we have a problem. Followees cannot read property of undefined followees. Where is that occurring? Followees. So if you check here, you see followees is giving us undefined here. So what are let's check. I think we are passing it here in this is check. Yes, we need to give it like this. Okay, let's come back here. Let's refresh. Okay, everything is now fine. Let's try to throttle our network. Let's throttle our network so that you see what I'm talking about. If you click here, you see only this now is changing. You are now following this user, so only that is changing. Let's come back to application here. Yes, you see we have all our data, but our followings are our follow. Here, if you look at the followees here, it's an empty array. But if you look at the followers here, the followers here are we have two followers here. Okay. So we can follow these 2 users back. Let's follow. Yes, you see. Yes. So now everything is working. If you see here, you see we have 2 followers and we have 2 followees. Now we can now go back, we can now come to this followees and we work on this followings here, this followings. So let's go and work on the followings here. Okay, now for the followings here, if you look for the followings here, we are only going to need two things here. In this followings, we're going to need only two things. Let's remove this. We have done with this here. We're going to need only the followings and our unfollow handler here, because when it comes to followings, you can only unfollow the user, and we're not going to be able to because when you unfollow the user is going to leave that array. You cannot follow back the user, so it's going to leave that array. Yes, so that is how we are going to implement it. I'll show you what I'm talking about, and you'll see how it's going to come along. Now, what we need to do is I need to get only this unfollow here. I need to get this unfollow, and also I need to get our followings. Where are we getting our followees? Yes, our followees here. We need to get also our followees here. Yes. So I'll first copy these two and I'll bring them to the followings here. Because these are the only two things we're going to need here. Followings, and let's get handle followings. Yes. Handle followings, and there's one more we need. We also need followings, our followees. Use followees and use unfollow. This is it. Use unfollow. I'll copy this and I'll bring it here also. So here we're checking if it's unfollowing, and we need to bring this use unfollow here. Okay, now let's come back here and we need to copy all of this here. Let's just get all of this. Sorry that we are not following the dry principles here. You can go ahead and yes, you do it. The thing is, I do not want to have this follower route here to be too choked up with a lot of optional chaining. Yes, that's why I had to separate the followers and the followees. Yeah. So here we don't need this button here. We don't need the button to follow. We only need the button to unfollow the user. There. So what I'll do is I'm going to get rid of this here. Get rid of this button here. We don't need this check tool here. Okay, we only have the handle. Yes, handle unfollow. Yes. We also need to pass in our user ID and set user ID. So we just need to get it from the state here. Say use state snippet and we say follow ID, and here we just pass it to an empty string like that. Great. Our followees, now we are going to be looping over our followees here. We're going to be looping over our followees. Instead of followers here, this is going to be followees here, and here this will be followees. So here we're going to have, instead of follower, we have followees, and we just need to replace them here. This followees underscore ID. This is going to be followee dot. This will be followers, and here this will be followee, and this will be follower dot name. The same thing here. This is going to be followee, and this will be follower the product. So with this also, this is going to be followee. We are changing everything here. Followee and followers. Oh, this is the burden of copying and pasting. Yes. Okay. Followee, followers. Let's check if we haven't made any mistakes. Set follow ID. Set follow ID. This is going to be set follow ID. Okay. So yes, I think this now is okay. We have imported everything which we copied and pasted. So let's check very well. Okay, I think that is it. Let's come here. Let's go to followings now. Okay, use state is not defined. Okay, we need to bring in use state from here. Oh, it's taking a long time. That means something is surely wrong. Okay, we have followee.map is not a function. So what we have to do is we need to also check here if is on following. So if is on following, then want to return a spinner here. Let's say if only we have followee here. Yes, and this followee.map here is not actually a function really, because here we need to destructure this followee. We need to destructure our followee from here. Let's say const, yes, from followee, and here we need to say this is going to be all followee list. We're getting the followees from here, and we just need to replace this followees here with all. You say followee list here. Okay, now with this I think it's going to be okay. Okay, remember that our application is still in this throttling state, so we need to remove it. Cannot destructure property followee, for followee is undefined. Okay, we are not getting our followee. Oh, okay, what we don't have to use this is on following here. What we have to do is we need to get another thing from here, which is get followees. Instead of if is on following here, we say if is getting on followee, want to return the spinner. Oh, you can just return null here. Yes, so yes, let's just return null. It's going to give us a blank screen, and after that, now we can get our followees. We can destructure our followees, because by then our followees is going to be available. So let's check now. Okay, you see, these are our followings. So we can only unfollow one of these users from here. We have Jendo. You can unfollow them. You see, it goes off the list here. You cannot follow back the user from here. You can unfollow them. Yes, if you come back to followee here, now we want to display a message here when we don't have any followees or any follower. So if you click here, you see, you come here, you see that you have unfollowed the users. The buttons are now different. You see, you have unfollowed the users. You can now follow them back. You can follow these two users back also from here. If you go back to followees, you see the users are back here. So if you unfollow one of them from here, you go here, you have unfollowed Hans. If you go here, you're not going to see Hans again. So there is no Hans here. Okay, now this is working as expected. But the only thing here is that if you unfollow of this user, we need to display a message here that you do not have any, you are not following any users. So, or you do not have any followees. So if you come to followees here, we can just display a message here. After this, we need to check also if list, if the length is equals to 0, then we want to display a message. Let's just give no, I just have to give it text like an ush. Let's give an ush one here. Yes, say no followees, and you do not have any followings. Let's just say you do not have any followees. So you do not have any followees. Okay, we already have the followees here. So you do not have any followees. Okay, and I'm just going to make this text a little bit grayer. So text slash gray is going to be 400, and I'll just give a margin bottom off, margin top off, let's say 20. Yes, you do not have any followees here. Okay, now we are finally done with our followers and our followees. Now we need to come and do it here also. When user click on these buttons here, we want to redirect them either to the follower and to the followees page here. So let's go to our profile sidebar. This is profile sidebar here. we have the buttons for follower and followees. Where are they? Okay, I think here, this link here, when we click on this, we need to go to follow, and here we also need to go to follow. Let's come. Okay, if we click here, you see it takes us to followers, and if you click here, it takes us to our followees here. So we can follow back these two users here. Great. Now we are finally done here. We are done here. Now let's go back to the problem which I talked about. You see, our infinite scrolling is working. Let's go to the problem which I talked about. Let's click on one of these products here. You see, we are not getting the seller order items and the recommended product section. So the problem this is happening, the reason why we are getting this error is we need to go to the back end. That is coming from the product controller here. If we come to the product controller here, because we are not doing any filtering here, the reason is because we are not doing any filtering here. Where, okay, these are our product filters here. Yes. Okay, because we are not doing any filtering when we are getting seller order items and also when we are getting the recommended product. So this parsed query here is going to return undefined when it is entering this match method here. Let me show you the error message down here. Let me show you the error message so that you understand. They say the match filter must be an expression in an object. You see, so it must be an expression. But if this parsed query here is returning undefined, undefined is not an expression. That's why MongoDB is throwing this error at this match stage here. So what we can do here is we can just pass an empty object here. This condition will be satisfied. Here. So if you pass an empty object here, wherever we are having this match stage here, we can pass or an empty object. Either we have the pass query or the empty object here. Okay, I think that's all. Okay, with this now, this is okay. Yes, if you come, see, everything is okay. So yes, we have all our products now are back. Yeah, you see, everything is back. You have the seller order items and the recommended products now. But there is still a problem. If you look here, this seller has only 4 products, but look at his order item, or look at seller order items. There are more than 4. Even they even extend, I think, even 15. Why is this happening? Why are we getting this? The reason we are getting this also with the recommended product. See, we are having all our products here as recommended products. Now, the reason we are having this is when we refactored our code here to get our filters here. Let me show you. We'll go back to product controller. We refactored our code here. Yes, to get, so yes, this is it. Product filters here. And this filter now is, this product filter now is a middleware. So we need to pass that middleware to the recommended route and to the get seller route. Remember, we need to pass it to the recommended route and the get seller route, and we did not do that. So let's go to product routes here. We need to do just that, because if you come here where we are getting all our products, where is it? Get all products. Where is get all products? Okay, this is where we are getting all our products. You see, we are passing the product filters here. These are the product filters. We are passing the product filters here. And we need to do the same thing in this seller order items. When we pass this get seller order items, we need to pass also the product filters. Product filters here is the middleware. In that way, because if we don't pass it, we're not going to be filtering our product. Yes, the product is not going to be filtered, but we want to filter them. So we'll pass the product filter middleware here, product filter, in the recommended product section here. Now with this now, we are not going to run into any problems. You see, everything is here. You see, our filters are all popping up here. Let's go back and check if we're going to have the problems we are having before. Yes, you see, the problems are gone. This user now has only his 3 other items installed, excluding this one we are currently watching here. You see, and these are the recommended products here, which are correct. So now we are done with this section. Everything we're done now. So what we are going to be doing next is we are going to create the seller store page. The seller store page, or you can say you can call it the seller's page. Let me show you that page in the application here. Okay, network is loading forever. So if you click here, yes, you see this is the seller page. Here you can see all this seller. This seller here, you can see all the seller's product here. You see, if you, because you are following this user, you can see this button here to unfollow the user and to click the notification bell here. If you click this notification bell here, when this seller obtain, you see, when a new product is added by this seller, you will be notified. Now we can get notification if this seller adds a new product. So you see, you can chat also with the seller from here. So yes, this is the section which we are going to be implementing now. You can also get the seller's review. See, there are no reviews for this seller. So this is it. Now let's go and build this section. So I'm going to begin this section by creating a new file here in our feature products here. I'll create a new file here. This is feature products. Let's see. This is actually profile. Let's close down this here. Yes, I'll create a new folder here. I'll call it seller. Yes, just seller. And here we'll create a new file. I'll call it seller.jxs rfce. Yes. Now in this, I'm going to create two additional files here. The first file here is going to be seller products.jxs, and the other one is going to be seller reviews.jxs here. Okay, we have not reached the point for writing the reviews, so we're just going to skip this review part for now. So we'll only deal with the seller products. Yes, because we do not yet have reviews for our application. Yes, so we can just give the schematic for this and we'll continue. Okay, here we also need I'll give a new file here. I'll call it single user, or let's say seller api.js, and I'll create another new file here and I'll call it seller I'll just call it seller.js here. Okay, great. Now we have created 4 files here. We're going to start with this seller.js, and here I'll say this rfce. Great. And here, just like that. Yes. Now we'll begin with our seller here, but first let's just hook this up to our router. This is router down here. If you come to router, we are not going to be placing this doesn't have to be protected. Yes, it must not be protected, so we need to go right down to where we have our normal routes here, and here I'll just say seller, yes, and here seller ID. Yes, we need to go to a particular seller, so we need the seller ID. Yes. Okay, now we can come back here. We can begin to hook up our application. We're going to have a header here, component header, and our header is expecting a user. So it's a user here. Is a user, and where am I getting this user from? User is going to this is user coming from used user. Yes, and just pass the user down here. Another thing we're going to have here is after this user, we're going to have a div. I'll skip the div for now, and I'll first put our footer here. Okay, this is not bad. Now in this div here, I'm going to make it a section. No, not this one, not selection, section. Okay, and inside this div, inside this section div, this is where we are going to have we're going to have our profile bar here. Profile sidebar is expecting a user, so we need to pass in that user there. And here in the profile content, now after this profile sidebar here, we need to wrap this profile sidebar actually with a div also, because we need to give some styles to it. Here also width is going to be full for smaller devices, and for bigger devices we want the width to be 3/12 here. Yes, and self, we're going to align self to start here. Margin bottom is going to be 14, and on bigger devices margin bottom is going to be 0. Okay, just like that. Yes, And also on big devices, we want to give a margin right of, margin right is going to be 12. Yes, like that. Okay, now let's come here on bigger devices. Now we need to plug in, now in our we need to put now either our profile, we need to put now either our seller review or our seller product here in this section. But we want to make it to be dynamic. We want to do that in a dynamic way. So when we click on some buttons here, that's when we want to display the contents. Yes, that's where we want to display the content. Now, so what I'm going to do is I'll get rid of this. I'll go to product details and set up this page here. I'll go to product details and set up this the seller page, because that is where we can navigate to the seller page, where we'll go to the product details. So Control P, product details here. Now let's go to user shop. Okay, we're already at user shop here. Let me see all of this. Yes, all of this here, excluding these buttons here, we are going to make it a link. So when user click on this link, it will redirect them to our seller page. So let's say this is going to be /seller / remember, it's an ID here. And what is this ID going to be? It's going to come from product.user, if at all we have the product there, user._ID. Yes, then / we want to append also a tab. We want to give, let's say tab is equals to products. Just give it by default, or give the tabs here to be products. Okay, with this now, I can close this. Let's go to our application and see if we can navigate to the seller page here. Let's say if we are hooking up everything here. So here I'm going to give 2 divs here. I'm going to place 2 divs here. But before that, let's just finish here with this. I'll say width here is going to be full also for this content. And on bigger devices, we want to set the width to be 9/12. Yes, and self is also going to be start. Just like this. Now let's see how this is coming along. Let's go to products here. Let's get down to, this is where we set that link. If you hover your mouse over here and you look at the bottom left of your screen, you will see localhost 5173/seller, and we have the ID, and we also have a tab of products. So if you click here, it will take you to this URL here. So here we have seller. Okay, there is one thing, we have a not found page here. That means we cannot find this page in our route. That means we didn't set up our routes completely. Control P, let's go to our routes here. This is seller, and we have an ID here. Okay, I think the problem is because if you look at the URL there, if you look at the URL here, we have another /tab equals to this. Now the thing is, we wanted this to be a query string, it should not be part of, it should not be like a query parameter. It should be a query string up here. So what we need to do is we need to do some changes here also. So I'll come here, let me come here, let's go to that product details back. Control P, product details here. Here, instead of passing this tab like this, I'll give a question mark here. Yes, it's going to be a question mark to signify that this is a query string here. Yes, not a query parameter here. This tab here is a query string. So if you go back, let's go back to product details here. If you click now on this, yes, you see it here. It's here. Now this page is now here. But look, this user, we are setting by the login user here, but we do not want the login user information here. We do not want the login user information here. We want the seller of this product here with the seller ID. We want their information here. So that's what we are going to be changing in this class here. So now we can get either the product or the product here. This tab, whether we are getting the tab equals to products or tab equals to reviews here. So we need to place 2 buttons here to navigate back and forth through the products and the reviews. Now let's go to application. Can remove this 2 now. Everything is good in that section. So we can come here now. here I'll just give a def. Here I'll say flex, give a gap of probably 12, give a gap of 12, and item center. No, okay. Here I'm just going to give 2. This is h1 here, and the next one is going to be, yes, another. Instead of seller dashboard here, I'll say seller products here, and here I'll say seller reviews here. Now here I'll need to, this class like this, we need to give this class to do something like this here. Great. Okay, fine. Copy this and I'll just replace it with this. So in this method here, we are going to be getting 2 things. We're going to get the user ID, and we're also going to get we're going to get the user. The first thing we're going to get is the user ID, and the second thing we're going to get here is the tab. So to get the user ID, so const, I'll say params here, params, use params, yes, and this use params is coming from React router DOM. Here I'll just say dot ID here. If we have it, then we just want to get the ID here. So instead of this, I can just pass the user ID here. Okay, this is fine. Yes, this user ID here is okay. Now we need to get our tag. So to get the tag, we're going to use the URL search params. So select, comma, search params. This is going to come from, not React, we're going to come from use search params. And remember the search use search params here, we're getting it from React router DOM. And here we need to say const tab is equals to, want to say search params dot get the tab. If we log this tab to the console, now you see that it's going to be products. Yes, we have products here. Now based on this tab here, we want to set here, want to give some styles here based on the tab. If here, I'll say if tab here is equals to products, then we want to give underline here, else nothing. The same thing here. If tab is equal to reviews here, then underline else nothing. Okay. Now we want that when we click on this, first also I need to give also a cursor pointer here, and here also this is going to be cursor pointer. Now we need to give an on-click event handlers to this h1 here, on click, and here we just want to set the search params, and we set the tab to products, and here we copy this and we do the same thing here, Ctrl V. Okay, we do the same thing there. Instead of products here, this is going to be reviews. Now let's check how this is going to cannot read property of undefined name from profile sidebar. Okay, let's go to profile sidebar. The problem is coming from here. Okay, rather than giving this optional chain in here, what we can do is, let's go back to our profile. Let's go back to our cell here. We want to send this profile here if only we have a user. So here we need to check if only user, if only we have a user, then that is when we want to send this profile sidebar here. remember that when we're going to get new user, when we get the user who this product belongs to, we are going to change this. We're not going to be passing by this user in here. We're going to be passing but the user who gets this product here, the products which you are viewing and the reviews and all of that. Yes. Now we can now go and get this seller here. So let's go and get the seller. Also Control P. First, I want to check our user. Let's check our user router to see where we are getting the seller. I think that was a get single seller. Okay, here, get single seller, and you have to be authenticated before you get the single seller, but this is not true here. Let me see. Yes, this is not true here. We don't have to be authenticated, so you must not put this is authenticated middleware here. I'm going to remove it. Yes, we just pass the get seller here. Let me see the content of this get seller. Find by ID, request a param user. Okay. Yes, you must not be authenticated before we use this get seller here. Now, you see, it goes to our user slash. We have the user ID here. Now, let's go to our agent. Let's go to agent and go to agent. We'll go to accounts here. Yes, I think we can do it in the account here. I'll just say get single or get seller, yes, and it takes here the seller ID, just like this. Yes, we'll pass the seller ID here. Now we need to come to, that's all with the agent here. We need to come back to seller API here. We say export const get seller, and this have to be an asynchronous method. And here we say try catch. Now we've got to throw this error here, while in the catch block here we need to return agent.account.get seller, and we pass the seller ID here. Okay, this is fine. Now also we need to go to seller here. We say export const use get seller. Here we need to pass the seller ID, and I'll say const here use query. Okay, we need to get this use query from tanstack query, and here we need to give the query key, the query function. Here we say seller, and we pass in the seller ID here. This is how we are getting this particular seller. Okay, and here we pass in, we call the get seller from our API here, get seller from the API, and we pass the seller ID there. So this enabled, we don't need enabled for now. We'll come back to this later. And here what I need is we can get our data here, and also we can call this data seller here, and it's loading. We can just return the seller and it's loading here. Now we can call this get seller now in our application. We can call the get seller in our application. Let's come to seller here. After this, let's remove this tab. We don't need this tab now. Let's say const equals to use get seller and it's expecting a seller ID. We're just going to pass in the user ID here, and here we can say data. Okay. Oh, it's not data, this is seller. Yes. Now let's log the seller to the console. Yes, so we have the seller here, you see, and what we are interested in this seller is this user here, because this is the user we're going to be passing. Because if you look here, if you log this user to the console, which we are getting from use user here, is going to be only this. So there's a const. Let's log the user, clg user. You see, it's only this object, so we need to pass this object, only this object, down to our profile sidebar here. Yes, so I'll get rid of this, and also here, instead of passing the user here, I'll say this is going to be seller dot user. So here, if only we have seller dot user, then we want to pass, if only we have the seller here, then we want to send the seller.user to this profile sidebar. Okay, now let's check. Let's see. Okay, now we have Jendo. This is Jendo store, and this information here is about Jendo. Okay, let's go back and see how we can finish building this section. Now we want to get now the products, all the user products here. So to get all the user products here, we're going to use products. Say const equals to use products, and I think this is coming from our product. So use product. Let's go to slash product slash use product, and here, okay, this is it. Use product is coming from here. Okay, and now you see this expects us to pass some objects here. The first is going to be the page number. I'm going to have to cut it to 1 for now. Yes, and the second is the limit here. I'm going to hard code it to 6, and the third thing we are expecting here is the user. Here, this is going to give us the products that belong only to this user. So here I'm going to pass the user ID, which we are getting from here, and now here we can get products here. Yes, we can get the products here, and let's log these products to the console. Okay, we first of all have undefined, then we have success. Now let's see. Let's refresh. Okay, we are having everything now here. So we are having everything now. We can just begin to put them in place. Yes, we can just begin to fit them into our application. So I'll come in here before we even have these h1s here. Before we have these h1s here, I'm going to give another div here. This is going to be for our banner. Now I'll just give a height here. For this, I'll give a height of 52. No, 52, not height of 52 here. And on bigger devices, I'll give a height of 64. Sorry, 64. This is height, not, yes. And I'll give a width of 4. Here, in here, I'm just going to place our image here, and I'll give an alt text to banner, and the source is going to be here. The source here is going to be seller.user.banner image here, and now here I can give a margin top of 6 pixels. It's not 6 pixels, it's 24 pixels here. Okay, oh my god, this is too big. Okay, that is because we need to write some styles now for this here. Let's give it class to this image. You see, height here is going to be full, width also is going to be full, and object is going to be cover here, and maybe rounded. Yes, let's give rounded of MD. If we're giving rounded of MD here, so we need to give it here also rounded. Okay, this is better now. Yes, so we have the banner here, and now below here, now we can put the images here. We can put their product details. So now after this, I'm going to just give like this. I'll say if tab is equal to products, if tab is equal to products here, products, then only then I want to give our, I think this was seller product here. Right, and also we'll do the same thing for if tab is equal to reviews, only then we are going to send our seller reviews. Okay, just like that. And here with our products here, I'm going to say is loading here, and I'm going to send the product here. Okay, if tab is equals to products, and if we have products also, yes, then we want to pass in the products here, products, and here I'll say products. Let's go into the seller products here. Here we can get the products from here, products from here. Okay, now we can now begin working on this seller product here. The first thing I'm going to have here is an input to search for all products here. I'll just give here, and we'll say here input, yes, now we want this input to be like everything which we have been doing. So I'm going to just give the styles of btn. No, this is not btn, this is input. This is going to be an input, and this input bordered, yes, like this, input border. And now here we can give a button. I'll say bs search. Okay, that is it. Let me check. Okay, we have it here. Here we just need to we need to make this. Okay, look at where our search icon is here, because we are not setting this container here to relative, so we need to set it to relative so that this search button, it fits in here. Yes, this search button can fit in here. Okay, so here I'll make this relative here. Okay, it's taking the whole of this width. This search input is taking the width of all this container, so we need to give it like some width here. So here what I can do is I'll just say max. I'll give a max width here. So max width of extra small devices. This is going to be around 220 pixels. That's going to be the maximum width. With that, that problem there is going to be solved. So okay, now we just need to give this input here also, let's say a width of full. Okay, now everything is fine. I just have to give a margin top here, margin top of, let's say, 3. Okay, this is fine. Now below here, now we can have our cat wrapper here. We can have our cat wrapper underneath this, but first I'm going to have an h1 here, and we say all products, and you know, all the user products we're going to get them from product here. Margin top here is not going to be 6. I'm going to give it like 4, and here we'll get products dot we had it, let me check. I've forgotten what we have. Let's log products. Here we have product. Okay, we have the product count here to be 4, product count. So here it's going to be product count oh yes, product count. Okay, great. And also here we need to give if is loading. We need to get is loading here from here. Is loading. If is loading, then we need to return our spinner. Return spinner here, and let's come to cell here. We need to send is apart from sending products, we need to send is loading too. So is loading. Let's come back to products here. Okay, now after this I'm just going to give a break here. Let's say after this div we having products, we're looking over the products here. So this is products.map, not products, and also we need to be checking here if products. That's when we want to do this, and here we need to add another div, a closing div here. Going to be a closing div. Okay, so okay, this is not bad. What I'll do here is I'll give a class name here. Class name, I'll give width of full, and I'll give a padding of 2. Okay, like this here. Okay, then on bigger devices the padding here is just going to be 0 here. We don't want a padding here for big devices, so let's check. Product.map is not a function. Oh, that means we cannot map over our products. Okay, oh okay, that might be true here. This have to be products dot, this is products dot products here, like this. Okay, we still have another problem here. Okay, product cart. Instead of product cart here, we're going to bring in our cart here. We're going to have our cart here, and we are sending the product here. Okay, we are getting this cart from Material UI. We don't want to get that cart from Material UI. We need to get this cart from this have to be our own cart. So we'll go into product. Let's import it. Import cart from. This is they will come from product. Yes, slash cart here. Now let's check if there is something we can pass in here too. Last ref element. No, we don't need that. Cannot read property of undefined user. Okay, this is coming from seller features. Yeah, this error is coming from the seller here. You're finding difficulty reading the user. Let's check what is happening. So, okay, if you come up here, you see we have undefined here for both the seller and the product here. That's weird. But the error is giving us that user. I think it's coming from here. Okay, profile sidebar. Let's try this again. Okay, now it's fine. You see, we have our products here. This is the user's all products. But these cards here are too small here. I'm going to make on bigger devices for this card to be. We should have only 3 cards for bigger devices here instead of 4 cards here. So let's go back to seller order items here. Seller products. Seller products. This is where we have our card. Grid is 2 here. For large devices here, I'll give grid instead of 2. I'll give grid of 3 here. And here for medium devices, I'll give grid of 2. I'll just give grid of I'll give grid of 2 here. Yes. Wait, and here I'll give grid column 1. Okay, just like that. Okay, this is now fine. This is okay now. So we have the products here, all products, which are 4 products here. Great. If we click here, yes, we'll come back here. So this is the section. This is the seller order section. Now let's work on the reviews. Let's work on the reviews here. For reviews here, what I'm going to do is, since we don't yet have the data for the review, I'm just going to write some dummy reviews here. Yes, I'm just going to write some dummy reviews here. H1, I'll start by giving an H1 here. I'll give width here of class, width of full here, and this review, give a class name. Yes, I'll give text of 2x large, and I'll give font of bold here. Okay, great. Now I'll say all reviews, and I'll give the number of reviews here. Give the number of reviews for this user. I'll just say this is 12, and down here I'll just give a break here, and after this break I'll have a div here. Now inside this div, this is where I'm going to be writing our various reviews here. I'm going to be writing the various reviews. Okay, so here I'll first give another div here. This is going to be flex, and flex direction is column, and I'm going to have a gap of, let's give 5 here. Now inside this div here, I'm going to say flex and flex. Let's give a gap of 2. So here now, the first thing I'm going to have is our image is going to give the image for this user. So image img here, and the source here, I'm going to get an image from Unsplash. So I'll come to Unsplash, I'll get this image, copy image address, come back here, and I'll paste that image address in here. Great. Save. Now here I'm going to give some class. I'll give a height of let's say 28 width of 28 to, and rounded full. Also object content. After this, I'm going to give another I'm going to give some div here, flex column, a gap of 1, and here I'm going to have the user's name with the stars here. I'll just give the user's name with this let me see, ratings. No, here this is not going to go like this. I'll remove this. Instead of this span here, I'm going to give the product name here. I can just say Dennis running shoes. Yeah, okay, let's check how this is coming. Let's go to reviews. Okay, look at this. Okay, this image doesn't have to be content, and it's way too big here. So I'm going to reduce the sizes of this image. I'll give probably 14 here, and this is also going to be 14. And instead of content here, I'll say full or fill. And for this one here, I'll just remove this div, and I'll remove this other div too. Okay, it's going to be like this. Okay, great. Now this what I'll put here, this text here, this stars here, I'm going to put the stars here up after the name. After the name, that's where I'm going to put these stars here. So if we come here, I'll give flex of, give a gap here of, let's say 2, and I'll cut this up here. Voila, I'll cut this and paste up here, and here I'm going to cut this, and I'll also bring it up here like this. Okay, this one is fine now. Here now we have the name, and down here we have the actual review. I'm just going to give a p tag here, and I can say I'll just say timely delivery and product is exactly as expected. This is expected. Okay, let's check this now. Okay, this is how our reviews is going to look like here. So we just have one of them here. Here I'm just going to give a margin top for this all reviews. I'm going to give a margin top of 4 pixels here. So for this title here, I'll just give a margin top of 4. Yes, something like this. Let's come back. Okay, all reviews here 12, and we have it like this. Now this is fine, this is okay. So what I can do is, you can just duplicate this, because we're going to have 2 of them. Ctrl C and Ctrl V. We're going to have many of them, so you can duplicate this like this, so that you see if we have 2 reviews, this is how they are going to look like here. Okay, now with this, now what we can do is, we can go and work on this follow. If you are following this user, or see, if we are on this seller page, we don't want to go to these followers and this following link, because this here belongs to the seller. It belongs to, this is the seller's private data, so we don't want to see this. Only the seller is able to see this and manipulate their followers and their followings, whether they can decide to unfollow the user or they can decide to follow the user here. So this here belongs to the seller. Now what I'll do here is I'm going to place two buttons here. I'll give a button here to follow and unfollow the user instead of this button to go to the user's followers link, because if you click here we're going to go to the page where we can follow and unfollow this user here. So now what I'll do is, let's go to our profile sidebar. We're going to make our profile sidebar dynamic. So we're going to be using our profile sidebar to display if the currently logged in user, if the currently logged in user is not the person viewing this profile page, then we want to display a different type of button here. So let's go and do that. If you go to, let's bring in the profile sidebar here, profile sidebar here. Now, so here I'm just going to pass a string here. I'll say seller. I'll just say yes. Let's just say seller here. And if you come to here where we are passing the profile sidebar, I'll just say seller. Here is going to be seller. Now let's come to the profile sidebar here where we are having our link to follow and unfollow here. I'm going to give it a to if. We're going to check if seller. If there is seller, then we want to do something else. I'll give a fragment here. Else if the seller, else here we want to give another fragment. Okay, now here instead of these links here, we want to give but actual buttons here. Say buttons, and here we're going to have buttons. Buttons, yes, buttons. Great. So here instead of this btn primary, I'll say btn primary and I'll add another. Oh, Ctrl Z. I'm going to add another. Say btn dash primary. No, the btn dash outline. Yes, we want this to be outline. Yes. Now the text is not going to be white. We'll just remove that. Rounded full like this. And here instead of follow, we don't need this two here because we're not navigating to anywhere here. And here instead of follow here, I'll just say chat. I'll say chat. Yes. And after this chat, we need to give something like a button the user can use to chat here. So this is going to be bs dotted. I think this was field, bs field and chat dot. Yes, like this. Okay, now let's check. Yes, you see, now we have something like this. I just have to, let me just increase this chat icon a little bit. Give a size of, let's say 23. Okay, this is better now. Okay, here now we need to give this button dynamically. We need to check if the user is following. If this user, we need to check if the currently logged in user, Queen Store, is following Gen Store. Then we want to display a button for the user to click on the notification bell. If not, we want to display a button for the user to follow this user. So we need to do that same check which we did in the products details page. So here we need to get a few things from profile sidebar here. So here we need to get, let's say cons is following here, and we'll be checking here. We have this check if is following here. Now here we need to pass our followee and the person which we are checking their ID here. So what I'll do is we need to get, I'll say const use, we call this use follow. Yes, so let's import them from here. So import, this will come from follow slash, yes, follow. We have use follow here, and also want to import our check if is following. Import check if is following. This is going to come from utils, and here check if it's following. Okay, now for starters, let's lock this used follow here, and we're going to get, okay, use follow is not coming. That means this is not the correct import statement from here. Use follows, and here will be use follows, and here we can get our follows from here. Now let's log them to the console just to see if we are actually getting the follows. Okay, here we have the two follows here. We need to loop, we need to go inside this follows, and we get our follows here. So what I need to do now here is we need to come here. Let's uncomment this. Here I need to pass our follows. So follows dot follows, that's the follows array, and here we pass the user dot underscore user ID. If we have the follows here, we need to pass the follow dot follows ID there. Okay, now with this, let's lock this is following. Here is following. Okay, you see it's true. Now we'll come here and check here this button to follow. Let me see. Yes, we have this. Okay, after this button here, we need to do that check. But here, if is following, let's just say is following here, then we want to give this button like this. If it's following, we'll give a fragment. Just have to give a fragment here, and copy this. I will place it inside that fragment. Else, you just have to copy this back. Where does the button ends? Okay, just have to copy this back. Okay, like this. Now we are placing this in fragment. Here we can say follow user. Now here we can say unfollow Etienne, rounded is going to be full, and in here we can give a bell icon. Here we can now give a bell icon. Here I'll say bell size of this. Yes, this is bell. Okay, the importing of this bell icon is not coming, so the size here is 23. We're going to import it from here. Normal from this is come from react icons, okay, like this. Now let's check. Okay, we have it here, but it's not showing here. Now we need, okay, this is it here. We need to reduce the size of it, so that we need to reduce the size of this here so that this can fit in with this here. So instead of just giving a fragment here, I'll just give a div, and I'll give a class of width full here. And the width here, I'll just remove the width there, and let's see, flex item center and justify between. Okay, this I put in this icons here are pushing way to the far ending here, but what we want is we just want them to be centered here in the middle. Want them to be centered here in the middle like this one here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give here, instead of giving a width of full here, I'm going to give a width of 4/5. Okay, like this. Yes, this is okay. Now we can click this button to unfollow, and we can, if we click this button to unfollow, then what the button we're going to see here is the follow button, because right now queendev is following genstore here. So let's write the let's click on this here to unfollow the user and to follow the user. So we are going to write also the button to follow and unfollow the user here, the onClick event. So let's say onClick here. I'll say handle. Yes, handle here, follow, handle follow. It's okay like this. And here on click, we'll say handle on follow. We need to come here, say handle follow, and handle on follow. Now we need to bring them in here too. We'll say const use create, we'll call it create follower. Yes, use create follower. Here we need to pass the followee ID. We need to pass in the followee ID. Use create follower, and we say follow a user and is following. Okay, we also have is following here, so I'll just rename this to is following here. Okay, now let's do the same thing for unfollow a user. Use on follow is on following, and here we need to pass unfollow a user here. So here when we click on this button now here to unfollow, we just want to unfollow a user, and we pass in the user.id here. This is the user which you want to unfollow, this user here. And also here to follow a user, this is the ID which we are going to pass here. Now we just need to disable the buttons if we are following and unfollow the users here. Let's come here. I'll just say disabled if is unfollowing the user, and here disabled if is following here, the following with the small capital letter, with the small letters is following here. Okay, now let's check this. Now if I click on this, now you see we're going to unfollow this user here. Yes, you see the button changed back to follow. You have unfollowed this user, you see. Now if you click now on this, yes, you have followed this user. You see the buttons now. You can click on this button now to turn on your notification bell. So here we do not yet have the functionality to turn on the notification bell, so we're going to do that later. Yes, we're going to do that. I think after this we're going to finish up with this so that we can finish up with our notifications here. Yes, with this now, this section here is done. This seller section here, I think we're done with this section. But let me come here. There is one thing I remember with this. We are passing the seller here. That means we are sending the seller from here. Where is our sidebar? Yes. Where is our profile sidebar? Yes. Here, instead of just passing this seller here like this, I'm going to give it an ID. This is going to be the ID of the currently logged in user. This is going to be the ID of the currently logged in user here. I'll pass here user dot ID here. Yes, I'll pass user underscore ID. Okay, now we can get rid of this console logs here. Also, let's go to profile sidebar. We have some logs here. We need to get rid of them as well. This one, just remove it from here. And which other one again? Yes, I think this is all. Okay, now let's go back to our application, and in fact, just from here, let's go to users store. Let's go to users profile and see if that is going to change, if we are going to have the previous buttons we are having without any errors. Let's go to profile here. Yes, you see this is Quentin profile, and you see we still have back these buttons to go and check their followers. You see, you come here, these are the followers and followees and the followees here. So this is working. My store here is the same thing. But if we want to go to here, let's say if a user is viewing, okay, now yes, everything is fine, it's good. Okay, here at this point here we have if we are following and unfollow the user, if you remember here, we gave these links were just going to the profile page, but we do not want this link to go to the profile page. We want this link to go back to the seller page. Yes, if you are like, these are the users which you are following. If you click on one of this, we want to redirect the user to, want to redirect this user now to the seller page. Want to redirect them to the respective seller page here. So let me show you. Let's go back to our follow. Control P. Let's go to followers. This was followers. Yes. If we go to followers here, these are all. We are looping over all the followers here. And here, this is where we have the images, and this is where we have the buttons here. Now, okay, here now we need to put a link here. I'll just first give you a cursor pointer, and here this is going to be a link here, and I'll give the to property to, you already know what we're going to put here. This is seller slash, by default I'll just be sending them to the product page. Yes, we're going to do the tab equals to product. So here this is going to be the follower. This is follower dot followee dot underscore ID. Yes, this is where we'll be going, and here just give a question mark. I'll give the tab here to be equals to products. Yes, and now I'm going to copy this to link because I'm going to do the same thing in the followings. Control C. Let's go to followings. Go to followings here, and in the followings here we are going to do a similar thing down here. This is going to be a link. We'll say I'll just paste this to here. Instead of follower here, I'll say followee, and here this is going to be follower.id, and the tab here is going to be products. Guys, it's products, not product. So you come down here, you change it to products. Fine. Now let's see. If you hover your mouse here and you look at the left bottom corner of your screen, you will see that we have we have the route here to go to the seller's page here. So if you click here, okay, yes, we are back at Jendo store here. If you go back, let's go back and let's get to Hans page here by clicking. Yes, we are Hans page here. You see, we have their product here, and see, all of this now is fine. All of this is working just fine here. Okay, this is great. Now what is left for us to do is this button here, I want us to take care of this button. Then we can go now and see how we can actually sell a product by implementing our Stripe. We're going to see how we can actually pay for a product using Stripe after we're finished with this here. So we are here to create the subscription. This section, we are going to be creating the subscription. First of all, before we begin to create the subscription endpoints here, let's look at how those endpoints are constructed in our back end here. So subscription controller. Let's first go to the route here. You see, we are going to slash seller here to create a subscription, and to unsubscribe, we go to unsubscribe slash the seller ID, and to get all subscription, we go to slash seller ID, which is a get, and to get only to check if a user is subscribed, we go to is subscribe slash seller ID. So that these are our routes we're going to be implementing here. And also let's go to subscription controller here. If you look subscription controller here, yes, you see we are sending in all these route handlers here, we are sending this seller ID in the request parameter here. So let's keep that in mind. And also there is one thing which I want to do also. I want to also send the seller ID here from the front end. This is so that we can use it in our, you can do it like this, but I just want to send it for convenience, so that when I reach the front end, I don't have to get this seller ID again. Yes, like this. Okay, so remember what we are sending from the back end here when we delete and create a subscription. We have this success message, and also we have this success to true, the seller ID, and the message is the same for all here, except for check the status where we are either sending only success to true or false. So with this, let's go and build now the application. I'll come here. The first thing I'll say on subscription here. And how are we going to put the subscription? I'm going to say subscribe here instead of data here. I'm just going to give, this is going to be okay. I just need to select this for datas, and I'll say seller ID in all of them here. And here for creating a subscription, we need to pass the seller ID as a parameter here, as a query parameter, not as not as an object here. We need to pass it as the query parameter here. So I'm going to just bring subscription here. Great. And now we can just pass an empty object here if we want. The same thing here to unsubscribe here. I'll just bring this here, and now I can pass an empty object here. To get users subscriptions here, we can say, let's go back to that route, subscription route. Let me see. Yes, seller ID, and to unsubscribe we need unsubscribe and the seller ID. To get all the subscription, we only need the seller ID, and here to check for subscription, instead of is subscribe here, I'll just say check for subscription here. Okay, now let's come here, subscription slash unsubscribe slash, this is going to be slash here. Great. And here this is going to be subscription slash seller ID, and here we need to pass in the seller ID. Okay, the next one here is to check for subscription. We'll pass the seller ID, and we'll say subscription check and seller ID. Okay, and this is a get to. Now we are done with this here. We are done with this one. What we can do is we need to go to our seller. Let's go to seller API. We're going to do everything in this seller API. We already have this, so I will just copy this. Yes, I'll just copy this like 3 times, and I'm going to rename this here. Instead of get sellers here, I'll say create subscription here, and instead of going to account here, we are going to go to subscription. Okay, we are not yet passing that subscription here, so we need to pass subscription down here. Okay, we have it here. Yes, we already passed the subscription here. Now why is it not showing up here? There's an agent dot subscription. Okay, this is it here, and now we can just say create or subscribe. You can say subscribe, you can pass the seller ID. Now this is to create a subscription, and now is to unsubscribe. On subscribe here, to unsubscribe here, instead of account.getSeller, I'll say subscription dot unsubscribe. Yes, you pass unsubscribe and you pass the seller ID here. We'll come down here. Here is going to be get all subscription, get all subscriptions for seller here, and this is going to be subscription dot get user subscription, and you pass the seller ID. The last one, we're going to do it for, instead of get all subscriptions here, this is going to be check subscription, and here this is going to be check subscription. Okay, we have our API endpoint here. Now we can also go and write our hooks. We are going to write the hooks here. I'll start by copying this. Now this here is using, this here is a query. This is a query here. So instead of this, I'll say use check subscription, use check subscription, and the query key here is going to be check subscription, and the seller ID. Yeah, okay, yes, the seller ID, we're going to pass it here also. Yes, we're going to pass the seller ID here, and the query function here is going to be check subscription, which is coming from the API, from seller API. Take the one from seller API, not the one from the back end. So yes, this is check subscription, and here instead of seller here, I'll say is subscribe, and it's loading. So I'll just send is subscribe here. Okay, great. Next, I'm going to do the same thing for getting all our subscription. For getting all the subscription, also use get all subscription. Use get all subscription is the same thing, but here instead of check subscription, also get subscriptions here, and I'll pass the seller ID here. And instead of check subscriptions here, we'll say get subscriptions, or get all subscriptions. It's coming from seller API here. Okay, fantastic. We have get all subscriptions from here. And now the other which we can create here is, let's say export const use export. Yes, now we want to write our mutations. This is going to be our mutations. We say use create subscription here, and here we are going to use a mutation to create our subscription, and we need to bring in the mutation here from tanstack query. And instead of this, we're going to give an object here. We'll write our mutation function here as usual, but this mutation function here is expecting a seller ID, so we need to pass here the seller ID. Let's pass the seller ID here, and we need to pass it also here, the seller ID. Okay, great, fantastic. Now let's bring this from, not from the back end, please. I see that we are naming the back end controllers the same as we are naming the front ends on here, so be careful not to get them from the back end. Try to get them from the front end, or you can rename the way we are getting them here. So another one is, what we'll do here is after this, we're going to call on success here. If we are successful, we don't want to lock the data. What we want to do is we want to first invalidate these queries here. We want to invalidate this query. So here we need to say const query client, and we get the query clients here from tanstack query here. And now here we are going to say query client dot invalidate queries, and the queries we want to invalidate is this get subscriptions, not get subscriptions, please. Check subscriptions, check subscriptions, and this is check subscriptions, check subscription, not subscriptions, check subscription. Yes, and we pass the data that seller ID. This is the use of that data that seller ID I was talking about here. So you just pass it here, because this invalidate query is expecting us to pass it in there. So okay, This is how we are going to be invalidating the queries here. You can do it for consistency's sake, guys. Let's do it the way we have always been doing here. We'll say X. Here, what we've been doing is we'll say query key, and now we passed our, yes, we passed our check subscription. If you do it the other way, is good, but we have been following this convention just for clarity, just so that you know that we are passing the query key in here. So, okay, in case of this mutation here, I'll just say create subscription. Instead of mutation here, we'll say create subscription. Okay, great. We're going to do the same thing to unsubscribe from a user. Instead of use create subscription here, I'll say use here unsubscribe. We need all of this. Now, instead of this mutation create subscription here, we'll just say on we have create subscription, and okay, there is something here, guys. We are getting create subscription from our query function here, and we are also renaming it here as create subscription. So I'm going to say create a subscription here. The same thing here, create a subscription. Okay, that one is good now. Now let's come here. Okay, here we are calling used unsubscribe. Here for the mutation function here, this is going to be unsubscribe. Yes, unsubscribe is coming from our seller API here. So I will pass in the seller ID unsubscribe. Yes, and let me check this create subscription again. Okay, everything is fine. Now here on success, we want to invalidate this query like we did, but here this mutate function here, we want to change it from create a subscription to unsubscribe. This unsubscribe here is capital letter, so you say unsubscribe here. Unsubscribe. Why? The one we have here is lowercase. You can say unsubscribe to a unsubscribed to seller here. Okay, and I'll say unsubscribe to seller here. Okay, just for clarity. Okay, and we just invalidate the query also from here. Let's see. Use mutation function is to unsubscribe. Yes, use unsubscribe. Okay, we are done with this here. I think we are done with this. Okay, check subscription, use check subscription, use get all subscription. Okay, fine. Now what we can do is, let's go to our, because we need all of this in our profile sidebar. This is where we are going to be doing all the work which we are just from doing here. The first thing I want to do here is I want to check if user is actually yet subscribed to this particular user here. So use check subscription. Yes, use check subscription, and it's expecting us to pass a seller ID, and our seller ID is going to come from user.id here, ._ID, and here we can pass is subscribed. Let's check if this user is subscribed to this other user. Let's log is subscribed to the console here. Is subscribed. Okay, you see, success is true. It's returning us success as true here. That means this user is subscribed to this other user here. So let me check one thing here, guys. Okay, I want that when we invalidate this query, when we unsubscribe and subscribe to user, we want to give a notification to the user that they have subscribed. So after we invalidate this query, I want to say toast dot subsex. Here it says toast dot success is unsubscribe successful. No, this message is not good here. We'll say successfully unsubscribed to this from this user. Say successfully unsubscribed from this unsubscribed, successfully unsubscribed from this seller, okay. So we say here successfully unsubscribed from this seller. Now we need to give another toast here. In case of a success here, this in case of a success, say toast.successful, you say successfully subscribed to this user, okay. Now we can go back to our profile sidebar and begin to fix our application. Now let's say const here, we're going to say use subscribe. How did we call this here? This was use create subscription. This is use create subscription, and we also have const used on subscription. So here we need to create a subscription, and here we need to also get unsubscribe to seller. Okay, we have all the three things here we need to create our subscription. So what we need to go do is let's come right down here. Let's come down here where we have our bell. Yes, this here. Now we need to check here if is subscribed. If you are subscribed to this user, remember that this is subscribed here is this is an object. It takes dot success. So let's just say dot success. If this returns true, then we want to give this button here. Else we want to give another set of button here. Now with this button, if we are subscribed here, we want to give a button to unsubscribe. Else if we are not subscribed, we want to give another button to subscribe. So this subscription button here is going to be bell ring. This is going to be ring, yes. And here this is going to be an outline. This is btn dash outline. Okay, if it's success, yes. And now we just need to hook up the click event handlers for this. On click, we'll say handle this is subscription, no, on subscription, handle on subscription. And here when we click on this bell icon here, see on click handle subscription. Okay, fantastic. Let's come up here and we just bring those two here, and down here we have const handle on subscription, and here we can just call create a subscription here, and we pass in the user and the ID. And also down here to unsubscribe, we pass in the user and the ID. Now we are done here. We can, let's keep this for a reference before we come and delete it after. So if you come now here, yes, you see we have this button here. That means this user is subscribed. Quentin Store is subscribed to Jendo Store here. Oh no, let's refresh the check of any issues. Okay, everything's okay. Now if we click on this button now here, yes, successfully unsubscribe to this seller. You see the button now changes to this ring bell here, which shows that if you click here, you're going to subscribe now to this user. Let's click. Yes, successfully subscribed to this user. Now you see the button change back. Everything is now working. We are able to subscribe to a user and to unsubscribe for product notification. So with this now, what I will have to do here is, what is left for us now is to just hook this up to go back to our back end, because we did not do it. We are going to modify our create method in the back end so that we can account for the functionality to send a notification, because notifications are going to be sent when you want to create a product here. So when you create a product, all the users that are subscribed to this particular product, yes, that subscribed to this user, so all the users that are subscribed to this user here to GenStore, they are going to receive the notification that GenStore have posted a new product. You see, so that is it. That is how this notification is going to work. And here you instantly see the notification message here. You instantly see the notification message here. When you click on this button, you see the notifications, the various notifications pop up here. So Let's go and do that section. Hello everyone. Now we are going to display our in-app notifications, and we're going to do that using novu. And while we are doing that, we are going to be sending emails to the user as well. Yes, we're going to be sending emails to the users as well. Now let's begin this section by going to novu. We need to go to novu. Let's come down here, and I need to create a new tab here. Let's say novu, get started. Here we need to create a blank workflow, and this workflow I'm going to call it brokang YouTube here. I'll just update this workflow now, and we need to create some steps here. The first is going to be email. Now we need to configure this email, and they're asking for a subject which is required here. I'm just going to give like new product alert, and the sender here is going to be brokang here. Or let's just give the sender name here to be our store name, the currently person who has this store. So we're going to give the store name. No. Okay, you see, when we write store name here, it becomes a variable here. That means we need to pass this store name in our application when we are creating this. When we are sending the product notifications, we need to create this store name here. It's going to be our default layout, and here we can write the message here. I'll say dear. You say dear. We're going to give the customer's name here, and the customer's name here is going to be, we're going to give the subscriber here. This is going to be subscriber. Yes, this is going to be subscriber, because the subscriber has a first name property here. Yes, it has a first name property, and we can use it without even having to specify subscribers here, because we're already passing the subscribers in our dashboard. So this is subscriber dot first name. Okay, yes. Now we can just give the message here. So say we are thrilled to introduce you to, and let's just give the product title here. We are thrilled to introduce you to, yes, the product title, and we say a new addition to our store, because you can be the first to purchase this item at a discount. Yes, click link below to view the product. Now we can let's add a button here. We'll give a text to this button. This text is going to be let's say view product, and for the link here we can just give, let's say, product link. We're going to specify also this product link here, product link, like this. Yes. Okay, now there is one other thing here, a new addition to our store. We can also give the store name here. Let's give the store name. Great. Yes. Okay, everything is, I think we are done here. We can just update this. Yes, we can close this now. Let's add another step here. This step now is going to be in-app. It's going to be for in-app notification. We can configure it. Let's click here, and the first thing is going to be the redirect URL, which is going to be the product link here, and we can give a message here. Let's say store name. We can say store name, the owner of the store, their name, and we can give a message here, say added a new product to their store, added a new product to their store. Yes, not store name, to their store. And now we can just give the product here. And this is going to be title. Okay, voila, this is good. This is looking good. If you can preview it by clicking here. This is how the message is going to show in our application. Yes, so I'll just have to update this. I'll close this. Okay, we are done there. Now let's come to settings here. There's something we're going to need from settings here. We're going to need this application ID now. So now we are going to hook this novu notification widget. It's going to look something like this into our application. Yeah, so we can do that. Let's go to their documentation and let's see how to do that. If you come down right to notification center here, or click notification center, UI library component, let's go to React. Yes, okay, this React here, we have to install this package before we can use it. Let's come to the front end. Okay, I'll just kill this terminal and I'll paste whatever we received from there. Notification center. Yes, so let's install it. Let's wait for it to install. Okay, it's taking a little bit longer, so I'll just have to pause it and wait. Okay, it's completed here. Yes, we can run back our application. So npm run dev. Great. Now what we have to do is, let's come back here. We need to copy this. Let's first copy everything we have here. Let's come back to application and you paste it in the head section here. Yes, novu/notification center, paste it here. And also you can wrap the section of your application which you want to include that novu to it. So we are going to have to delete this because we will not need this anymore. Yes, so let's come and check. So we are going to wrap our application in a novu provider here, and we're going to pass our subscriber ID. The person who is going to be receiving the notification is the subscriber ID. We're going to also pass the application identifier, which we'll take from our novu dashboard, and we have to just pass this pop over notification center. You can set the schema to whatever you want, and we have the notification belt here, which we are bringing from novu here also. So we have the notification belt. So let's go and plug this into our application and see how it's working. So I'll just copy this. Let's just copy all of that. You come here. Let's come to where we have our notification. You paste that there. And now we don't need iMessage here because we're not using TypeScript. You can remove that. And here I'll just change this dark mode to light. And the subscriber ID here is going to be our user, if only we have a user. No, we'll just say user dot underscore ID. Then our application ID is going to come from novu dashboard. This is it here. I'll just copy it, come to our application, and we'll replace this identifier here with our application ID. Fine. Okay, with this now I think it should already be working. Let's check. Let me see. Okay, yeah, so let's come over here. Let's wait for the application to refresh. Okay, you see we have an icon here, and it shows I sent some messages already. Look, I sent the dummy message here. Rick store added a new product. You see, we have notifications here, one, and Rick store added a new product. I just gave this is just a dummy notification that was sent here, I think, see, 1 hour ago. And here you can decide to mark this notification as read, or you can delete this notification entirely. Yes, you can mark it as read. You see, if you mark as read, everything goes off. If you click the notification here, it will take you to the URL which we provided for this notification. Now here I'm just going to have to remove this message so that we are left with something like this. Now let's go and see how we can send notification to this user. Let's first send a dummy notification here. Yes, let's send a dummy notification here. To do that, I'll come to novu here. We'll go to let's come to workflow. I'll come to the workflow here. Let's open brokang workflow. This is our workflow. We want to get snippets. Yes, let's run a test. Run test. Now the application ID here, I'm going to just give an application ID that is this currently logged in user. What is the currently logged in user? Let me see. Yes, this currently logged in user Quentin store. I'm going to provide an application ID to that Quentin store for the test data, so that you see that this notification center here is now working. So I'll just go to my database and copy that from there. Yes, I'll copy it, and here you can do the same. I'll come back to novu dashboard here. I'll just place this application ID here, this subscriber ID. Yes, and this is the same email here, and the title of the product here, I'm just going to give some domain title here. I'll just say Nike sneakers, and the store name here is, I'm just going to give Jane store, and the product link here, I'll just let this product go to our home page here. I'll just let the product go, redirect to our home page. So I just copy the home page URL there and I paste it here. Okay, now we can run a test. Let's run this test here by clicking on one test here. See, template triggered successfully. If you come to our application, you'll see a message must arrive here. Let's wait, because the message is first going to be sent to our email before they come to the application here. It's not coming. Okay, now it came. You see, notification. Jane store added a new product, Nike sneakers. You see, this is it here, and 8 seconds ago. You see, great. Now you see, you can mark this as red. Now you can remove this notification from here, so you can even mark all the notifications here as red. Great. If you click here, it will send us back to this store here. So this is the experience which we were looking for. Now what is left for us to do here is we need to hook now this functionality. We need to hook this functionality to our create method in the back end, so that we trigger the notification from the back end. Now let's also check our email if we are receiving. Okay, you see, we have received an email here from Jane store here. We see new product alert. See, dear Number Quentin, we are thrilled to introduce you to Nike sneakers, a new addition to our store. That is Jane store. You can be the first to purchase this item at a discount. Click the link below to go to the product link. So now this product link is not going to be working. Yes, okay, it's actually working. Yes, it's coming, it's redirecting us back to our home page here. So you see, everything is it's fine now. Now we just have to go and hook this up with our back end. Yes. Now one thing I love about Novu is, if you don't want to use this widget that is provided by Novu also have something they call the headless notification center. You can use the headless notification. Is that we're actually running out of time for this video. I don't want it to go too long. Yes, like I could have shown you also how you can use the headless notification center. You can build your own notification experience where you're not going to have this provided by Novu here in the original application. That is what I did. Yes, so if you look here, you see this is what I have here in the original application. Just have this. Yes, so this is just okay, it's fine. Yes, but let me show you where you can follow in Novu dashboard. Let me show you where you can follow along with doing to do the headless notification center. So you can come to, you have web, I think it's web components here. Okay, yes, you come to headless here. This is it, headless. You see they have the API reference and everything which you can follow in order to build your own custom notification component which you can use in your application. So you can go and read about this. It's fairly simple. Their documentation is very, very simple. It's very explanatory. So you can just go and go over the documentation and see how everything works. Yes, You see this is the API reference. Everything is here. Yeah. So with that said, let's continue. Let's go and hook up our back end when we are creating a new product. So it's a Control P. I'll go to create. I think we had product controller here. Okay, this is where we are getting all our products. We need to go to where we are creating our product. This is update menu. Okay, I think it's up here. Okay, yes, this is creating a product. Now after we have saved our changes, this is where we want to do all of the work here, right here. So here I'm just going to give a comment here. It says subscribe to in-app notifications here. So now in novu, in order to send messages or to send notifications to multiple subscribers, you need to use something called the topic. Yes, you need to use a topic. Novu provides something called the topic. So it helps to send messages to many subscribers to a particular service. Yes, it does it in a way that is not going to slow down your application or so Novu uses something called the topic in order to send notifications or emails to many users simultaneously. That is, users who have subscribed to a particular service or users who are grouped in like for a particular interest, or users who are grouped for a particular purpose. Yes, Novu can send messages to them all at once simultaneously. So topic is how they do it. So I'm going to show you how. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to check if product, if we have product here, and I'll just say const topic key. A topic needs to have a key. So this is going to be topic key here, and the topic key here I'm just going to pass in our product ID because we already have the product here. At this stage, when we call save changes, our product will be saved to the database. At this stage now we can obtain our ID. Now we can get the product underscore ID. Just for safety, let's convert this to .string here. Yes, the product ID is going to be the topic key because they've been related to a particular product. Yes, that's the group I'm creating there. I'm just giving that key. Now I'm going to create subscribers. I'm going to find our subscribers from the database. Yes, so for that I'll just say const subs stands for subscribers. Here I'll say await subscription. Yes, I think we'll call this subscription await subscription dot find. Then let me check if this subscription, let's import this subscription before we continue. As a const subscription, we're going to require subscription is going to come from our module. It's not subscription model. Okay, this is correct. Yes, let's come back down here. That's a subscription dot find. Here we are not going to be passing the topic key, though we need to pass the product dot user ID because we're going to be finding the seller in the database. Yes, so the seller is going to be will come from our product dot user. Remember, our product has a user property which is actually the seller of this product. Okay, now after we have created these subs, we need to get now those who are subscribed to this particular user. The people who are subscribed to this user, I'll call them subscribers here. Now I can just say sub.map will map over the subscribers here, and we will just want to get their IDs. We just want to get their IDs. Yes, we just want to get the IDs because we're going to be using their IDs. So let's just convert the IDs here to string, to string. Yes, just like that. So now after we get this subscription here, we need to check if we have this subscription. If we have subscribers, if we have subscribers here, then we want to call await novu. Remember, we had an instance of novu here. Okay, the instance is not coming, so we are going to bring in novu instance here manually. Let's say const novu. Here is going to be require util / novu. Yes, I think that is it. Let's come back here. Yes, on novu now we can call dot topic. Here you see that is it there. Topics. In this topics we call dot create. This topic has a method called create. Now this is where we are going to be creating the topic here. So the first thing we're going to pass here is a key, and the key is going to be our topic key, which we already created up there, and we'll pass a name to this topic here, and I'll just give it to our product.title. I'll just give it our product.title. After we create a topic, when we finish create a topic, the next thing we'll have to do is, let me just give a comment here. This is subscribe to a topic. Yes, no, creating a topic. So this is create a topic, and here we are just getting all subscribers. Yes, we are creating the topic here, and now down here we want to add this topic. We want to add our subscribers to this topic, because we just created the topic, so we need to add our subscribers to the topic. So you say add subscribers to topic. Here we need to call another function which is coming from novu. So novu dot topics dot add subscribers. You see, that's the method there, add subscribers. And the first thing we're going to pass here is the topic ID, which happens to be a string. The topic key. Yes, and the next is an object. It can be a data of anything, but it's expecting subscribers, and we just pass our subscribers, which we get here. And look, this subscribers is it can either be a string or an array of string. Yeah, but it's mostly an array of strings. Since we are talking about topics, it's going to be an array of strings. Now we have successfully added these subscribers to that topic. Now we can now send this notification. We can trigger the send notification call. But before we do that, before we send this notification, we need to get our application identifier workflow, which is our workflow. I'll just call it workflow. We need to get our workflow, so we need to go back to novu dashboard in order to get that workflow from there. But I remember we called it brokang. Let me see, brokang underscore YouTube. I think so, but let's just continue. I'll check it after. Now we have send notification. We need to send now these notifications down here, and we've learned how to send notifications in novu. We see we're just going to say novu dot trigger. This is going to trigger a notification for novu, and we need to pass in the workflow identifier, which is going to be this workflow we just created here. And we have options. Now these options, it contains, when you're going to pass it to property here, which is an array, it takes a type, and the type here is just going to be topic. And here the topic key, the key is actually called topic key. Topic key is just going to be our topic key. Here, this topic, let's just give it a capital letter just to follow the convention from the documentations. Now I'll say payload here. With this payload here, I'm going to get the title of the product, which is product title. We don't need the body here. We can need the image here, but anyway, we don't need the image here. What we're going to need here is our product link. Remember, we're passing the product link in the graphical tool, which we saw earlier. We're passing the product link there, so we need to supply the product link here. This is product link, and this product link is going to come from our environment variable. So this is process.env dot, I think we called it frontend URL, frontend URL. Then we just have slash our product ID. This is how we are creating our product details page in the back end. That product details page is going to be our product link. So just like this. Let me see. Let's go to novu here. Okay, this is where we triggered that our test data, okay, was successful. Now let me check with the things we need to pass in this here. If we come to email, you see we need to pass the store name, we need to pass, we don't need to pass the subscriber.firstname because it's already included in the application. We need to pass the title and the product link. Okay, product link. Okay, it's spelled correctly. So let's check also for in-app. Yes, for in-app everything is okay. So it's front-end URL. Let's also check it in our .env. From the backend, you have front-end URL. Okay, this is good. So with this now, we have to define our store name. This is going to come from product .user .store name. Yes, or the store name also can come here from the currently logged in user here. It can also come from the currently logged in user here, because this login user is going to be the one creating this product. So you can say request.user.store name. Yes, it can still come from here. And we have the product link, we have the title. Yes, I think these are only the three things which we were passing into that method. Now with this, now we can go and test, because with this we're able to trigger a notification when we create a new product. So let's go and test if this functionality here is going to work, or is going to throw us an error. So let's come here. Now I'm going to log in as another user. That means I'm going to log into a new incognito window here. Okay, I'll say localhost. Let's go to application. Here I'm going to be logging in as Jane Doe. Okay, let's create a new product with Jane. If you look at Jane 2, no notifications here. So we need to create a new product here. What I'll do is I'll go to my desktop to get some product. Okay, I'll choose this, and I'll also choose this one here. We have 4 products here. I'll just drag them and drop here. Okay, this my bar is too long. Okay. I want this product here to be our first product, so I'm going to put it here. The product title here is just going to be, let's say, Nike female sneakers. Brand is going to be Nike. Category shoes. Product size is going to be, let's say, 40. It's new. The price here, I'm just going to give like 50. Product tax here, I'll just say Nike. Add a new product, and I'll say let's give Nike, and let's just give female. And the description here, I'm going to copy a description, just a random description. I have, where is it? Yes, I'll copy this one and I'll paste it here. And here I'm just going to give the shipping fee here. I'm going to give a shipping fee of 2. You see, it's going to complain to us. Yes, so let's give 5. Okay, 5 is good. Let's complete. Product created successfully. Now let's go back to the other user and see if they're going to receive a notification for creating a new product. Okay, notification is not coming. Okay, let's check the email, because I'm sure this user is subscribed to. Okay, no email. Let's go and check our novu dashboard to see if we are setting our workflow correctly. Let's check the network is surely slow. Okay, let's come to okay, the workflow here is this brokang-youtube. Let's go to our application to see if we're setting the workflow correctly. If we come to product controller here, okay, you see here is brokang. Instead of dash, we are putting an underscore, so you need to put the dash here. Now let's go and try to create a new product again to see if we're going to log into the app, to see if we are going to receive the notifications. So what I'll do is I'll create a new incognito window as usual. I'll say localhost, and I'm going to log in as Jane Store here. No, this is, I'll say pass 1 2 3 4. Great, we're logging as Jane Store. Let's try to create a new product. Well, we are receiving some errors here. Our images are not loading, probably because of network. Okay, they're not loading all. It was network issues. Now we can create a new product here. I'm going to drag some products from here. Now I'm going to create, I'll get this. Yes, I'll just get these two products here. These two images. Yes, I want this one to be the first. I'll just say women heels. The brand name, there's no brand, so the category is going to be shoes, and the size I'll just give 40. New product price, I'll just give 40, and tag, say high heels. I'll just say women. Then for product description, I'm just going to copy a product description and I'll paste it here. I'll just paste the description here. Okay, this is it. Yes, and shipping fee, I'll leave the shipping fee to be 0, and let's register. Yes, product created successfully. So let's go and check. Yes, let's come here. Okay, you see, this is the notification. This is from Jane Store, added a new product, women heels, to their store. You see, 11 seconds ago. Okay, now it's working. You see, if you click on this button, we can mark it as read out. We can remove the message here. Yes, so this is the widget which Novu provides for us. You see, the notification now is seen. We have not yet read the notification, but it is already seen because we clicked on it on this widget, and we left back the widget, so the notification, it was seen, but it's not yet read. If you get yeah, so now what we can do is we can try to customize this so that it looks our need, so that it fits our branding and styles. So yes, we can customize this so that it fits our branding and styles. So what I'm going to do is I'll go back to the application. Let's go to the header. Let's go to application to header here. Just after the application identifier here, we are going to give styles. And there is one thing you should note here, that Novu here uses emotion CSS in order to write their CSS with their notification center. So emotion is just a CSS in JS library which helps us to write CSS using the JavaScript syntax. So here we can say notification. Yes, we need to go into notification and list items, because we need to start that bar we have for the list items. Let me show you the bar before we continue. What we need to start now is this here. We want this to be our own color. I want this to resemble the color of our application. For example, this bar here, or maybe this one even here. So, but I want this bar to be like this, to have this color here, our accent color. So that's the list item, and we need to get the onRead here, and we call CSS. This CSS method here is coming from Emotion React. Yes, you can import it from Emotion. When you install this notification center, you're going to have that CSS. You're going to have Emotion installed as well, so you are able to get that CSS function. So here I'm going to target the before. There is no need for you to go dig deep into your application to look where these files are located. So what you can just copy it from here. Yes. So this is going to be background. Just going to have a background, and here this is linear gradient. Yes, but I'm just going to change this color here. I'll copy. Yes. Okay, I'll just copy down the color like this, and here we do not even need this two here. I just need okay, like this. Just like this, our color is going to be changed. Let's check. Yes, you see, this is it. Now the next is we can start the bell button. This bell button, okay, it's not coming here because we need to move out of these notifications. This is our list of notifications, so we need to move out of these notifications and we need to target the bell icon. This is it here. Okay, the IntelliSense is not showing. The bell icon I'm talking about is this one here. You see, the color is not the same with this color here. This color is a little bit dimmer, but want something that is a little bit standing out. That's yes. So, and also remember that when our notification came in, you saw that dot here. We are going to change that dot to be exactly like this color here. Yes. So I'm going to do all of that here. And also we saw a loading spinner down here. We're going to change that loading spinner too. So inside the bell icon, we are going to target the root element, and in this root element, we want to take the SVG here, great, and color. I'm just going to set the color of that SVG is going to be this color here. Let me just copy it and I'll paste it here. Okay, I'm going to set it to this color. This is our neutral color. Yes, that's the root. We are done with the root. We also need to style the dot. That dot I was talking about, you see, that is it there, the dot. And this dot is also it's an SVG, so we need to get the rec property, which is and we need to just fill it with our color. Here, okay, this is the color we want. Now after this dot, we are done now with this bell icon here. We are done with this bell icon. We can now target the header. If you don't know the header, let me show you what the header is. The header is this. Okay, you see our button now is the same like this button here. See, now our header is this here. Remember that you saw this, you saw another you saw a batch here with the number of unseen notifications here. Yes, unseen notifications here. You saw the batch here with unseen notifications. So that is what we are going to be styling here. For you to be able to see this, you can create a new product, or you can go and send a dummy notification to this user here, so that you see the way the changes are being applied. Yes. Okay, we're going to continue. This is the header. In the header here, we're going to style the title. Yes, you see, that's the title there. You can start the title, and this title here is just a div. They just use the div there, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to give the background. This is background. Yes, and let's say linear. We're going to copy everything from here. Just give the same background. Okay, now we are done with the title. We can style our loader. We can also style the loader. I think the loader is in the header. No, it's not in the header, it's on its own. Let's say loader. Okay, that is it. Go to the root, and we just need to change the stroke. And let's set the loader to this same color. Yes, great. Now the styling of this application is done. I mean, the styling of this notification widget is done. So if you come down and check, let's go here. I'll create a new product for you to see. But you can go ahead and create a new product. But I'm just going to create my own new product. I'll pause the video and create a product. Yes. Okay, now this is my product. I've just give some products here. I'll just go to register. Okay, product created successfully. Okay, I created this product with this user here. So I created this product with Queen Store here, and only those who are subscribed to Queen Store are able to see the notifications for this user here. Yes, only those who are subscribed to this user are able to see what we just created. Now I'm going to create another product, but I want the product that Queen Store is subscribed to. So that was just a mistake. So I've created a new product. This is it here, and on the ammo t-shirt. Yes, so I've input all the values here. I just need to. The shipping fee is not correct. It's going to throw us an error, so I need to send it back to 0. Yes, we can register now. Product created successfully. Notice that we are logged in as Gen Store, and we know that Quentin Store is subscribed to Gen Store. So let's go and check. Let's come to, yes, this is Quentin Store here. So if we wait, because it's going to first send us an email before it, voila, you see, if you look here, you see our dot here. That means our notification has come. This is it here. Our notification is here. If you click here, yes, you see, this is the other dot here. Yes, as you see, our notification is here. It shows 1 on send notification is 1. Gen Store added a new product on the Ammo white t-shirt to their store. You see, this is the other product which we created earlier. Now, we are done with the stylings. What is left for us to do here is, I want that when we click on one of this product, on these links here, it should take us to their respective product page. Yes, it should take us to the respective product page. That is what we are going to be looking at in this other section. Now, as we are going, let's go and do just that. Here, I'm going to create a method here. I'm going to create a method. Seconds. Navigate. Yes, let's say navigate to products. And here is going to take a message. This is message. Great. So we can come down here where we see the pop over notification center. We can say on click on notification, click here. We are going to pass our navigate to product here. Yes, let's log this to the console. Let's log this message to the console. You're going to see the content of that message. Let's just log the message to the console. Let's forget about this navigate for now. Yes, let's lock it. Let's go to application. Let's click on this one here. Let's go back to the application. You see now it's red. You see that it showed this color, that means it's red. Let's go back. Yes, you see this is the content. We have this CTE. Let me just dock this here. Okay. Action buttons. We don't have any action buttons. But look at something here. Look at inside this data. You see we have a URL here. This is our URL which we provided. That the product link which we provided. This is it here. So if we navigate to this URL here, we are going to go to our application. So you see this here has a lot of data. Sin is true. Red here is false. You see. Women, this is the title of the product link. This is coming now from our payload. This is coming from our payload. See, there are a lot of things you can do here, but what I'm going to do, I'll just enter to this inside here to cta.action, and we take our URL here. Yes. So let's do just that. So here we are going to be navigating to, let me minimize this like this. Product, no, instead of all of this, we can just remove all of this. Let's just navigate to message.cta. Yes, dot data. Then we have our URL here. This is going to be URL. Okay, great. Now let's try this and see. Let's click here. Okay, not found. Okay, we have a double slash here. That's why we are seeing this not found error here. Let's come back here. We need to fix it. What we're going to do here is, instead of navigating here like this, I'm going to say windows.location.href. We are going to go to, we don't need this product here. We are instead going to go to message.data.url. Yes, we don't need this too. We're going to go to message.data.url. Message.cta. Yes, message.cta.data.url. So let's go and try this one. Let's try this one. It's going to work. Let's go back here. Let's click. Yes, it's taking us to this page here. So you see, this is the product here. Voila. You see, these are the various products this user has now. Yes, these are the recommended products. Now, if you see the loading spinner, it's showing our icon. If you click now on this one too, it's going to take us here. You see. Now the thing here is, it's loading our entire page. What you can do is loading our entire page. What you can do is, you can also use the navigate. You can use the navigate. You can split this here. You can still use this navigate here. This use navigate from React Router. You can split that URL there, and you get only the ID of the product. Or another option you can do is, you can send the ID of the product to the payload which we are sending when we are creating the product. Yes, you can send it to the payload which we are sending when we create the product. In that way, it's going to work. In that way, you don't need to split this URL here, and you don't need to reload your whole application in order to go to that particular page. But for now, you can go ahead and do that. But I'm just going to leave it like this. Yes, it's okay like this. So with this now, we are done with this navigation. We are done with our subscription and in-app notification. Now let's, just for completion, let's go and check our email. Let me see if we're going to get the various. Okay, you see, Jane Store here. We have new product alert. Dear Number Queen, we are sure to introduce you to women heels. Yes, this is the heels we created, and there is another. I think that's two of them. Yes, this is the other one. This is the heels on, and this one here is the Under Armour white t-shirt which we just from creating. This is the Under Armour white t-shirt. Now with this, we are finished with this section. We are finished with this section. No, this is the application here. Now one cool thing also about this novu widget is that it gives the user options, a lot of options. Here you can disable this if you want. If you don't want the user to access this information here, you can disable it. Now here you see, they say you can give an option here for the user to opt into our notification. This is our brokang notification here. This is it. This brokang workflow here. The user can decide to mute. They don't want to receive in-app notification. They can click here. They will not be able to receive in-app notification. The same goes for email. So they can yes, they can set those options. They can set their settings here now. And you also, as a developer, you can also disable this setting button here. You can disable it so that the user will not have the option to set all of those options there. Let me show you how we can do that. If you come right down here, let's go to the pop over here. Yes, here you can say show user's preference here. Let's set it to false. If you go back to the application, let's go back to the application. This is it. You see user's preference here. You see the setting button here is gone. You don't more see the user preference here. The setting button here is gone. So that is what you can do. So with this now, we are finally done with these notifications here. We are done with the notifications. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we are going to be creating our addresses. We're going to create the user's address. They can add new address, they can delete address. So let me show you the section here. This is the main application. Here we have an address here, the home address. User can add new address here. They can choose from options here. They can choose the address type here. You have default and office. Here there is no home address here because home is already selected here. So you can either choose now the default or the office address. Let's put the default address here, and the user can search for any address here. You can search for any address here. You see, yeah, like this. You reach confirm. Yes, the address get added here. You see, You can also delete the address. It got deleted. So this is the section we are going to be building. After this section, we are going to see how we can check out our product. See how we can actually process our payment for a particular product using these addresses. This address here, the user can choose whether it's a home address or a default address which they want the product to be shipped to. So let's go and build this section. So we'll start here. First thing is by creating a new folder here, and I'll call it address. In the address here, I'm going to create a new file. I'll call this file address.jxs. I'll just bootstrap a new React component here. I'll create another file here. I'll say @address. This is going to be the @address pop-up, and I'll say @address. Okay, great. We need to bring now our router. We need to bring up our router here. Okay, with router now, we need to, let's copy down this. Oh, and here we need to, this has to be address. Yes, and I'm just going to call this address. Great. Now we have the address here. Let's see if we can navigate to this address. Let's say address. Okay, this is it. Now we just need to build our skeleton for that address. We need to build our skeleton for this address here. Let's start with our header. We have it here, and our header is expecting a user. So let's say user, and this user is going to come from the login user. So const user, this will be user. Great, and we just pass in the user here, and here I'm just going to put @address. Right down here, I'll put my footer. Great. Before actually putting the @address here, let me first comment out this @address here. There are some styles I need to do some other things before we put the @address there. So I'll first give a div here. In this div, I'll give a section. This is going to be a section. Yes. And here, I'm going to give another div. I'll give another div here. Yes. Inside this div, I'll say flex padding of px2 and justified between item center. Okay. Now, in here, I'll just give an h1. Yes. In here, I'll give, this is going to be an h1. Yes. And I'll say my address. And this h1, let me just give it class name. Here we'll give it class name. Text is going to be 2x large, yes, and font is going to be semi bold. Now, after this h1, we're going to have a button, yes, and this button here, this button, the button is not going to be right here. It's going to be neutral, and it's I'll just remove all of these styles here. Say btn dash neutral. Okay. So after all of this, we are going now to render our table. We're going to render that table down here. I'll just say here render render table. Yes, render table here. Okay, for that, let me just give an h. Let me just give a div here, probably an h1. Yes, I'll just say table here, so that we know that when we reach here, we're going to render our table down here. So here now we are going to have our @address here. When we click on this button, we are going to activate this @address here. So before we do that, let's first see how this is coming along. Okay, we have my address here. We have the button here to add an address. So @address. Great. Then we have our table here. So for the @address pop-up, let's take it from daisyui here. let's say this is going to be a modal. Let's choose a modal here. This one here is using this is a dialog. Let's check for a modal. I'm going to choose this one here. This is the one we've been using. Let me see. We click outside. Yes. Here you close. Okay, this is the one we've been using. So I'm going to choose this one here. So let's come to the HTML, the JSS here. I'm going to copy all of this, and I'll come to add address here, and I'll replace all of that with this. Now for this button, I'm just going to copy this on click here. I'll copy this on click, and I'll remove the rest. We don't need the rest here. Remove all of this, also this. Great. Now it shows that we are returning before. Okay, like this is good now. Let's go to add address here. Let's activate this back, and now here where we have our on click here, where is on click, this is our button here. Yes, I just need to pass on click here, say document.getElement by ID. Here I'll just say address model, so address underscore model. Copy the name here. We'll come here, the same thing here. The ID here is going to be address model. Great. We're going to see how we can clean this up. So let's check. Okay, now if you click add address, yes, you see hello, this is the model now we have here. Now in this model now we are going to create our address here. Click the button, it's going to close. We're going to create our address in this model. So let's go and begin working on that address section. Okay, let's come here. We need to clean this up a bit. So I'm going to get rid of this form here, and also this. I'm going to get rid of this. Yes, here text here be bold. Instead, the text here is not going to be hello. We are going to put add new address here, add new address. Okay, and I'll give the text here to be center, text center. Okay, and this is going to be 2x large. Yes, 2x large. Okay, now in here, this is where I'm going to give a label here. This is going to be a label here. In this label, this is going to HTML4. I'll just say address here, and here also search address. Now below this, I'm going to give an input. This is where we'll have the input here. I'll just give it class name of, this is going to be an input, and width is going to be full, and input bordered. We'll be using the bordered an input bordered. So let me see, add address. Okay, it's like this, but we don't want this to be like this. We want this to be on top of this here. We want this to be on top of this. So I'll wrap all of this in another div, and here I'm just going to give flex call, and I'll give a gap of 1, like so. Let me check. Okay, this is not looking good. Here we just need to put the width of full here. Let's check. Okay, it's good now. We have the address here. Let's go and continue. So I'm going to just duplicate this. Yes, I'll duplicate this, copy it down here. I'll just give a break. Okay, like this. Now here we are not going to have an input, we are going to have a select field here. We're going to have a select field here, but also we need a list or an array of the address type, which can be home, office, or default address. So I'm just going to give, or just give a constant here. I'll say address types, or make it an array. And here, the first here is office. Yes, office order. This is going to be default here, and this is office, while this is home. Great. Let's come down here and replace this input here with a select statement instead. Instead of input here, we're going to say select element here, like this. Okay, in this select here, we're going to have option. The first is going to be option here. Default, the default here, I'm just going to give a default value of empty, like this. Okay, and here I'll say choose an address type. Choose an address type. And now down here, I just need to look over the address type. Say address type dot map here, and here we need to give some options too. So options here, we have default value is going to be whatever type we're going to receive from here. So default value here is going to be just a type, and the value here is going to be here. Output value is going to be type, the same, and here it's going to be type. So now we can pass a key here also. Key is going to be type. Great. So everything here is this type here. Now let's start this select. I'll give a class name here of select. Also select border, and also the width is going to be full. Okay, it's enough. Now I just have to give an on click here, on change here, and here I'm going to set our select. Let me say select type. We don't yet have this, but I'm going to create it soon, and I'll pass e.target.value. So we don't yet have this set type there, so I'll come here. So use state. I'll get it from props here. So set type here, and here is going to be. So after this, now let's look at the button. We're going to give a button down here. We're going to have a button down here, and this button here, I'm just going to say confirm here, and this is going to be class btn here, btn dash primary, yes, and this is going to be btn outline. So let's see. Okay, look at how this is coming. All of them are stacking on top of each other. Therefore, what we can do to fix that is this modal action here. If you hover your mouse over it, you see it is flex, and the display is set to flex. So we can change the flex direction to column by just giving here flex column here. Yes, something like this. Okay, this is it. Now let's give some space around. Let's give some space around this. We don't even need this break here because we're going to give gap of, let's say, probably 6. Let's check now. Okay, this is better. Let's increase the gap. Let's say gap of 10 maybe. here, instead of search address here, we're just going to say this is select address type. So select address type. Okay, this is better. So if you look here, you see that this select statement and this buttons, they're not the same, they're not in line with the search address. So we need to make them centered. So what I'll do is I'm going to remove this modal action altogether, and I'll just say flex here. Okay, now everything is okay. Yes, we have the address here. You can choose address. They choose one of these. Okay, now let's go and hook our search address with this input now. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the use places or autocomplete package in order to make this work. So if you come here, if you go to your browser and type use places autocomplete, yes, so it uses the Google Map Placed API. So yes, and that is what we are going to be using. This is the package which we are going to be using in order to get our addresses. So here, this is the installation. You're going to say npm install use place autocomplete, or copy, and I'll go back to my application here. I'll bring this up. I'll just kill this terminal for now, and this I'll just paste here. Okay, it's not pasting, that means I didn't copy here. Let's come back to the terminal and paste. Okay, now let's run it and wait for it to install. I'm going to pause the video and wait for it to finish installing. Okay, installation is complete, so we can run back our application. npm run dev. Okay, let's go back to that package here. If you look at this package here, they say you need to be, the first thing you need to do is you need to copy this script here. Let's copy the script and put it. They say use this script tag to load the library into your project and pass the value of callback parameter to the callback name option. So what you have to do is you just copy the script and replace this key with your key, which you are going to get from Google. Yes, the Google Place API. It provides you with your keys, so you're going to get your key from there. So I'm going to copy this here, and I'll go to my HTML file. So index.html here, and I'll paste it here just after this. And now our API key, remember to replace your API key with whatever you have here. You replace your API key with it. So let me go and show you where to get that API key from. You see, once you do that, you're going to call the use place autocomplete. The use place autocomplete, it takes these values here. You can see this ready state here. Suggestion will give us the status of the data and our actual data. You have the set value, the clear suggestion. So it basically gives us everything we need in order to work with that input when we search for the values. Yes, even give us a debounce function here. You see, so it gives us everything. You can specify the default debounce time here is set to 300 milliseconds. So you can adjust it to whatever you want there. So you see, that is it. So where are we going to get our key from? Where are we going to get the key from? So we need to go to Google Place API in order to get that key from there. So I'll come to Google here. Say Google Place API. Here you come to this section, Google for Developers, where you have the overview and Place API. You see, okay, this is it. You can come, you have web services here. Let's come to Place API. So this is the documentation here. If you don't know anything about Place API, you can come and read the documentation here even before you go to and use this use place autocomplete. Yes, so it's quite useful. You can go ahead and read the documentation here. So I wanted to first show you the documentation of the Place API. You can use it. You can search for particular what you are looking for specifically here. Now, what I'm interested in here is, let's go to overview. Yes, let's come to overview here. Okay, let's get started. Now, if you come now to APIs and services here, let's come to API and services. First, before you go to API and services, you need to first create an account, or you create a project. You need to first create a project, and I already create a project. This is a project name here called brokang. So you can create a project here. See, you can create a new project here. So I have some projects here. So you can create a new project, and it will give you an API key. If you come to this section here, you see these keys and credentials. These keys are credentials. Yes, this is where you have your API key. This is the API key here. So I'm going to copy. Make sure you copy this API key here. You're going to copy this API key. So I'm going to copy my own. I'll copy this API key, and I'll go back to my index.html here, and I'll replace whatever I have here with my API key. Okay, you replace it with your API key. You can store this key. Store this. Make sure you store this key here. You can either store this key here in your environment variables. There. Yes. So let's go back to that Google Place API here. Okay. Now there is one thing also you need to do. Let's come to APIs and services here. If you come to APIs and services here, you need to enable this map JavaScript. If you want to use maps, you need to enable this maps JavaScript API. If you want to include a map, a Google map in your website, you need to enable this. But for this tutorial, what you need to must enable is this place API here. This places API. You need to enable this. If you don't enable this, it's not going to work. So you need to enable this. Yes. So this is a new version. You can enable this too. Yes. Now, with that, we have set up. That is how you set up the address. You can now just come and hook everything up. You use the instructions which have been given here in this npm package here. You see, we are just importing use place autocomplete from here. We're not going to be doing geocoding because we are not including our map in this application. We're not including the Google map here. So we're just going to get this use places autocomplete, and we do some few things with it. Yes, we are calling it here, and we are getting all of these values here. I'm going to go with this default debounce time here. So let's go and do that. So I can close now this. I'll come here, and I'm going to import. I'll import use places autocomplete from use places autocomplete. Yes, but we don't need this geocoding here. Use places autocomplete. Okay, so what we need to do here is we just need to call this here. After this, I'll just say const use places autocomplete. This is equal to that, and here we need to get some few values. Here we have ready here, and we have set value. We also have suggestions, and this suggestion we can destructure status and data from it. We also have clear suggestions here. Now I'm going to go with this 4 here. Already set value. I need to get also the value. Okay, yes, I'm going to go with these 5 here. Now let's come and work now on this input here. So the first thing I'm going to set here, I've just set here value is equals to the value we are getting from there, and on change, we're going to call the onChange handler. I'll pass e here, and here I'll just say set value to e.target.value here. Great. Now I'm going to disable this input here. I'll say disable if it's not ready. If it's not ready here, like that, and I'll give a placeholder here, and I'll say enter your address. Enter your address. And yes, I think this is all. Let's log this to the console now and see if it's going to work. Let's log whatever we are getting from here. Let's log the data to the console. Data. Let's go here. Okay, let's try to search for an address here. I'll just say here that Wadong. Let's go and check. Okay, you see we have some suggestions here. You see it's an array, and this is the format. You see we have a description. This is the address. Now I'm going to use this description here as our address because it has this structured format where we have the main text and the secondary text which shows the country and the city, while the main text here just shows what the address. So I'm not going to be breaking this off into the cities, countries, regions and all of that. No, I'm just going to put it there as the address here, as the description as the address. So if that is the case, then we need to do some changes in our back end. So Control P, let's go to our user model here. Now in this address, now I'm not going to be needing this label. I'm going to remove this label, and also we are going to remove this address. Yes, let's just remove that label there, and we are left with address 1 and address 2 here. And address 1 is going to be where we will be looking for the addresses. So a user can decide to set address 2, but we are not giving the option for address 2. So we can hit a property. Yes, I think the page has refreshed. That's why we are seeing an empty array here. We need to loop over this data property here, which is an array. So let's come just after this this input. After this input button here, I'm going to give here, I'll say data if only we have this data, and data dot length is greater than 0. Then this is when we are going to, don't need this like this. This one we're going to say data dot map here. We are mapping over the data. We'll take the suggestions, and here, okay, for each here I'm going to give here, this is going to be a UL, and on order list here, and inside this on order list, I'm first going to style it, give padding of -2. It's going to give a box shadow, yes, and this is going to be a menu, and drop down. Remember, drop down content. Remember, we are using daisyui. That's why I'm just styling this like this. And Z is going to be let's say Z 1020. Background is going to be base 100, rounded box, and max width, or let's just say width to full. Now inside this UL, this is where we're going to have some list of items. We're going to place our list of items here. Good. So let's go and try to type another text so that we see what is inside this suggestion here. What is inside this suggestion, so that we can destructure it. And if we are going to be destructuring it, then we don't need to return this here immediately. Therefore, what I'll do is, we don't need to return this immediately like this. We're going to do like this instead, and here we can now return, okay, like that. Now I'll have to destructure some things here on suggestions. Now let's go and check what we'll be destructuring from here. Let's try to type again. Let's say Wadon. Okay, you already see some suggestions coming up here. You see Wadon. Now I just need to, let's come here. Let's see. Okay, we have this data. If you look at suggestions, it has this place ID. We're going to use this place ID here, and we're also going to use this structured format here. As I told you before, we're going to use this structured format here. We have the main text here, which is the address itself, and we have this secondary text here. This is going to be like the country and all of that. Yes, so we're going to just use this place ID here for the ID, and this here to style our list. Yes, so there is something here. You must have noticed here that I'm looping over this UL here, which is not appropriate. We're not supposed to loop over this UL here. We need to loop over this list items, not this on order list here. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove this. I'll cut this. I'm going to cut this like this. Control X, and I'll bring it here. Yes, and I'll also cut this. I'll bring it here. Okay, like this. And now here we need to Now wrap this. Like this. Let me cut this and I'll paste it in here. Okay, like this. Now everything is fine. In this suggestion, like I told you, I'm going to get here the place ID, place underscore ID, and structured. This is going to be structured. This is blocking my view. Structured underscore formatting, structure formatting. Yes. So in this structure formatting, I'm going to destructure also the main text and secondary text here. Okay, good. Now in this ally, let's start this ally a bit here. I'll just say hover. When we hover over this ally, we want to give the background here to be primary. Background is going to be primary here. Let's just say primary dash 10. We have primary focus. Primary do not have dash 10 here. What I will give for this background is slate. I'll give slate here. This is going to be slate dash 10 or 100 here. Yes. When we hover over it, and for the text we're going to give hover, the text is going to be slate 500 here, like this. Okay, let's hook now the on click event here. On click, when we click on this button, what do we want to do here? We want to say set value to be the main text, and we want to clear our suggestions here, because we want to clear this suggestion only when we have set our value, only when we set the value. Inside this ally, we can give an a element here. Let's say a here. We're not going to be putting an href in this a element here. I'll just give a class name of it. I'll say flex and flex call. Inside this a, I'm just going to have some two spans here. Yes, which is the main text and the secondary text here. Let's see. Okay, with this now, let's see if this is going to work. Okay, you see, this is it. We have something like this. Here we have our main address, and here this, you see. Let me type my way address here in South Korea. So what 8798-9. Yes, you see, this is my address here. If you click here, yes, you see we have the address here. Now we can just take now this address. This is what we're going to be storing in our database as our address, this here. So what we can do is we can start this secondary text here. It should not be like this. We can try to start this secondary text here. Let me show you. So let's go back here, class name. I'll just give text of, let's make extra small, and the text is going to be text.gray 500. Let's see now. Okay, you see it's better now. Yes. Okay, and also this, I want this to be, this address here, it should actually be our description, not this main text here. I want it to be all our address description here. So here, when we set the value here, I'll just say description data. Okay, we are not using the key here when we return from here. So that means we need to put a key here. It's going to be place ID, and here we need to destructure description too. Yes, this is the description. Here I'll just get the description. Okay, from here it's a description, and instead of setting the value here to main text, I'll just set it to description. Okay, let's click here. Yes, you see this is the main address here. Okay, this is what I wanted. This will be the address of the user here. Okay, fine. Now we just need to choose the type here and send it to our database, and we go and update our database. We just need to choose the type and update our database. So let's go back to our application. There is something we're doing here. We're getting this at this set type form props here, but the truth is we don't really need this set type in this address section here. We don't need it here. So what I'll do is, instead of getting it from props here, I'm going to create a new state for that. And here I'll just say this is going to be, oh no, I'll say use type. Okay, like this. Let's come here. Instead of logging this type, I'm going to log an object where I'll have the address. Here is going to be the value and type, like this. Let's see. Now address is empty and type here is empty. Let's go and search an address. So what? Like this. If we go now, okay, you see, this is what I want here. This is the address. This is our main address here, and the type. We've not yet selected the type, so if you select the type, you're going to see. Let's select the type, set it to office. Let's come here. Let's check. Okay, you see, this is the address, and the type here is set to office. Now this is what we'll be sending to the back end. We can now go and just update our back end with this address here, like this. Let's go now and hook up the back end with the front end to see how we can update our addresses. Let's come to agent here, come right down to, I'm just going to place this in user in the account here, because here we are dealing with account, the user's account. So I'm just going to put it here. I'm going to say this is at user's address. Here I will take data user.address. Here I think we're going to have another slash here called at address. Let's check. So user route here to add an address. Okay, we have address slash at address. Okay, and this is a put request, not a get, or not a post, it's a put request. So okay, let's come back to the agent here. At address is okay, and here instead of this as a put, fine. And we also, let's just do the one for remove address also, and it takes an address ID here. Put address, remove address. Let's check. To remove the address, we're going to this address slash, this is the address ID here, and it's also a put request. So say put request. Okay, we are passing the address ID here. So let's come back here. This is user slash address slash remove address, and we'll pass the address ID. Okay, just like this. Now we have the endpoints to add address and to remove address from here. Let's go to our application and we call their respective. Let's come to address here. I'm going to create a new folder here. Create a new file. Sorry, I'll call this address API API.js, and I'll create another one. Call this address.js. Let's start with the API here. I've been doing this over and over again, so I'm just going to copy this and paste to save for some time. Here, this is going to be address. This is just going to be data. I'll just pass data here, like this, and here this is going to be a string of address ID here. Great. Here instead of ID, I'm going to pass address ID. This is basically the same thing we've been doing here, but instead of using the try catch here, we're just catching the response here. Okay, let's go to address here. I'm going to do the same thing here. Since we have been doing this, nothing is changing, guys. We have been doing this and here nothing is changing, so This is going to be ID. You'll say address ID, and here will be the address ID. We need to import all of this here. We don't need this. This is just going to be REST. Okay, the reason why you're seeing this is like this because the original application I wrote it with TypeScript, but to make the video I didn't want to write it with TypeScript because no, it's not some people are not yet familiar with TypeScript, and I just wanted this to be just JavaScript so that in our next project we can now introduce TypeScript. So here we're going to bring in this use query client, and at address we're going to take it from API here. The toast, we're going to bring in toast from React hot toast. Okay, the mutation function here is at address, and here we have is adding address. Okay, great. Use mutation, we need to bring it to use mutation. Query client that invalidate queries. Okay, now let's come here. We need to bring also remove addresses, and here we pass the address ID. So everything here, I think with this everything now here is done. Now what are we doing here? When we add the address, we just want to display this message, address added successfully, and we want to invalidate this query, query here. Want to invalidate this query here. I'll just give an object because we've been doing it like this. So query key here is going to be user. So I don't know if we pass in the user here. Let's go and check. Let's go to, I think this was hooks. Let's go to user. Okay, this is it here. Let's come to hooks. Here we have load user, and here we're just passing in the user. Okay, it's correct, user. Fine. So when we successfully add an address, we want to invalidate this user query. So here it's going to give us a fetch user with the address already appended to the user. The same goes for when we delete an address. We want to invalidate the user query so that it reflects our new data. So with this now, we just have to call this at address in our at address pop-up here. So let's come to where we have our button down here, where we have the button to add an address. Here we say on click. I'll just say handle at address, handle at address, and let's come down here. So const handle at address, but first we need to call const use at address, and here it takes at address and is adding address. Now we need to disable this button if we are adding address. Disable if is adding address. Let's come back here, and here we just need to pass the address here to address and value. We can remove this lock to the console. Just pass address and the type here. So we need to close this model after we add our address. We need to close the model. So to do that, I'll give a ref here. Say ref. Here I'll just say this is our model address. Here I need to create model address using useRef. I just need to pass null here, and here we say model address.current.close. Great. With this now, I think we are able to add an address. Let's check. Let's click. Let's search for, let's say, let me add my address, and this is it. Address type was a home. Confirm. Yes, it goes off, but I didn't receive any message here. That means we probably have an error. We have an error somewhere, so let's check. agent is not defined. Okay, that makes sense. That means we copied or paste our code without calling our agent. That's why we are receiving this error that agent is not defined. So let's come to address API here. We need to bring in this agent like this. Okay, agent.remove address. This is not called remove address. This is going to be agent.remove user address. Here this is agent.add user address. Okay, this is now fine. Let's go and try again. Let's click. Okay, we still have our address here. I still set to home here. We need to be able to clear out this field. When we click this submit button here, we need to clear this field here also. So let's submit. Yes, address added successfully. So what we need to do is to clear these fields after we've submitted our address. Let's go to add address here. We just need to set value to empty and set type to empty. So if we go now, you see we don't have any errors. So let's log our user to the console and see if we're going to get an error or we're going to get a user. So to do that, we need to pass a user in this add method here. Here I'll say user is equals to user. But first let's log this user to see if we'll have the user with the address. Okay, let me just dock this at the corner here. Okay, let's go to address. Voila, you see, look at our address. This is our address here. We have the address ID. See, this is the ID here. But I'm not getting the type here. I'm not seeing the address type here. So that's a problem. We have only the address here, but the type is not shown here. So let's try to let me try to add another address to see if the problem. Now actually let's first go to our database here. Let's go to our back end. Let's say user module. Let's check. You see our address here, we are stopping it as address type, but from the front end we're just passing the type. So we need to type this address type here. Let's copy address type. I'll come here. Let me send this to the far corner like this. Here, instead of just type here, we need to pass address type like this. This is going to be our address type. Now if we add back that address, great. If you add back that address, you see that we're going to have, this is home. Let's confirm. Yes, address added successfully. If you come now here, if you check now, okay, we have two addresses here now. You see, but we have a type here now as home, as the address home here. So this is it. Now, what we need to do is, since we have our address here, we need to display them in a table. We need to display them in the table in our address here. That's the reason why I said we need to render a table here to show all our various addresses. Now, instead of this h1 here, what I'll do is I'll just say if only we have user.address.length is greater than user. Let's give optional chain in here because the user. If only we have user.address.length is greater than this, yes. We want to do this, else we want to just display an h here. Let's complete this. Okay, this is okay. Else here we need to just give a table here. This is going to be a table. In this table we're going to have we're not going to have a table head. We're just going to give the table body. I'll give a class name here of table. class name here is going to be table, and in here I'll just say t body. Inside this t body now, it's inside this t body that I'm going to loop over our addresses here. I'll say addresses user.address.map here. Say user.address.map for each address. For each address here, I'm going to give a tr here, and the key here is going to be address dot underscore id. Inside this tr, let's just give it class. Let's give it th first. Let's give it th off. The first here is going to be address dot address type. The second is going to be address dot address, and the third here we're going to have a button to delete the address. We're not going to have a button to edit the address, we're just going to have one button to delete the address here. So this is going to be, instead of delete here, I'm going to give an icon, a delete icon here. This is going to be md, let's say md delete, and here I'll just give a size of 23. I'll import it here. Okay, fantastic. Let's check this now. Yes, you see our two addresses are here. We need to delete this first one, but first you see we need to give a margin top here. Let's give some margin to the top there. So here I'm going to say margin top of probably 6 pixels, like this. Let's check. Okay, so it's like this now. Let's increase it again to, let's say 10. Okay, that 10 is fine. Here now we just need to wire up this button to delete. Let's say on, click, we say handle, delete address. We'll come and create that here. So const handle delete address, and I'm going to bring down, there's a const use remove address, and here is removing address, and say remove address, and here we just need to pass remove address, and we need to pass in also the address ID. That means in this method we need to give this method like this, and here we need to pass in the address ID. So address dot underscore ID here, and here we just need to receive the address ID, and we pass the address ID here, address ID. Great. Now it's removing address. If it's removing address, we just want to give a loading indicator. So instead of this, let's just say disable if is removing address. Great. Now let's try to remove this first address here. Yes, you see it got removed, and it got removed from this list here. Great, fine. Now if we remove this one also, you see no address found. here. What I'm going to do with this text is I'm going to make it, it will not be stand out like this address here, like this text here. I'm just going to I'll increase the size here to like 4, and text dash, this is going to be gray. I think gray 400 will do. Yes, no address found. Yeah, we can click here to add an address. Let's say Washington Square. We want to choose but this. Great. We can. The address type here is going to be, let's say, default. Confirm. Yes, you see, this is it here. Now you can add addresses now, but the one thing is, since we have the default address here, if you click to add address here, we are still going to have like default address on this list. We want to remove this default address from this list. Since we already have it here, we cannot have two default address, because if you add now here, we're going to have another default address here. Let me show you. If you add this, and let's say Wadong City, I want to choose this one here. Confirm. Yes, you see, we have default address. Okay, I didn't select it. I didn't select it, but default address will be here and default address will be here. So we want to remove this default address from here, so that user can have only the options of home and their office address. So how are we going to do that? Let's go back to our add address here. Now I'm going to say here that filtered address of the const filtered address, this is going to be, I'll say, remember we have our this address type here, filter address type. I'll just say filter address types, so I'll be looping over the over the address types. Let's loop over the address type here. It's a dot filter, and for each address here, for each address type, let's just say this will be 80. For each 80 is going to start for each address type. We want to get the user here. Let's first get the user. Remember, we're sending a user to this address here. We need to get the user from here, and we come here, we are filtering here. Let's get the user dot sum, no, user dot address dot sum. Here we're using the sum method here because, let me show you, so it determines whether a specific callback function returns true for any elements of an array. So if any of this is true, then we're going to filter this filter here is going to return true, and we're going to get only the values that are not that the user hasn't set the address type for. So here, what are we going to put in the sum? When we loop over the sum, we're going to get the address. Let's say a. Here, instead of this 80, what I'm looking for a name which I can put it here that will be which you're going to understand what is going on. Here I can say user address type. Let's just say user address type. If the user address type dot, remember there is an address type here. Yes, if it is exactly equal to 80. Yes. So if it is equal to 80, then we're going to return true. So if any of these return true, what's going to return from here is the value which are not equal to this. So okay, this is good now. Like this is going to give us only the address for default, but we want all the address apart from the default address here. So we can just give a negation sign here. You can also put the negation sign here when you are comparing here, but I look it more reasonable to put it here. Yes, because what we are filtering if this here, if one of these returns true here, we don't want, if one of these here returns true, we want to get all the elements that are not equal to one of these here. So with this, let's just log the filter. Let's log the filtered address type here. Filtered address types. You see that we're going to have an array without the default address. You see, we don't have a default address here. So now we're going to loop over this filter address type instead of our address types. So let's come here, our select here. Let's say filtered address types. If only we have filter address types here, yes, then we're going to loop over them. So with this now, let's see, I think we'll be done here with this method. So if you choose here, you see we have only home and office here. So if you take home, let's say this is going to be what done 798. Click here, address here is home. Let's confirm. Yes, you see we have our home address here, and this here. Okay, with this now we are complete with setting our address, and we're also deleting the address. Now we can go and work on our our checkout functionality.